right. Looks like we are live on Standing for Truth. But the question is, what are we live for tonight? We are live for another 2-in-1 open mic debate challenge. It is a privilege, as always, to have Dr. Kent, the science gent, here to engage in this open debate against any critic, any skeptic, anybody in the evolutionary community that would like to join the show. For the first hour, though, we do have Ken Rock. And so, Ken, it's great to have you back as well. Certainly not your first time here debating Dr. Dino. So I do look forward to seeing what you're going to bring to the table tonight. I've also got my team enforcer, Matt Man, here. So we're giving Sam the night off as co-host, and we're bringing in our other award-winning co-host, Matt. So, Matt, let's start with you. What's going on, brother? Are you as excited as I am for this open mic showdown?
Oh, yeah, this is going to be great. I got my microphone, got a drink, got Kent. We're ready to go.
Right, that's it. Microphone, a drink, and Kent. So we're going to be here doing this probably for the next 4 hours. We'll have Kent for the first 2 hours. And for the first hour, it'll be Ken Rock and Kent engaging in an evidence for evolution debate. Then at the hour mark, I will put the StreamYard link in the live chat. So please, as long as you're willing to be cordial, respectful, we want to discuss one topic or one point at a time. Click the join link and we'll have some fun for the next hour. Then we're going to let Kent get to bed. And then Matt and I are going to stick around for a couple hours answering your questions and engaging in some more impromptu debate. Okay, so before we hand it over to Ken Rock to pick his first point or argument for discussion tonight, Kent, how are you tonight? And a little bit about yourself, brother.
I'm doing great. We have a dinosaur adventureland in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. Been a Baptist preacher 49 years, taught high school science and math 15 years. We believe the Bible is true and evolution is the dumbest, the most dangerous religion ever thought of. Never been a dumber idea than to teach kids we all came from a rock 4.6 billion years ago. So we believe the Bible's true. God made everything, and if you don't have Jesus as your Savior, the Bible says you're going to hell. We're trying to stop that. Well, call me 855-BIG-DINO, extension 3, and I'll be glad to lead you to the Lord over the phone. Go ahead.
Kent, appreciate it. Tell us how you really feel about evolution. Ken, thank you for the intro. Ken Rock, how are you tonight? Just a little bit about yourself for anybody who might be unfamiliar with who you are. We're getting new subscribers all the time. And then just kind of jump right into your first point or argument that you'd like to engage with Kent for tonight. Make sure to unmute yourself before you speak and go ahead.
Sweet. Sorry about that. So my name is Kenneth Rock. You can find me on the Ken Rock channel. You can see my logo right there. I generally discuss animation topics, Naruto, Dragon Ball, stuff like that. I usually rewrite stories. I'm currently in the middle of rewriting What If Sasuke got his Sharingan when he was younger. So that's about what I am. And you said you just want me to jump right into my arguments?
Yes, Ken, I appreciate that introduction. Again, thank you so much for being here and giving us your time for at least this first hour of tonight's open mic debate. So yes, Ken, jump right into your first point that you would like to discuss with Kent. Again, tonight's topic, for those in the audience, evidence for evolution. Go ahead, Ken.
Okay, so the first thing I want to do is talk to Kent about a specific organism that I've been looking into called, and I'm going to butcher the heck out of this word when I say it, Elysia chlorotok, if you've heard of it.
I didn't understand it, let alone heard of it. Spell it out.
It's spelled ELYSA space CHLOROTICA.
Oh, tell me about this creature.
Okay, so it's an organism. It's basically a subclass of snail, if I remember correctly. And basically the way this snail works is it goes around and eats moss. And when it does this, it's able to steal the chloroplast from the moss, which allows it to do photosynthesis, which allows the slug itself to do photosynthesis itself for up to a whole year, allowing it to technically be considered a plant.
So your argument is it's a plant that is able to do what?
No, it's a slug that has properties of plants.
Oh, a flower?
A slug.
A slug?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I saw that when I was doing research on my other slugs I've been doing on my Making Babies series. I know what you're talking about now. So this slug is able to incorporate chlorophyll and then use sunlight. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
It's one of many that's able to do this, and there's others that can do the same stuff with other animals as well, such as jellyfish.
Right. And how does that prove evolution?
So the reason why this proves evolution is because there's two solutions that we can have here. Either one.
And is this it right here? Just for the audience sake, maybe we can.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
It's one of them.
Okay. Ken, continue on with the argument in terms of, how this specific organism provides good evidence for evolution.
Okay. So the way I see it, there's two possibilities here that we can say definitively off the bat. Either one, these creatures have always had the abilities and traits of that of plants and have slowly been becoming living creatures, or they never had the traits of of plants, and they've been slowly getting them as being living creatures. Either way, you have a creature slowly adapting and changing over time to adapt other material into its being.
Okay. Do you want me to respond each time, or do you want to keep going, or what?
No, respond.
Okay. Well, we have an organism, if you can put it back up on screen there, Donnie, that is able to ingest chlorophyll from the plants that it eats. If I remember it right, it eats something seaweed type stuff in the ocean.
It eats moss.
Okay, eats moss. And then the chlorophyll, it incorporates it into its body so it can now use sunlight. I would call that a pretty amazing design. I don't think we have any evidence of it evolving this ability. Do you have some kind of way to demonstrate that it used to never have it? Or maybe it was created that way. Is that a possibility?
No, I don't think it is a possibility. And the reason is because if we say that all slugs are related, and you generally would, because you would say there's a general slug kind, then we could say that there's other slugs that don't have this ability. So the only way this would make sense is if they either got the ability because they were slugs, or they came from something that was non-slug and slowly became this way. So unless you have a reason to say otherwise, then you haven't given me a reason to say I'm wrong.
So you're saying all slugs have to be identical? There's quite a few thousand different varieties of slugs. Could it be that God created one with this ability? And I mean, you agree that there are different kinds of slugs. They're not all the same. And so, it's man putting these categories together and saying this one goes in the slug category, this one goes in the bird category. The animals don't care how we classify them. They probably don't even know we are classifying them. And nor do they care, nor does it matter. This is a thing that's very important to people to classify things, but the fact that it looks like other slugs but is able to process chlorophyll, I guess I still don't understand how this is going to demonstrate how it's any help for evolution.
Because that's something only plants can do. So if an animal can do it, they have traits that plants should only be able to do. The thing that I'm mostly going to say is if animals don't have categories that you can put them in, then you can't say there are any kinds of animals, because then you're just arbitrarily putting animals into groups depending on how you feel. So either there are no groups and you have no basis for your idea, or there are and I have basis for this idea. So which one is it?
Well, I think there's God said they would always bring forth after their kind, and we've talked about this before. The word species has a lot of different definitions. 26 of them I've been able to find so far. But oftentimes they refer to a species as a kind. Here's the dictionary, Webster's dictionary. So I don't think the Bible word kind is bad. It's used 24 times in the first 7 chapters. They bring forth after their kind. This slug
I hate to interrupt you, but do you mind if I ask you why any of that's irrelevant to my argument right now?
I didn't understand what you're saying. Why I have to do what now?
I hate to interrupt you, but I want to know why the definition of species or kinds or any of that is relevant to the argument.
Well, because you're saying all the slugs are put in the same category and only one has this ability to ingest chlorophyll. So how do you know it even belongs in the slug category? Maybe it's a separate kind. Are there any other animals able to ingest chlorophyll and then use it for sunlight? I've not heard of any, but
yeah. Well, that's why I'm saying that this animal is unique, so unique to other animals, and has properties that we would see in plants. That's why it's evidence for evolution, because it's a good in between. So I want a reason why it wouldn't be.
Well, it is unusual that this slug can ingest chlorophyll and then use and then actually utilize sunlight to gain energy. It's been a while since I read up on it. Just a quick, because I was studying for something else to teach on for my Making Babies series on drdino.com. So you're saying this is an animal, but it has plant characteristics. Therefore, that's evidence for evolution. I'm trying to see the connection here. Do you know that it is evolving into, is it going to evolve into a plant, or where's it going? Where's this slug going with this ability?
I don't know exactly where it's going. I don't really need to show you where it's going. I just need the fact that it exists, and it's a hybrid in between the characteristics that we would see in plants and animals. And that's enough to say that there's an in-between, which is enough to say that evolution can happen. Unless you have a reason to why it wouldn't be, which is what I'm getting at. I'm asking you for a counter reason.
Well, I'm just having a really hard time understanding with the microphone problem there or something. You're asking me
for a counter reason.
Okay. We have a creature, a slug, that is able to ingest chlorophyll and then use sunlight to gain energy. I think that's pretty amazing. It looks to me like it would be designed.
Why?
I don't understand why that's evidence for evolution still. Just because
I want to know why it's evidence for creation. I've given you my ideas to why it would be evidence for evolution. So if you're saying it's not and it's evidence for creation, I want the reason to why. If not, then I can dismiss your ideas based on the fact that you've given no reason for them.
Well, I would point out, first of all, chlorophyll is incredibly complex. The fact that these chemicals can get together, you shine the light on them, and they can change it into energy that the plant can use and grow on, etc. I think all plants are amazing in their design to be able to use sunlight through this amazing molecule we call chlorophyll. Now, the fact that this slug is able to eat plants and then get the chlorophyll and it can now use sunlight, I think that's also amazing. I don't think you've demonstrated that it is evolving this ability. Maybe it's always had it. Maybe it was created to use this method of gaining chlorophyll and using sunlight. Do you have any evidence that there were ever this exact same slug that was not able to use chlorophyll?
Yeah, we have other slugs that can't. And according to your own argumentation, all slugs should be related. If your only argument against that is, well, I can't tell you what's a slug, then all you're doing is a whataboutism. So I want an actual reason.
Well, that's where I want to off into who's making these categories and why do we think, you're saying all slugs are related. Well, we could say all cows are related, but some have horns and some don't. Oh,
okay.
What's going on here?
Look, if you want to go this way, then I'll remove the fact that it's a slug, and I'll just say it's a living organism with the properties of a plant. The slug part's completely irrelevant. I'm not going to lie to you.
Well, this does not, that's the only characteristic, if I recall, that it has similar to plants. It's able to move around. Are there any other plants able to move around and reproduce like it reproduces?
No. I mean, just no.
So
it also has the same color as plants. It even has the same stem-like structure if you look at it throughout going out its body as well. So it's actually three categories similar to that of plants. But it doesn't reproduce like plants, and plants can't move like it. So it's plant-like while being animal-like. It doesn't matter what animal either.
Right. So I would say that it's definitely an unusual slug, but I don't think there's any evidence it's ever, when they make babies, are the babies able to do the same thing? And the grandbabies and are all the descendants of these slugs? And I think the answer is obviously yes. So
no, I wouldn't know because we don't have those. They could be different in the future. You're just making assumptions.
Well, it could be different in the future. That's not science. Science is what we can observe and study and test. Do we observe these slugs making babies, and the babies are also able to do the same thing, ingest chlorophyll and then use it? I think the answer is yes to that, if I recall, but it's been many months since I read up on this. So I think I'll stand my ground and say you have expressed an unusual slug that has an unusual ability. I think we can find a whole lot of animals that have unusual abilities that other animals don't. Some animals have pouches that they can carry their baby in. Some don't. It's still in the animal category. So again, all this category.
Yes, but that avoids the point that I made, though.
Well, the point that you made is there is what we would call an animal, a slug. I don't think the slug cares what we call it, but that animal is able to ingest chlorophyll and then use it to get energy from the sun.
Yes,
I wish I could do that.
It has the ability to do stuff that we only expect plants to do.
Correct.
So it's completely different than having a pouch to hold its babies or nipples to breastfeed or anything like that. It has something that we only expect to be within plants. And we have other creatures within it that are not plant life within other slug types. So I have an in-between with animals and plants. So I want a reason to why that wouldn't count.
Well, man has decided to give classifications to all living things, and we've decided to say if it's able to do A, B, C, we'll put it in the plant category. If it does, D, E, F, we put it in the animal category. This is all a human impressing our ideas onto the creatures. The creatures may not care. And God may have designed a rainbow or spectrum of all these creatures just so we would marvel at his amazing design. As I said, this slug that can ingest chlorophyll and then use it to get sunlight into energy, I wish I could do that. I have to get energy by eating food all the time. I can't just lay in the sun and gain energy like they gain. So I think that certainly it had to be designed that way. You haven't answered my question. You're kind of dancing around it. I want to know why this doesn't prove a connection between animals and living plants. Like, how do we categorize it all? That's irrelevant here. Oh, I don't, like I said, I don't think the slug cares how we categorize it. We could put it in the plant category. I think it's most people, because of it has almost all the characteristics of animals. Most scientists would say it's an animal with this one plant characteristic able to ingest chlorophyll. So, but you don't know that it wasn't just simply designed to do that.
You haven't given me a reason to.
Well, there's a lot of bacteria that can live on toxic waste. I mean, they pay big money to get bacteria that can clean up oil spills. Not all bacteria can do that. So some bacteria have the ability to...
This is all irrelevant to my argument. Like, you're not giving me a counter argument here.
Well, I'm pointing out there are, I think 18 or 20,000 different kinds of bacteria that scientists have classified, and some are able to do things that others cannot do. Some animals can do things that other animals cannot do.
So if animals can change into doing something that the others can't do, that's evolution. So you just conceded.
Okay, now, do you believe you are related to this slug?
No, not directly.
Not directly. Indirectly? Do you have a common ancestor with this slug?
Probably.
Probably. Okay.
What do you mean by ancestor?
I didn't hear that one.
What do you mean by ancestor?
Well, they do the family trees in the textbooks all the time, showing everything going back to a common ancestor.
Can you give me a definition?
Well, here, this public school textbook showing the human and the bird and the reptile and the ladybug. I just want
a definition, man.
Okay, let me see if slugs are in here. Yep, there they are. Okay, this chart shows the slugs coming from a common ancestor, has the same common ancestor as the sharks and the humans. I just would like to know if you believe that you and this slug have a common ancestor. How did it get chlorophyll? Did the very first bacteria ever to evolve at the beginning of this family tree of protozoa or whatever? Some call it this is a protozoa in this textbook. Let's call it a protozoa or bacteria. Did this protozoa have the ability to make chlorophyll and utilize it? I don't think so.
I don't know, and that's irrelevant to the question I just asked. Like, I would like a definition for what you mean by ancestor, please.
Well, ancestor is the one that is the father or mother, the progenitor of different kinds, by your theory, all the different kinds of life forms. So this, if you go back as far, I'll give you all the time you want. You can have 200 trillion years. This common ancestor, this protozoa, they're showing on these charts in the textbooks that, back up here, that all the plants...
no offense, but you're just avoiding my questions at this point in time. I just want a straight
I'm going to
definition
jump
from
in real quick. Ken, he answered your question, and Darwin
I'm
was
having a-
clear.
No,
that
Donnie,
according to-
he didn't.
Ken,
He
I'm the
did not
moderator.
answer my
I'm
question.
the moderator, so please don't be rude.
Okay.
I feel like you're
I
unnecessarily.
have an extremely difficult time understanding him. Okay, something is wrong with the audio, whatever that is. Now, this chart clearly shows all the plants are related to all the animals. They have it branching off down at the bottom, right there. On the bottom at the right, it branches off, and all the plants are related to the animals. When did they learn to use chlorophyll or make chlorophyll? Because this slug is able to do that. And I think it's unusual. To me, I read a little bit about it. I said, man, that's amazing design. I don't see how you can't see design in that. I mean, some cars we manufacture are able to run on electricity. Some can run on diesel. Some can run on gasoline. Some can run on alcohol. That's all. They're all designed to run on different fuels. And so this slug that you've talked about is I think, certainly would not be a demonstration that you are related to it or that I'm related to it. No matter how many ancestors you want to go back. This is wishful thinking. I think people don't want there to be a God telling them what to do, so they're looking to believe this evolution religion, which is crazy. But these charts clearly do show all the animals, all the plants go back to a common ancestor. It's in textbooks by the thousands. I can show you lots more. But this, I think, there we go. There's all the monkeys related. You are a primate. Here we go. Tree of life. This has the slugs. There they are right there. Here, another one. The slugs, the snails, the birds, the plants, all having a common ancestor. I just simply point out, this isn't science. This is a religion that people believe in. And you don't have any evidence for that. That you pointed out a slug that's able to ingest chlorophyll and then use it to gain energy from sunlight. Amazing. Now, how did it get that ability? Did it evolve that?
I'm failing to see where you answered my question of what an ancestor is. Donnie, if you want to simplify that into one definition for me.
All right. Ancestor, I don't know the dictionary definition by heart, but I have parents. I suspect you did too. And probably you had grandparents and great-grandparents. By anybody's logical thinking, those are considered your ancestors, the people you came from. I'd be willing to bet $5 your parents were both human. And I bet their grandparents all four of them were human.
Oh.
And you can go back to great-grandparents, go back as far as you want, and you'll find they're all human. But the textbooks say, oh no, you go back a ways and you're apes. That's not science. But they teach this stuff like it's true. You're a primate. They've got the lines on paper here connecting the humans, the gorillas. So they're claiming they have a common ancestor. I don't understand why the word ancestor would trip you up. I think I learned that when I was 4, I believe. So you have ancestors. You probably have a common ancestor with all the other humans, and that would be from Adam and Eve or Noah later. But to say you have a common ancestor with slugs and ferns is not science. It's dreaming.
If your definition of ancestor is something that I have come from, then I would not agree that I have an ancestor of a slug then. Thank you for answering my question finally.
No,
so you wanted to know where they would get these abilities to use chlorophyll. Right?
I'm going to jump in, Ken, because Kent with a T is asking you, Ken.
Yeah, I know. I was about ready to answer his question.
I'm the moderator. I'm trying to reiterate for the audience because Ken, without the T, the audience is really having trouble with your mic. You know, I asked you 2 months ago when we set this up to make sure that you had a decent mic so we can understand your arguments. Anyway,
the same mic I use all the time.
Anyways, Kent Hovind is asking you if you believe what Darwin taught, that you, being a human and a slug, are related through common ancestry, because Darwin taught that all species go back to common ancestors. Do you believe that, Ken?
No, I have not read Darwin's teaching well enough to say that that's what it is. If he's saying we're ancestors and the fact that we all came from each other, then my answer, again, is no.
No. He's saying all life, including plants and animals, descend from a universal common ancestor. Do you
the way
that,
he's using the word ancestor, no.
Okay, we'll throw it back to Kent. Go ahead, Kent.
Well, here is a biology textbook, Glencoe, one of the top 4 publishers in America. All the many forms of life on Earth today, it would include humans and slugs, are descended from a common ancestor found in a population of primitive unicellular organisms. This book is teaching the students that the slug and the humans have a common ancestor, and it was a primitive unicellular organism. You believe this slug you're talking about came from a primitive unicellular organism like this chart shows? Did this slug start off as a single-celled creature like a protozoa and slowly evolve into not only a slug, but a cool slug that can turn green? Was it originally a single-celled creature? If you go back in its genealogy, maybe that's a better word. Ancestor, grandpa, great-grandpa, great-great-grandpa. How far back do you go before you and this slug have a common ancestor? Go back as far as you want. I don't think it's science, though. Science is what we can see. Well, what we see is, as far as I know, I'll do some more research. I wrote it down. This Elisochalor or whatever it is slug, it makes babies. And all of them can do the same thing, ingest chlorophyll, and then gets energy from it. I bet their parents could do it and their grandparents can do it. I don't know. At what point do you have any evidence, which is the purpose of the debate tonight, do you have any evidence that it has gained this ability, that it evolved? Or you just want to place it between because it's halfway between plants and animals, therefore it's evidence? I think that's not good logic.
Okay, can I go on?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Sweet. No, my reasoning isn't just because it has characteristics of both, but it's because we see creatures similar to it as well. And there's no other animals that are like that. So it just makes sense that it would be an in-between, unless you have some reason that it wouldn't be.
Well, now hold it. You're looking at only one option. That's like if I was to ask you, are elephants green or are elephants orange? I've given you two options that are neither one is true. Okay. So you've already locked yourself into the box. You believe evolution's true, and you believe this is an example of it, and you're not able to think outside that box for some reason. Could it have been designed to always have this unusual ability? As I said, some bacteria have an unusual ability to eat toxic waste. Other animals would die if they did it. Some animals have an unusual ability to fly. Some don't. So the fact that there is a creature with an unusual, what we would call an unusual ability, does not indicate it's intermediate between anything else. It could have been designed that way. And in any honest court of law, that's where the argument would stop. The judge would say, you're right, we cannot prove it's changed. We see that it's different. Now, we'd both agree it's different, but we cannot see any evidence that it hasn't always been that way. As far as I know, no slugs are found in the fossil record. May be wrong on that, but I've not heard of any. And I would say there's no such thing as a fossil record, but none have been found as fossils because they're too soft. But how could you demonstrate that this thing gained this ability and didn't have it at one time? I say it always had it, always had that ability. And I don't think it's possible to prove that wrong. I can't prove it's right, but I'm not asking for my theories to be taught in the public school.
Wait, if you can't prove it's right, then you've just disqualified your own option here.
Well, I said I think that's a reasonable theory. That's what science works on. Hypothesis. If you get some evidence, it's called a theory. If that's proven wrong, now it's a scientific fact. So I don't think it is science to say that this slug with this unusual ability is evidence for evolution. Science is knowledge we've gained from observations and experiments. That's the standard definition of science. Knowledge, come from the word seer, Latin word seer, to know. We know slugs make baby slugs. We've seen it happen. We do not know they used to not have this ability. I think they always had the ability to ingest chlorophyll, and they're still doing it. And I predict if you raise slugs in an aquarium someplace and they make babies, they'll have the same ability. It might be at some point they might lose that ability. Well, that would be losing something, not gaining something. But I don't think you've demonstrated any evidence, scientific evidence, of how they gained this ability to utilize chlorophyll that they eat. I think it's pretty cool.
The way they got the ability to do the chlorophyll is their bodies adapted in such a way that their cells were able to allow the smaller cells as chlorophyll into them. That veiny-based substance that I pointed out earlier is a part of that.
I'm just not getting this, Donnie, the sound. Do you understand? Can you translate that for me?
Matt, did you understand? I was saving some questions from the audience, which reminds me, actually, Kent, before you respond, brother, George Bond sent in a super chat for you, Ken Rock. And since we're going to be opening it up for an open mic at the hour mark, let's get it in now. So George Bond, $10 super chat. Appreciate it. He says ancestor, an early type of animal or plant from which others have evolved. What's the big deal? He's wondering, Ken Rock. Can you respond to that?
Yeah, the big deal is I can't answer his question until I know what his terms are. He might think the word ancestor is simple, but as we all know, the definition has multiple meanings for multiple words. So I have to know what he's saying to answer his question. If he can't give me a simple and precise version of that, then I don't know. That's the big deal.
If I could jump in, he's asking you based on those phylogenetic trees, those trees of life. Kent is asking you if you believe all those species on that tree of life, including slugs and including you as a human, go back ultimately to a universal common ancestor from which all forms of life evolved from. Yes or no, Ken?
Yeah, off the answer that he gave me on what an ancestor is, then I would say no, that we all came from each other.
Okay, Kent, go ahead, brother.
Well, I'm pointing out that the textbooks do teach this. Here, I'll read it again. All the many forms of life on Earth today, I will inject slugs, humans, bananas, are descended from a common ancestor. That's what they're claiming. That's not science. This does not belong in a science book. This belongs in a book of fairy tales or religion, but it's not a science. It's not a scientific fact that all the many forms of life on Earth today are descended from a common ancestor. All we've ever seen in all of recorded history, dogs make dog babies, horses make horse babies, cows make cow babies, humans make human babies. There are no exceptions. That is science. Now, if you wish to imagine that if you go back, if you can't go back, if you were to imagine they're related, then that's your imagination. That's not science. And I object to these textbooks showing the humans and the ferns and the sharks going back to a common ancestor, the starfish and the octopus. This is what they're claiming, and this isn't science. And what Ken has given tonight is an example of a very unusual slug, and I'll probably do my series on Friday night, Making Babies. I'll add that to one of my list. I got a long list of ones to do of how they make babies. But I'd be willing to predict that all we've ever observed in the laboratory, if anybody's ever studied this, is those slugs make babies with the same ability. So you're claiming they adapted this ability. That was a claim you made. That's not science. You can't demonstrate that. You can imagine that they adapted that ability to do that, but you don't know that. I'd say they always had it.
Can I respond, or did you want to go on?
Is that your best evidence for evolution?
That was my best evidence for in between for plants and living things. Real fast, if you don't mind, because I want to respond to that. So you're just assuming that they've always had this ability without giving me any evidence as well. I can dismiss that idea based off that fact. And I've given you a reason why I don't think they've always had this ability. So even if it's weak, I still have more evidence than you do.
Boy, Matt, can you translate that for me? I'm getting old and deaf, and I'm not understanding his verbiage. You have to elucidate, enunciate, and articulate.
No problem. If you can hear me good, what he's saying is I can dismiss your type of evidence because you're claiming that it was already created and designed to do that. And he's saying, no, I'm saying that it wasn't that way and it evolved. So you don't have evidence for your case. I have more evidence for mine that it did.
He didn't give any evidence for how it evolved. He made a claim that it adapted to this to be able to do this. He didn't show me. Where's the scientific evidence? Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Show me.
So you have to be able to see all forms of science for it to be science. So like particle science doesn't exist?
Well, stay on topic here now. There are lots of different kinds. Somebody, go, Joe, how many kinds of slugs are there? Google that for me, would you? Okay. Why don't you pick a new slug that doesn't have this ability, and you start raising them and make it get this ability? Could you get your slug, or give you any slug you want? Find one that does not have the ability to ingest chlorophyll and then use it for energy. 5,000 kinds of slugs. One of them has the ability to ingest chlorophyll and get energy from it. I think it's cool. But you're making a claim that it adapted. I'm making a claim that it's always been that way. I don't think either one of us could prove. So Yours isn't science. Neither's mine. I'm just claiming, I've never said I can prove creation. I think it's the only logical conclusion. If I said, here's an ink pen, two options, somebody made it or nobody made it. Most people would say, well, obviously somebody made it. And if somebody chooses to believe ink pens don't make, they make themselves, okay. You've chosen to believe that these slugs made themselves, evolved this ability. And I think that's a silly conclusion to come to. You're welcome to it. But I just object to that being called science. They put them in here. All the bacteria, all the eukaryotes, all the archaea, all came from a last universal common ancestor, L-U-C-A, Luca.
Did you want my reasoning again?
Well, I didn't get a word of that either.
Did you want my reasoning again?
Did my work a leaving again? What?
No, did you want his type of reasoning again for why he thinks that way?
You are claiming this creature has the ability to ingest chlorophyll and use sunlight. I agree. You don't know that it adapted that. You used that word. You said it adapted the ability. No. You don't know that. Do you,
Yes,
do you have some evidence of how?
Do you want my reason to why it did again? That's what I'm asking you.
Give me your reason for why this is evidence for evolution.
Okay. So following your train of logic, all creatures within a type are related. Using this logic, which is yours, all slugs are related. Because of this, we can either say, A, all slugs had the ability to do this, and a bunch of them lost it, or no slugs had the ability to do it, and one of them gained it. Either way, evolution has happened based off your logic.
Okay, I object to your premise. I never said all slugs are related. God might have created, there's 5,000 varieties of slugs by man's classification system. Again, they don't care how we classify them. When they go to look for a mate, they find another one that they like that looks like them, okay? And so there may be, God made 50 different kinds of slugs. I don't know. I'll find out when I get to heaven. So, but that wouldn't matter. I've never claimed that I could prove this. Man has decided to make these categories. Slugs are kind of like a snail without a shell. Well, maybe they lost the shell. We don't know. All the evidence we've seen in science, or we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate, is slugs make baby slugs. Are they all related? I don't know. I don't care. I don't think they care either. But I know they're not related to an elephant. Do you believe slugs are related to elephants if you go back far enough?
No, I do not. So what you're telling me right now is that you've never made the claim that all kinds give birth to their kind.
No, the Bible says that they will always give birth to their kind, but I said I don't know how many kinds of slugs there are. Maybe there's more than one kind. Maybe God created them, and they might have diversified from 50 kinds to now 5,000 species by man's classification system. We have decided to classify wolves and coyotes as different species, and yet they can interbreed. And that's what I was pointing out earlier. Science has never come up with a good definition of species. Here, species, kind. Look at that. They use the Bible word. Synonyms of species. Synonyms, kind. There it is. Species. Biological organisms that can reproduce. Okay. What's a species? To this day, scientists struggle with the question. Better definition can influence which animals can make the endangered list. The debate over species definition is far from over. Scientific American. So I've been collecting this stuff for a long time, trying to figure out what exactly is a species? Because they don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. And yet they get mad at me for using the word kind and say, what's a kind? I don't know what the original kinds were. I know this. There are no examples of anybody seeing anything produce babies that any 5-year-old would consider a different kind. These slugs, do some research. This slug he's talking about that can ingest chlorophyll, can it, Bobby? Can that slug he's talking about, ELYSO-CHAL, something or other, when it makes babies, are they the same? Do they get the same name? Or can they also do the chlorophyll? I'd be willing to bet $5 that yes, they are the same and they can still use chlorophyll. So you haven't demonstrated that it gained this ability or that it's halfway between that and a plant. I can eat plants and get energy from the plant. I can eat a carrot or a tomato or lettuce and get energy from it. I don't get their chlorophyll and use the sunlight like the slug does, but I bet you eat plants and get energy from them. That's amazing design. I don't know where you're going with it. I think we're beating a dead horse here. Do you have any other evidence for evolution, or is this the one you want to ride on all night?
I mean, I feel like you haven't answered what I had asked originally, but it's fine. We can move on to the next animal I wanted to talk about then.
I think I've answered the question as thoroughly as I know how. Donnie, you're the moderator. What else can I do?
I think at this point, gentlemen, we'll leave it up to the audience, as we hope they are watching this debate objectively. So Ken Rock, let's move towards your second argument. And it sounds like you have a second interesting creature that you wanted to present for discussion. So go ahead.
Yes. So the animal I wanted to bring up next, it's one that you all have heard me talk about before in the past, the mudskipper. It is a good intermediate between what would be considered land and water creatures of the day.
Okay, you said it's intermediate between what now?
Land and water creatures of today.
Was the first word you used plants?
Land.
I'm just not getting it here, Matt. He said
L-A-N-D.
What?
Land, I think he said.
Yes.
Are you saying land?
Dry land.
Yes, land.
Okay. Mudskippers are intermediate between dry land and water?
Yes.
You think dry land is evolving into water?
I don't even know how to respond to that.
The
I don't
mudskipper.
understand what you're asking me. You're saying a mudskipper is evidence that it's evolving from a land. Are you talking about a land animal into a plant, into a water animal? Okay. And how do you have evidence for that? It goes back to the same thing we talked about with the other one. Oh, they looked it up. These babies, the one you mentioned before, Bobby, they make babies that have the same ability. They can synthesize the chlorophyll from a plant. Okay. I'll do more research on that. Thank you for Ken bringing that up. And I'll just for you, I'll do a whole making baby series on that, video on that one day. But the mudskipper, you're saying it's intermediate between a land animal and a water dwelling animal. Is that your point?
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any other animals that are able to live on land and water, like frogs?
Frogs can do both, but they usually go for, if I remember correctly, they have to keep their skin moist. The only other animal I can think would be like octopi and crabs.
Well, beavers, they do pretty good in the water and on land. I think if I thought about it, we could make a long list of animals that go on land or water. So you don't know that it's intermediate between these two kinds of creatures. There are quite a few creatures that only live in the water, fish. But there's a few fish that can get out on land and walk for a while.
Yeah, but mudskipper is unique in the sense that it can breathe air for short periods of time and it can breathe water.
Right. That is unusual. And I think there are some creatures that live in the water, like whales and dolphins, that live exclusively in the water, but have to come up to breathe air.
Yes.
So what is the point? This is not evidence of one changing into another. You're giving evidence of amazing design of each different type of animal. That's all you're giving. I think you're shooting yourself in the foot if you're looking for evidence for evolution. Finding an animal like a mudskipper and making a claim that it's intermediate is empty. You don't know. I bet mudskippers always have baby mudskippers. I'd bet $5 on that.
That mudskippers give birth to baby mudskippers? No, I don't want to take that bet.
Do you believe mudskippers came from something in the past that was not a mudskipper?
I believe in the past, mudskippers were generally more stuck to the water. And they have more recently been able to evolve to the point where they can be on land a lot more. And I think given enough time, they could either go back into the water or they can go on land and be only land animals. That's my point here.
Right. So you're making the claim that given enough time, they could do this. This isn't science now. This is a fairy tale. This is a claim. Even if it turns out to be true, as of today, 2023, it's not science. We don't observe. How many kinds of mudskippers are there? And how many babies do they have typically? Okay. The mudskipper, I would agree, is an unusual creature, able to crawl out on land and breathe air and breathe underwater. I think what's that other one I did the making babies on a few weeks ago? Axolotl. has weird looking gills that are able to extract oxygen from the water. But again, there isn't any evidence of them ever changing to something else. It's a claim that they're intermediate, but that's not science. Science, what we can see. Do mudskippers have baby mudskippers? I bet they do. And they would have the same unusual ability. Crawl out of the water, crawl around for a while, and breathe air. What's the point? You're making a claim that is halfway changing to something. Show me it changing. I'd like to observe this. Raise mudskippers at your house and make them change to something else.
Do you think it would be impossible for mudskippers to gain stronger lungs to breathe on air and get weaker gills to breathe in water? Do you think that's an impossibility?
Well, whether it's a possibility or not, it doesn't matter. What's been observed? Is it a possibility that if you flap your arms fast enough, you could fly? Well, you'd have to flap them awful fast. I suppose you could, but I doubt it. So,
that's an extreme to what I said, though. The fish already has the lungs.
Is it a possibility? This is taking it outside the realm of science. Science, well, we observe and study and test. Test it, observe it, demonstrate it. You can imagine all you want, which is all evolution is imagination, SpongeBob. But it's not science. So if you think the mudskipper might someday be able to get more oxygen out of the air and less out of the water and have to live on land forever. 40 different species of mudskippers. And they have hundreds of eggs at a time. And do the babies turn out to be mudskippers? Yeah. All of them? All of them. Wow. Okay. I rest my case.
Donnie, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but that didn't answer my question.
The question you asked was, if I recall, is it possible that someday the mudskippers might be able to use more oxygen from the air rather than the water?
I mean, that's a different way of saying it, but yes. Could I get a yes or no?
I don't know if it's possible or not. It's not been observed. We're not here to talk about fairy tales and ideas. We're here to talk about science. I'm pointing out it's never been observed that the mudskippers, who make hundreds of babies, ever produce anything that's able to use more oxygen out of the air. You can imagine it if you want, but that's all you have, Ken. I wish you could see this. It's just imagination.
So your answer to my question of could this creature get stronger lungs is you don't know.
The mudskipper is not technically breathing air. Read that louder. It retains bubbles of water inside its gill chambers and gets the oxygen out of the water even when it's on land. Wow. I guess it didn't evolve the ability to live on land. Pick another animal. I know you only said you had an hour, and it's been an hour, but
Actually, technically, it's been 48 minutes.
Oh, you take as long as you want. Okay, I got 7:56 on my watch.
No, I want to give the people at least what they've come for, at least the hour debate. I don't want to do you guys dirty.
Well, I would be thrilled to debate you every day, but I'd like you to get a better mic or do something to fix it. I just can't understand you half the time.
Everyone else seems to be able to understand me, but that's fine. I can get a better mic and reschedule something with Donnie.
Well, Ken Rock, admittedly, it is difficult to understand you, and the audience is having a difficult time as well. But we're all doing our best to work through what you're saying. So why don't we move to the next point, as we do have another 10 minutes before we open up the mic. I do see already 5 people backstage, so I think we're going to have an excellent open mic portion of tonight's open debate. So those in the audience, the link is currently pinned. So if you want to join and engage Kent in impromptu debate for the next hour, please do make sure to click the link. We got about 10 minutes until that portion of tonight. So Ken Rock, feel free to make your next point, and then we'll allow Kent to respond.
I'm actually out of points from this point on, so if you want to open it up, go for it.
Okay, so evidence for evolution tonight. Your best 2 lines of evidence that you've presented: mudskippers, and then the interesting slug.
Yes.
Why don't we make it feel even more complete and provide us a third line of evidence or reason why you believe in evolution, as in that type of evolution that says all life, including plants and animals, are related through common ancestry? Go ahead, Ken.
So I just don't have anything at the moment. I've been preparing these ones for about like a month now.
Okay,
If you want to
let's
throw out something random, go for it, and I'll just go off that. But
practice what's called the elevator pitch. Let's say you were in an elevator and somebody was really wanting to know the evidence for evolution. They wanted to believe that they're related to banana plants. And so you had about a minute or two to provide evidence. What line of evidence would, in that minute, what line of evidence would you present, Ken?
I got nothing for you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Kent, what are your thoughts, brother?
I have said it all along for many years. There is no evidence of any plant or animal ever producing offspring other than what anybody with a brain would consider the same kind. Mudskippers make baby mudskippers every time. Slugs make baby slugs every time. You can imagine that they gain different abilities, but that's not science. Science, what we can observe. Why haven't the slugs developed the ability to fly? They could get around faster. No, they're still slugs, still crawling real slow. That's all that we see. And I like science, and I object to evolution being injected in our science books. Evolution is a pollution to science books. It's mixing a religion in with science. I happen to have a religion that I believe in very strongly, but I'm not asking it to be mixed in with the science. Science, what we can observe. Actually, technically, science should not talk about origins at all. You cannot know those things. They should just leave it alone. You can learn all the muscles of the body, the flexors, the extenders, the biceps, triceps, deltoid, the masseter muscle, sternocleidomastoid, and all the different bones and everything. You can learn all the muscles and bones and never talk about evolution. There isn't a doctor on the planet that does surgery that thinks about evolution while he's doing surgery. He better know his anatomy. So evolution is a useless theory. Even if it's true, it's useless. And I claim it's no evidence for it. It's not true. It's a religious belief. I've made that stand for a long time now, Donnie. I think I've been consistent. Nobody's been able to show me any animal or plant actually changing to something else. Showing me an animal that already exists, like a mudskipper, and claiming it changed somehow in the past and got this ability, you can't know that. Show it to me today. Why doesn't another one of the mudskippers start ingesting chlorophyll and using it? Have them turn green. Why don't humans start turning green from eating a lot of people are vegetarians. Boy, they ought to be turning green. So I'm just pointing out he did not present any evidence, scientific evidence, for evolution. He gave two animals that he thinks have an ability halfway between two other types of life forms, and therefore it's related to them, and therefore one came from the other. It's not logic.
Sorry, the nerd in me has to come out. There actually are certain types of, I think it's citrus, where when you eat it, your skin will turn slightly a tint into that color, along with your pee.
Did he say some people turn green from eating vegetables? Is that?
Oh, no, but like you eat carrots, you turn orange. You know how you.
True. Okay. Yeah, some people get slightly orange tint from the carrot. That's not green though. But
Gentlemen, this has been fun. We do have some great interlocutors backstage, including a chemist. We've got an evolutionary biologist, so he might be best to bring in to discuss this topic, evidence for evolution. And so let's jump into our open mic portion of tonight's event. So we've also got some creationists backstage as well. So Ken, feel free to stick around as long as possible. So most people backstage I don't have to vet because I am familiar with Dr. Dan, Luca, a couple of legends in the creation versus evolution debate community, and Apologetics 101. So let's start with this so far. And real quick to the audience, though, for those that love a good old open mic night, we do have a couple more for you next week. Dr. Dan, I know Paul Price is definitely going to want you there for this one. So,
man, I'm at work until like 10 p.m. that night.
Oh, no. Okay, we'll have to have someone join and pretend to be you. Maybe they're familiar enough with your arguments. So this is next week, Paul Price, Genetic Entropy open mic. And then something a little different, a open mic on the deity of Jesus Christ for all you theological geeks out there. So we got a good mix for you. Okay, let's start with Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan, you probably don't need an introduction at this point, but feel free to give a brief one if you'd like to, plug your channel, and then pick a point or a topic that you'd like to go back and forth with Kent on. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Dr. Dan, evolutionary biologist. Channel is Creation Myths. I kind of work my way through the scientific creationist claims that come out of places like AIG and ICR and show why they're nonsense. So talking about stuff like genetic entropy or irreducible complexity, that kind of stuff. Thanks for hosting this. Always a pleasure. Hi, Matt. I think it's the first time we've talked in person. How are you?
Yeah.
So the thing is the best evidence for evolution, and I think what we mean by evolution, and correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, but I think we mean universal common ancestry, right? That's kind of what we're like. We don't mean like antibiotic resistance or something. We mean like large scale, right? Am I correct in that? That's what we're talking about, right? Big scale stuff.
Yeah.
That is my objection.
Yeah. Okay.
The word evolution is too slippery. You're talking about cosmic, chemical, stellar, organic, macro. Nobody's seen life come from non-living material. That would be organic evolution. Nobody's seen that.
I've heard that we don't need to do the script. I agree with you. Let's do universal common ancestry. Because I got it. Okay. I got the evidence right here. It's real straightforward. It's so you actually kind of went into this a couple minutes ago talking about like hypothesis testing and making predictions, and that's exactly what we can do. Donnie, can I share my screen? Is that okay, or do you want me to just talk through it?
If you'd like to share your screen, go ahead. What we'll try and do is, and you're good at this, so I have no concerns, is we'll keep it to one point or one topic at a time for now.
Okay.
It's one thing. Yes. So if you'd like to share your screen, feel free to do.
Just a PowerPoint slide. I'm not even going to put it in like a show. I'll just show you the editable view. Okay. So this is where we can get down to it, right? The evidence we want is testable predictions that are different between the creation model and the evolution model, or let's say universal common ancestry, because that's what we want to test. And we can use genetics to do this. And Donnie, I know you're a fan of saying that it all comes down to the genetics, right? That's the thing that actually matters at the end of the day. So what we can do is we can look at genetic sequences that are unconstrained, right? Sequences, that just means that they can mutate basically freely and there's no selection for or against. That's all that means. Me and people here will disagree on whether those sequences are functional or not. It doesn't matter because we can directly observe in the human genome and every genome that exists. We can directly observe that there are sequences where you can mutate it every which way and it just doesn't matter what the sequence is. We can document that, and we should all be able to agree on that. And I want to make sure we agree on that unconstrained regions exist before we go any further. Can we all agree on that point before we keep going?
Yeah, I'm not sure I comprehend what you're saying, and so I'm not going to say, yes, I agree. I think that the fact that we have a complex DNA code indicates a designer.
It's not that. Sorry, okay, can I try again to explain it? So basically, Kent, all I'm saying is there are parts of the genome, like there are parts of the genome where if it mutates and it changes the sequence, that hurts us, right? Like it breaks a gene, messes with a protein, and stuff doesn't work. There are other parts of the genome where if it mutates, the sequence doesn't actually matter. And you could just you can change the sequence, you can make it a random sequence and it doesn't matter, right? That's the thing that exists.
Well, let me say that in the English language, there are different ways of saying the same thing. Go hop in the truck, go jump in the truck, go climb in the truck. So the fact that the English language has words that can be used, you're still saying the same thing. Are you claiming that because this genome, some parts of it are a little more flexible than others, therefore this is evidence for evolution? Is that your claim?
No, I'm just making sure we're all using the same definitions is all I'm doing right now. That's just the first thing was just do we agree that there are regions? And it sounds like we do, where whatever the reason for it, we should be able to agree that there are regions where the sequence doesn't matter. That's all I'm saying. That's the starting point, because that allows us to make competing predictions for evolution and creation.
I think the gene code is so complex that we haven't even analyzed all of it. Okay, one human's DNA would stretch across the universe twice, across the solar system twice, tied end to end. So to claim that we know what everything does is laughable. Okay, there may be some parts that are more.
That's not the point.
So no, I'm not going to.
Can I ask, Donnie, do you understand what I'm saying?
I have a
I'm
question,
not
Dan.
going to agree.
Are the sequences?
Can I just see, like, Luca, Donnie, am I being clear about what I'm saying? Like, there are regions of the genome that
Yes,
can mutate without cost. That's all I'm saying, and I just want to make sure we agree on that, because that's the basis for making competing predictions. But if we can't agree on that basic thing, then
So it sounds like you're referring to, and I know Matt wanted to say something real quick too. You're referring to conserved regions of the genome versus unconserved or unconstrained sequences that may or may not have a function because they seem to be more fit to endure mutations.
And I will concede, I will stipulate for the purposes of this discussion that the human genome, every genome, I don't care, is 100% functional. I will stipulate that for the purposes of this discussion, as long as we agree, which we should, because this is like obviously the case, that there are regions that can mutate without cost, right? That's all I'm saying.
Some mutate. Okay, Kent, go ahead.
Yeah. This is, I think, Ken Rock and I show tonight, but I would agree that there are quite a few variations that allow in the human genome. I would also stipulate that we'd have to agree that there are limits. There are parts of the genome that allow you to get, 6 feet tall or 7 feet tall, but none that allow you to get 4,000 feet tall. So there are limits, and I don't think you believe there's limits.
I feel like Kent isn't listening, but I'm going to keep going anyway, because we're just going to try.
Dr. Dan,
I'm going to try. Well, hang on. Let me just go through. This is only going to take a minute. I want to make sure that, like, we can agree on premises before I actually make the argument. But I'm just going to go for it because I feel like Kent's not really listening, but that's okay. So, my cursor, my cursor's visible. That's cool. Okay. So what matters here is right here in the middle, right? So if we have, universal common ancestry, right? It doesn't matter if the sequence is subject to purifying selection or not. We expect to find nested hierarchies no matter what we compare, right? Because everything shares a common ancestor. Now, for the constrained sequences, we expect that to be the case across the board because you can use the common design argument. Now, I don't think that's a good argument, but I'm not arguing against that right now, right? We're not going to do that. But you can use the common design argument to hypothesize that regions that have a sequence constraint, they have to be a certain sequence, they're going to be more similar sequence-wise in organisms that are more similar morphologically, right? There's problems with that. We're not going to worry about it. We're going to accept that premise as valid, right? Now, it's unconstrained sequences between the created groups that are interesting because within a created kind, right, your arc things, your mating pair gets off the ark and then they're going to have their kids and disperse and diversify and everything. That group, within that little group, you actually have common ancestry. So you can look at the mutations that occur within that group and you'll find a nested hierarchy because they do actually in reality have common ancestry. For the unconstrained regions that are in different created groups like dogs and cats and whatever else, right? Those unconstrained regions, those mutations should not be correlated with each other because there's no common ancestry. So there's no, in reality, in the creation model, there's no common ancestry between different created groups. I think that's an uncontroversial statement, right? Different created groups don't share common ancestry. Therefore, the mutations that occur in those groups should be uncorrelated with each other because mutations are probabilistic. They're not deterministic. And that means across the different groups, we don't get a nested hierarchy within the unconstrained sequences, right? That's the hypothesis, or that's the prediction that flows from the creation hypothesis. The hypothesis.
Well, Dan, maybe, and I appreciate you elaborating on your points and arguments. Maybe let's stop there for a second, allow Kent to give his thoughts and feedback. Matt, I know, wanted to give his 2 cents as well on this. So if you don't mind, unless you wanted to quickly wrap up your point.
I would have, Donnie, can you put me on a 2-minute timer?
Sure.
Hit me with a 2-minute timer and we'll do this fast. So these predictions are important because they allow us to distinguish between the two models, right? Because in the common ancestry model, we're going to find nested hierarchies top to bottom. In the creation model, we won't. If we focus on those unconstrained sequences, if you look at this group of organisms right here, compared to this one right here, all the mutations that happen within this tree, right? This clade, this lineage, all of the mutations that happen in here, they'll form a nested hierarchy within here, but they'll be all mixed and matched and completely unconstrained with regard to the ones that happen over here. Now, in the evolution model, the opposite is true. In the evolution model, you're going to have your birds right here falling out more closely related to your reptiles, adjacent to them, than they will to like the apes and the other mammals. So according to within the unconstrained sequences, that's your prediction, right? Because of the fact that mutations are probabilistic. Well, what do we actually find when we try to determine the association between these unconstrained regions? We find nested hierarchies across created kinds. So for example, you can do this. This is a figure from a paper from 24 years ago. We could do this. You've got rodents making a nice, neat clade. You've got simians making a nice, neat clade. By any young Earth standard, those are different created kinds, and the sequences used to make this are not functionally constrained. So this is a direct refutation of the common design or separate creation hypothesis. If the topic is what's the best evidence for universal common ancestry, this is it. This is a directly confirmed prediction that doesn't require us to see a cow give birth to a dog, right? This allows us to look in the genomes of living things
10 seconds
and confirm the evolutionary prediction and refute the creationist prediction. Everyone,
okay, Dan.
Questions?
Dan, okay, Dan, thank you. That was about 3.5 minutes if I also count the first 1.5 minutes. So I appreciate it. What we're going to do is give Kent equal time, let's say 3 to 4 minutes to give his thoughts, his points. And then I'm also going to throw it to Matt as well to get his thoughts. And then Dan, we'll throw it right back to you for a rebuttal. Kent, go ahead.
When I was teaching school 15 years, I would once in a while have a student that was daydreaming and making doodling on paper and making lines on paper. And I would come up and say, hey, we're teaching algebra or trig here or something like that. Take their pen away. Dan, somebody should have taken your pen away. You drew a bunch of lines on paper claiming that there's all the relationships. All you have is lines on paper. We don't ever see a bird produce a non-bird, let alone a crow produce a non-crow. I think man has decided to take all the birds and put them into different categories based on different species. The birds don't care. They know what their kind is. But you are making a claim that birds are related to reptiles. If we go back far enough, we cannot go back, and you don't observe any of that. You believe that, and this is your religion. And you should keep your religion out of science class. If you're an evolutionary biologist, you have mixed two words together that don't belong together. Biology is things that we study about life forms. Bio meaning life. Ology, the study of. The study of all life forms is that cows make cows, dogs make dogs, birds make birds. Evolution has nothing to do with that. There's no such thing as an evolutionary biologist. You need to get a new title. And take your pen away, quit drawing lines on paper. All we see is cows make cows, dogs make dogs, no exceptions. You can imagine all these hierarchies. None of the animals or plants care how we classify them. They don't care. The dogs, when they go out looking for a wife or a husband, they look for another dog. They don't look for a pine tree or a snail. They look for a dog. They know what their kind is. I don't understand how you guys can imagine that if I drew a line on paper connecting them, therefore it's science. That is artwork. That's not science. Go ahead.
Dan, if there's something you want to respond to there, note it down. We will give you a chance. But first, we're going to hand it to Matt. Matt, I know you've been doing some work on this exact topic, and so feel free to convey your thoughts.
Okay. I think I'm off mute. One of the things I just wanted to make sure from Dan was, sequence doesn't matter. You said, but I didn't. I wanted to make sure it doesn't matter for function, or it doesn't matter for building a nested hierarchical pattern.
It's that going back to kind of the very beginning when I started talking, I think is what you're referring to. And
yes.
It's just that there are parts of the genome where the sequence, you can literally have any sequence and there's no fitness, benefit, or cost, no matter what the sequence is. So it can freely mutate without purifying selection that's going to remove the mutations.
Okay.
Not the whole genome, but there are regions where that's the case.
Right. So when we're talking about the constrained sequences right now, or the conserved one, which undergoes strong selection, these are the strongest constrained regions and that are basically forming this nested hierarchical pattern. So I believe that it was evolution that predicted that these nested hierarchical patterns based on genetics will follow a homology pattern. But now we know that really doesn't work so much. And the reason we say that doesn't work is because these sequences are more based on functions. So like, you know, how a hand grows as opposed to how it looks at the end. So ours is more functional based, not really homology based. So that's what the sequences we're saying are in the created version, or the created kinds version. You know, when you look at baraminology, they're not really looking at genetics. They're just looking at morphology. We don't really look at the morphology because that was a prediction kind of by evolution about what the sequences do. So we're in our model, we're saying that the sequences are formed, they might form a hierarchical pattern, but no matter where you look in the genome, even these most conserved regions, they'll form different trees. Like looking at cytochrome C, it's a great region, but you go back about 4 steps from humans, or 3 steps, you go from the gorilla to the orangutan, you actually go to a pig, and the pig is 98% genetically similar in that region, and then the orangutan is 97%. Then you go to cytochrome B, and it forms a different tree altogether. So we say that evolution isn't true, even looking at these nested hierarchical patterns and looking at these conserved regions, because we would see evolution in all of them. And the reason we don't look at these highly conserved regions and we look at the mitochondria and the Y chromosome is because they don't repair themselves. They don't undergo recombination like those areas do, and they don't have the strong selection. So that I'll stop. That's too long for me. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think I got you. So just to be clear though, the hypothesis that I'm talking about and the predictions that flow from the competing hypotheses that I'm talking about are not talking about those regions. That's a separate thing. I just want to be clear about that for everybody. So the constrained versus unconstrained are 2 separate regions. What I'm talking about are going to be like introns and ERVs and retrotransposons, stuff that, functional or not, I don't care. It can mutate and it doesn't have a cost. But
actually, Dan, if I could ask you a clarifying point, are you saying that the unit itself, let's take an endogenous retrovirus, are you saying that not only the endogenous retroviral sequence forms a hierarchy across the biological world, but also the mutations found in the unit itself?
So yes, and we'll get to, I can elaborate on that in a minute, but I just want to finish with Matt's thing, is that so in the unconstrained, so it's for unconstrained and constrained regions, you get these nested hierarchies when you compare sequences. We don't always get the same hierarchy, right? There's parts of the genome where you get an unexpected level of similarity. And there are a couple of different reasons for that we are aware of. So you can have something called incomplete lineage sorting. You can also have horizontal gene transfer. You can also have some, just for whatever reason, the case is that organisms that are not most closely related end up physiologically the most similar. And we don't always understand why that's the case. There are a few regions, right, where like humans and pigs are the most similar instead of humans and chimps or gorilla, right? It's not even an ape that's the most similar. And that's fine because
we find that with the Y chromosome too, right? The chimp and gorilla Y.
No, that's structural rather than sequence. It's
well, with the Y chromosome, if you were to consider overall gene content, architecture, and size differences, the chimpanzee Y and the gorilla Y are more similar to each other than either are to the chimpanzee Y. When you consider everything, not just content or size differences, Dan, but everything.
I don't want it. So 2 things. 1, I don't want to get off topic. But 2, you can't aggregate factors like that. It's lumping apples and oranges and bananas together in the same bucket and then comparing the amount of fruit instead of one at a time. But I don't want to get off topic. What I just want to finish with Matt's point is that yes, there are these regions where we do find unexpected relationships. But what we find is that when we generate the nested hierarchies, genome wide, and we use the largest possible regions of the genome, you end up on average finding, for example, humans and chimps, then humans and chimps and gorillas, and the primates within the mammals, and all the mammals together rather than the mammals mixing and matching with the birds, right? It's you look at these things on average.
Yeah, but I think Matt is pointing out that you do find quite a bit of lack of uniqueness in those nested hierarchical patterns when you actually start to dig a little deeper and you look at certain sequences. If you look at, orphan genes, I know you've discussed that. There's no real consistent hierarchy there. I just want to say this, and for the guys, listen, let's take one point at a time. I do, for the audience sake, I do want to provide this visual, Dan, because I don't
like I said,
think
I'm
what
not
you're
interested.
saying.
I came to talk about one specific thing.
But Dan, I don't want you to slap and run. I don't want you to slap and run because you said, listen, Dan, you implied that I was wrong about the Y chromosomal dissimilarity, but here is a visual from a 2020 paper, or 2017 to be specific. You have the human Y chromosome right here. You have the chimpanzee Y chromosome right off the bat. It's half the size. You can see the gorilla Y chromosome here. That's why I'm saying, if you compare overall gene content, architecture, and size differences, you have the human Y more similar to the gorilla Y than either are to the chimpanzee Y. And that's my point about your argument, is it's the differences that make all the differences. So yes, we do find a general hierarchical pattern in the biological world if you look at anatomy, morphology, physiology, and genetics, like you're saying, but it's the incredible dissimilarities that we find an inconsistency in the hierarchy that I think the evolutionary model has a problem with, and some very serious problems.
I want to ask, hey Donnie, I got a follow-up question with it, specifically with this figure right here. So first thing, I want to just have everyone just read the reference on the right there. So it's the sex chromosomes of great apes compared cytogenetically, ideograms of G banded. Okay, so this is a banding pattern. That has to do with like the density of the DNA and the packaging of the DNA and the affinity of the DNA for things like proteins. It's not sequence specific. So my question is this, Donnie, there's that big like kind of grayed out band at the bottom of the human Y chromosome here. Can you just read what the I can't see it because it's too small. What is that on the left, right next to that gray big fat part? Yeah, right there. What does that say? Words that are
heterochromatin.
Okay, so that's heterochromatin. That's going to be largely
densely packed pieces of DNA. I understand we talked about that before. Largely comprises, repetitive elements like satellite DNA. But the point is, but notice.
I have a question.
I do want to make sure Kent gets in on this.
Okay, he can go, but I got a clarifying question here. So that heterochromatin is largely repetitive stuff that's densely packaged all the time. If you compare the sequences,
just one second, we'll let Dan finish his thoughts. We're going to throw it right back to you, Kent, and then we'll have to bring someone else into it too.
If you compare,
Donnie, shut his mic off, please. This guy is hogging the whole program, get his own show. He is giving what is classically known as the snow job. Okay. This is baloney. He's drawing lines on paper, conclusions from stuff that's crazy. Please get another guest in here. Okay, get somebody else in here. I'll debate him on a different day by himself. He wants to hog this whole program. I got lots to do. Okay.
Look, Donnie, you asked me a question. I'm happy.
Donnie.
Okay, guys, I'm going to jump in because order in the court. So we're going to bring in somebody. We're going to bring.
Hang on, go back to the Y chromosome. Let's wrap that up, and then I'll peace out.
Donnie, you're the moderator. He's doing it again. Get a new guest. Get a new question, please, from somebody else. Okay, he can go get his own program. He's drawing lines on paper. He's giving us artwork. I'm not interested. I want science. Go ahead.
Dan, to be fair, we have gone for about 22 minutes with just you. Your points are technical, and so they require more time for you to explain. But we are 22 minutes.
Jump in again. He doesn't get the message. He's not getting it. Okay, shut him off. Get somebody else. Go ahead.
Okay. To be fair, we're going to move to the next.
Sequence, which one's more similar, human, chip, or gorilla?
Donnie, do you understand? I would throw that student out of class. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, guys, we're going to be here for a couple hours after too, but you'll probably be sleeping. No worries. Okay, we're going to move on to Luca now. Okay, so Luca Medugno, good to have you. Give yourself a brief introduction.
So, everybody, I think, knows me. Very good job, Dr. Dan. You are way better than me. Very good lesson, may I say. So, I'm not here to debate as Dan was, but I will be next in line for this show, right, Donnie? So, I want to discuss a little with Kant.
Yes, Luca, you're going to be the next star of our 2-in-1 event in about 2 weeks from now. So this can be a little pregame for that, I guess. So Luca, pick a topic or a point, and we'll allow you and Kent to go back and forth.
I want to know. So I'm not ready with any wonderful slides like the one from Dan, but I want to know a little thing. What kind of evidence, scientific evidence, can I bring? And I can ask to the audience too, because I'm very interested. I want to have a debate, a discussion. I want to talk about science, and I would love to have that interaction and to have a very good one at that. So I want to know what kind of evidence would be acceptable to you, a good kind of evidence.
What we are teaching is that for me, I'm assuming, okay?
Yep, it's for you.
What we are teaching the students in school is that every life form on this planet had a common ancestor, and that the life itself came from a hot rock that melted and got rained on and turned into soup. We are teaching the students that the whole universe came from nothing. A big bang is a dot of near nothing, proton size, rapidly expanding and making everything. I don't think that's science. We're teaching them the Earth cooled down 4.6 billion years ago into a hot ball of rock, and then it rained on the rocks for millions of years and turned them into soup, and the soup came alive. That's not science. We're teaching them that first life form, a single-celled creature, developed into all the life forms we have today. So you and elephants and whales and bananas have a common ancestor. That's what we're teaching them. I object to that. That isn't science. These family trees show everything related. Do you believe, Luca, that you have a common ancestor with a cactus?
It was a cow, no? You have even a graph, a picture with me on it. So I want that picture. So if you can send it to me, it will be great. I want to put it in my house. It's too beautiful to waste. So I will love to have
Luca,
it.
yeah, you're related to a cow. Are you also related? Are you also related?
Luca.
Are you also related to a cactus, though?
Why not? If I'm related to a cow, a cactus, it's a little bit different from a cow. Let's go.
Okay, I would point out, Luca.
No. But I really want to know what kind of evidence can I bring in my next debate, because it's very important to do so. I want to have a discussion, not just the same back and forth with us discussing, but not really discussing. So I want to discuss. I want to bring something that you like. Tell me.
What kind of evidence? Evidence, I would like scientific evidence. Science is something we can observe, study, and test. We can observe cows making cows. We can watch that happen. We cannot observe the cow coming from an amoeba, but that's what they teach. The protozoa here turned to a biology teacher. That's not observable. That's not science. We don't observe. So next week, and when we have our debate in a couple of weeks, you bring observable, testable evidence of any animal or plant that has turned into something that anybody would consider a different kind. A cow producing a big cow or a little cow or black cow or brown cow is not a different kind. And so nobody's ever shown any evidence for these family trees they make. This isn't science. This is religion.
Okay. So an organism able to produce a pair of limb more is something that you will consider acceptable, for example.
Have farmers for a long time? You're in Italy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Near
The farmers over there have been raising grapes. They now have, how many varieties of grapes are there? Several thousand. Have they ever got the grapevine to produce anything other than a grape? Does it ever produce a banana or a cow or a human, or is it always a grape?
Well, plants are quite good with evolution, and I did discuss things like that with you. So we do have things that are quite different. We have fruits that are quite different from their ancestors. And if you look just to bananas, every fruit you eat, it's basically another thing entirely. If you look to the original thing, it's not like we are eating things that were like that in nature. They are completely different. You see basically what we did create, engineering basically, even though it was with ancient methods, but we were creating basically GMOs from some millennia, I think. So yeah, we can see evolution in plants, and plants are very, very good at that. And I did discuss that they can duplicate and even more their genome. We can trace plants like corn or things like that to basically their ancestor. We do have the history of this kind of evolutionary tales. So plants are really, really good with evolution. But I was thinking about something more close to us. So creatures, not plants. Plants are quite different from us.
Well, hang on, Luca. Let me slow down. Let me respond. I chose grapes because you live in Italy and they're famous for their wines and everything else. My people here tell me there are 10,000 varieties of grapes, most of which probably would not survive in the wild. Man has cultivated grapes. They have, what's the biggest? Just tell me.
Sorry?
Just how big? How big? No, I don't want to care about the name of it. Okay. There are grapes that are bigger than others. Do you think they will ever get a grape as big as an elephant? Is there a limit to grape size? Is there a limit?
But I can tell you some story like grafting. Why we can do grafting? You can basically fuse two different plants together, and not just grapes. You can do it with grapes, and we did it because there was a pest that was killing our grapes. So we basically create hybrids with half of the plant was a kind of grape. The other half was another kind of grape. Just think about that. Two different species fused together. Plants are amazing, and you can do it with different kind of plants, basically different fruits. You can put, I think,
we're going off track here. Okay, let's pick an animal then. A dog. You want an animal instead. Is there a limit to how big dogs can get? Will they ever get a dog as big as Italy?
You know, there is a law because I'm not a biologist, I'm a chemist. So I'm in the... I know something about physics. So if you can create a dog that big, it will collapse on himself. It's very hard to get. It's impossible, maybe not. A god will be able to create something like that, I think. Yes, if it's
so. My question is simple: is there a limit to is there any limit to the size of animals that we get varieties? 339 breeds of dogs, Great Dane, Chihuahua. Is there a limit? Will they ever get a dog? Is it possible to get a dog as big as Italy, or is there a limit in there someplace?
Let's us think. If you get a dog on another planet with less gravity, it will be able to grow as big as Italy, in theory, maybe.
Okay, now, would you agree that is never been observed? It is not science, It is a belief. You have a religious belief that evolution has no limits, because in the
It's
evolution
not like
religion,
we have no limits, because we have laws. We are in a reality. This reality has laws, and
right.
we can agree on that. So there are limits. What's the problem? The problem is, if you have on your side a God that can do everything, let's take this God and create a dog as big as the moon. He can do it. Why does not? It will be quite powerful evidence for his existence. And I do not ask for something that big, of course. For me, it will be enough to have someone able to know my deepest secret. If you have God on your side, you will be able to destroy me in a couple of phrases, 10 words or less.
Luca, let me jump in real quick before you.
My point. Sorry.
Luca, I appreciate your point. Kent, before you respond, if I could, I have two people, specifically creationists. They want to join and ask Kent just a single question, and they only have a few minutes. So if we could, Kent, feel free to respond to Luca, and then I'm going to bring in Taylor K. She just had a question for Kent, and then she has to go to bed. And so I just want to be respectful of that. Luca, I appreciate it. Kent, go ahead.
I think Luca demonstrated my point. Yes, there are limits. You have to imagine on another planet, another solar system, different rules. That's not science. What do we see? We see dogs produce dogs, grapes produce grapes, and we see limits. God said they will always bring forth after their kind. That's what we've observed. We've never observed a grape and a dog having a common ancestor. But on these charts, they show grapes and dogs having a common ancestor. That's my whole point. This isn't science. They've got all the forms of life, all of them, grapes and dogs having a common ancestor. This isn't science. I wish they would understand and start teaching that in a religion class, not a science class. Go ahead, whoever's next, apologetics or whatever.
Okay,
Or
Kent, Kent,
Taylor.
I appreciate that. Luca, feel free to stick around. I also look forward to your debate.
I need to go because it's very, very late. Almost.
That's true. You're in Italy.
So
You're in the.
maybe I need to sleep a little. It was a pleasure to be here. See you next time, Kent. It was a pleasure. See you. And
Thank you.
See you, Taylor. Nice to see you.
Great to have a reunion with Kent and Luca. You both have had several really awesome debates. I don't think you've had a debate this year yet, so I do look forward to that next round. Okay, Luca, you get some well-deserved sleep. Next on the panel, we're going to go with Taylor, and then we'll throw it to you, Brian, because Taylor does have to get to bed soon. So, Taylor, great to see you. How have you been? Great
pretty
work
good
on your channel, and go ahead with the question.
Okay, so I have a basic science question that I've been wondering about. You know, it's for everybody, so anyone can answer. Okay, so we know that gravity pulls smaller objects into larger objects, which is why everything falls to the ground like that. So the sun is much bigger than the Earth. So why doesn't the Earth fall straight into the sun, and why do we go around it in an orbit?
Well, my answer would be the Earth was completely designed by God, who made everything, to be going the right speed, where centrifugal force is throwing it out, and it exactly matches gravity pulling it in. Like having a ball on the end of a string, swinging it around. You could have a ball on a string and swing it around. Why doesn't it fall? Well, it's trying to fall, but you're moving it. And in this case, the sun's gravity is pulling the Earth in, but it's going fast enough to keep it exactly balanced. It looks like the whole universe was exactly balanced by a really smart God. I don't have any problem believing in that. Okay?
That's a good answer.
Okay?
Yeah. So that's basically.
A plus, Kent. You passed, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah. That was just something I was wondering about.
Well, Taylor,
All right,
great
Taylor,
question.
Dinosaur Adventureland. My daughter Lydia is 12. She wants to see you, and I want you to get her going on teaching about animals and evolution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Come on.
Yeah.
Any more
Okay, so I
questions?
have a question for you, Donnie. So I heard that you want to go to the Ark.
Yes.
Yeah. So are you planning to go anytime soon?
We are. As Matt knows, the team and I, specifically me, Matt, Sam, and Brandon in the chat, we are planning an Ark encounter trip in October. And so we're hoping to get some video footage, maybe some in-person debates going.
Yeah.
So yes, we're excited.
I've been there before, but I think I was like 5 when I went there. So yeah. I would like to go again though.
And you had fun, I imagine?
Yeah.
I've never been, so I'm pumped.
Yeah.
Kent, you've been, right, brother? You've been to the Ark Encounter, right? The Ark Encounter?
No, I've been to the Creation Museum he's got. I've never been to the Ark Encounter yet, so I'll get up there one day.
That's where I'm going to go my vacation, Donnie.
Well, there you go, Brian. Maybe we'll coordinate and we'll all go at the same time. We'll meet in person.
Well, I'm going when I get my ankle fixed turn. I only live like 5 hours, a 5-hour drive away from it. But I've never been. So I'm going to go see Creation Museum and the Ark Encounter.
Very cool. Okay. Well, Taylor, also excellent job at the boot camp 2023.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Did you have another question or?
That's pretty much it. I
Okay.
gotta go to bed, you know.
You can go dream about creation evolution.
Yeah. So it was great to see you guys.
Okay, Taylor.
Good
Thank you so
night.
much for joining.
Good night, guys.
Have a good night. Okay, Brian, next on the panel. Appreciate your patience. How you been? And
Doing great.
you had a question. Go ahead.
Well, originally, I wanted to ask the other guy the question because he said that for some reason he said that he did that because Ken asked him if he believed that if you go back far enough, you think what was it, that we were related to elephants or something like that, and he said that he didn't believe that, which is kind of odd. So I was going to ask him why he said that. Because usually most evolutionists would answer yes if it's an ultimate question of relationship. But any given case, since everybody's on the similarity track, I would like to ask the evolutionists in the room, and Kent as well on that. If I know a lot of these guys don't believe in God, but from our perspective, do they not think that God could create different organisms with different variations of similarity and dissimilarity? Now, that's from our perspective, but that's how we're looking at it. And so I was wondering if they would concede to that point that it is possible that God could have created with those types of variations with similarity and dissimilarity.
If it's my turn, God, I believe, created all the plants and animals with an amazing ability to produce a variety of offspring that can survive in different climates. There are dogs that can survive in the cold weather. There are dogs that cannot survive in the cold weather. There's dogs that can only survive in hot climates. We have dogs with long fur, long hair, some with short hair, some with skinny legs, some with fat legs. I think they're still dogs, and they had a common ancestor called a dog. So I think it would be wise for God to create all the animals with a gene code that contains variations within limits. It's always going to be a dog, but you might get a dog that's able to survive, Alaskan winters. And other animals simply could not survive that. If you turned all the Chihuahuas loose in Alaska out in the woods, none of them would be there in the spring. Okay, they'd all be dead. So they can't survive. So I think the fact that the animals have a gene code, and so do humans, by the way, for skin color and height and eye color and hair color, there's a variety. They're still human. The variations happen and they're limited to the same kind, which is exactly what I've always been saying. Show me an example where any animal or plant produced something that's a different kind. There are 8 varieties of squirrels. Probably had a common ancestor called a squirrel. That's to say a squirrel and a banana are related, though, is not science. It's a religious belief. That's why these charts they put in the textbook, humans and birds and reptiles and ladybugs having a common ancestor. This is propaganda. This is artwork. This isn't science. So, yes, Brian, I believe that variations can happen, certainly, and they're limited.
Brian, appreciate it. And you said you wanted one of the evolutionists to give their thoughts on that too, Brian, or was that just for Ken?
Just across the room if you want to.
Okay. Evolutionist leaning folks here would be Jackson Rowe. Good to have you, Jackson. I think you and Kent know each other.
Hey, what's going on,
Only
guys?
debated about 50 times. And then Dr. Dan. So whoever wanted to answer that, feel free to go ahead.
I'd be happy to, but Jackson hasn't had time yet, so I'm happy to give him time.
Oh, it's all right. I'm feeling kind of bad because I just got back from my grandmother's and I ate way too much and I need to chill for a second. So I'll let Dr. Dan have that one.
Let that food digest a bit before engaging in the debate dojo, right, Jackson? Okay, Dan, go ahead.
Yeah. So right. So this is kind of what I was talking about before, that like under a common design or a creation model, you can say like we expect similarities based on function, based on morphology, whatever you want, just because the creator, the designer, whoever, right, made things that way at the beginning of the process, right? That's totally, yes, that is a legitimate hypothesis, and we can test that hypothesis. The way we test that is by looking at sequences that mutate without purifying selection, because those sequences shouldn't maintain that nested pattern over time because mutations are going to happen. Whereas sequences that are functional, that are limited, that are constrained, those are going to, maintain that pattern. So like you talk about a specific gene, right? Like opsins in the eyes is a good example where all eyes have opsins, and you make a nested hierarchy with eye opsins, and it basically follows the morphology for like worms and vertebrates and arthropods and mollusks, right? It basically follows the pattern you'd expect. But if you do the same thing for those same groups of organisms for regions that are not constrained, like introns in those same opsin genes, the introns specifically, then you don't get that. Then you under the creation model, you shouldn't get that pattern because those regions are just, they started separate. Even if they started identical, the way they would change since creation is going to be unrelated to each other, right? Because they are in actuality separate lineages without common ancestry. So they're going to be uncorrelated with each other. But in reality, we still find the same nested hierarchy. So yes, that is a legitimate hypothesis. We can test that, and the predictions that flow from it are not met.
Okay, Dan, thank you very much. Brian, if you had something follow up or to follow up with, or Kent, if you wanted to respond. Matt, I saw you unmute. So whoever would like to go next, go ahead.
I'm not convinced that I answered because in the creation model, okay, we would see that that God can create with a wide variety. Okay, to start with, of course, we got tons and tons of information to work off of, and we do believe in variations within a kind, and we also believe that God created all organisms with all sorts of similarities and differences. And so between kinds, for example, you can find similarities, but you can also find differences. And we don't know why that God created, with all those different differences and similarities, but we know that it exists. But within our paradigm, we do accept the fact that all organisms have similarities and dissimilarities. What we would probably reject is that such similarities automatically prove common descent of all life forms, and plants and animals and things like that. And that's ultimately what we would reject. And I just don't see that somehow pointing to similarity would automatically vindicate the evolutionary perspective. To me, it seems like a kind of a error called confirmation bias, where you don't consider what the other side is actually saying, because technically speaking, the other side, the creationist side, also predicts similarity and dissimilarity. So and of course we also accept variations within a kind. So we can accept, for example, all the different kinds of breeds of dogs, and we can accept that wolves and dogs are related and that sort of thing. But we would not say.
Okay, Brian, I appreciate it. I do want to make sure Kent gets involved again.
I just wanted to get my perspective there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go that long.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Donnie,
and I don't want to respond to the answer.
I've only got a few minutes left here, Donnie. So would you? Dan obviously wants to monopolize the whole conversation. I told him to get his own show. I think he's got that. Go ahead and use it on your show. He keeps talking about these constrained sequences and stuff like that. This is all arbitrary stuff that man is doing to these animals and plants and creatures, looking at their DNA, trying to put them in this category and that category. They don't care. They know what their kind is. Cows make baby cows every time. To imagine that this is proof that cows are related to birds is stupid. It's not science. Don't teach it as science. We observe and we see that some people say 250, some say 450 breeds of cows. I don't care. The cows don't care. They look for another cow to mate with. They bring forth after their kind. This is all that's been observed. He wants to put them in different sequences and look at the gene code, and this one is similar to that one. The cows don't care. They might have a similar gene code to a pine tree. They're not going to try to mate with the pine tree. So the Bible so far has made this claim that they're going to bring forth after their kind. This has never been refuted. I can't prove that it's always going to be that way, but so far that's all we've observed. Science, what we can observe, study, test. I think the Bible made a real scientific statement when it said they will bring forth after their kind. That's all we've seen. And then they're going to argue, what's a kind? Well, here, species, definition of species, a kind. Oh, look at that. Synonyms for species, a kind. The whole argument about species and kind, that's what they're going to go to next. They always do, okay? They don't have a good definition of species. If they can bring forth, they're the same kind. Cows and pine trees cannot bring forth a baby. Cows and apples cannot bring forth a baby. They're a different kind. Is the cow and the buffalo the same kind? That's a good one. I think they made beefalo, so maybe they are the same kind. But their whole argument is they try to muddy the water, which is what he's going to try to do here in a second, and make so, well, we've created these constrained sequences. The animals don't care how we constrain them or sequence them. They know what their kind is. So, and I'm out of gas, brother. I got just a few more minutes and got to go. But go ahead. Who's next?
Okay, let's now. To be fair, I know. Well, we've got T-Rock, Jackson Rose, Centurion, Theo, but most here are now creationists. So I'm guessing, a quick question. At the 2-hour mark, again, we will still continue the open mic. So again, anyone's feel free to stay. And so why don't we, okay, you know what, Dan, to be fair, since you're one of the two evolutionists here, let's give you 1 minute to respond. Now, since we're really winding down, I'm going to feel free 1 minute to respond. Then we'll give it back to Kent for a minute. Okay.
That's fair. I don't have anything to say to Kent. Is he just doing his script? But I do have a question for, sorry, I just know Apologetics 101. I don't know your actual name. I apologize. It's nice to chat with you. Brian, so I just have a question because you were saying that God could create similarities and patterns and everything. All good. My clarifying question is it a one-time creation or is it an ongoing intervention as things diversify?
One-time creation, but I do think that God created us with a wide variety of information in there.
Okay, so it's a one-time thing without subsequent intervention after creation, just to be clear. Okay, cool. Thanks. That's it. That's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Brian. Kent, we have a super chat here. Eric Peterson, thank you so much for the super chat, $10 for Dr. Kent. What is the best evidence that mankind lived alongside dinosaurs? Thank you.
Okay, I have a 2-hour answer to that one on my DVD, Dinosaurs in the Bible. The best evidence, I would say, is God claimed he made everything in 6 days. He claimed he made everything in 6 days. He wrote it on a rock with his finger. The Bible has never been refuted on that topic. God claimed that's what he did. That's been so far been not refuted. I think we have lots of historical evidence of creatures that look like dinosaurs called by different names. Mokele Mbembe, Loch Ness Monster, Lake Champlain Monster. In the Bible, the word dinosaur is not used, neither is the word computer. But the word dinosaur made up in 1841. But my 2-hour answer to your question is, I believe, to summarize it, God made everything in 6 days. Dinosaurs lived with Adam and Eve. Everything before the flood, according to the Bible, lived to be 900 years old. Reptiles never stopped growing. Never. The dinosaurs lived here with man. They were taken on the ark with Noah, probably babies, bring babies of everything, I would. And then after the flood, they either died off from climate change or people killed them, calling them dragons or some other name. And there could be a few still alive today. I just saw a video yesterday somebody sent me of a pterodactyl that was seen in, I think it was Idaho, flying. So I think there's overwhelming evidence that dinosaurs did not live millions of years and have always lived with man. And I cover that for 2 hours on video number 3. Get my whole series, drdino.com, $50. When you're done watching, you can send it back, get your money back. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Kent. Now, in terms of, since we got just a couple more minutes left with Kent, in terms of Centurion, Theo, and T-Rock, I suspect you're here for the next portion, basically the open mic portion. But if you did have any of the three of you a specific question for Kent before he's gonna go home and sleep, Kent, you've earned it, brother. So speak up, whoever would like to. Oh. T-Rock, you're sounding like Mickey Mouse again, so I think you might. Yeah, Ken, I'm guessing you can't understand what he's saying. So it typically happens with T-Rock, so he'll be back. Eloy, thanks for joining. Are you a creationist, evolutionist? And then if you had a question for Kent, go ahead.
So. Well, I'd like to say hi to Kent, well, to all of you. And Kent, what a great job you've done for so long. There's no way, in my opinion, this is my selfish opinion, there's no way any of these atheists can ever get you, because you stick with a principle that I've noticed that I think is quite obvious, which is you stick to what do they have. So my question is, for Kent and maybe one of the evolutionists, what exactly that you can touch, hold, and say does evolution actually have? What, I mean, without a doubt, what is the best thing that you have that you can hold and say, here, this is it? And is it sufficient that you would ask people to believe to fill that gap over to, oh yeah, of course? That's my question. Thank you.
Was that more so a question for the evolution side or Kent? Because I'd prefer for the last couple minutes to direct the questions right to Kent, since he's leaving really in the next couple minutes. So
right.
I would have one.
Just
okay, thank you, Donnie. Yeah, let me answer his question. The best evidence we have for what God said they'd bring forth after their kind is we have millions of people for thousands of years have been watching. When you plant corn, you get corn. When you crossbreed cows, you get cows. When you crossbreed dogs, you get dogs. Millions of people have observed it happen where they bring forth after their kind. That's science. That's what we've seen. Now, if somebody wants to believe otherwise, well, believe whatever you want, but it's not science. What we observe is dogs produce dogs. Cows produce cows. There are no exceptions. Might get a dumb dog like my wife's dog, but you're going to get a dog. That one's barely. So I think the overwhelming evidence is millions, probably billions of observations of it happening. It works every time. There are no observations of anything other than the animals bringing forth after their kind. They can believe what they want, but that's not science. They get big dogs and little dogs, but there's a limit in there somewhere. They'll never get a dog 8 miles high or half-inch tall. So the Bible claims they're going to bring forth after their kind. That's been observed billions of times. It works.
That you've just explained, which you explain, ever so often, is so, it's key. It's so simple. I see it, and the evolutionists, they can't get past that, or they ignore it. I don't know what the problem is that's going on in their head. Well, I kind of have ideas of why, but my ideas of why would be assumptions, just like the assumptions that they make to leap over to grab hold of evolution. So my question then, for if possible, what do they have, and is that sufficient? Oh yeah, well yeah, of course you have. Is it sufficient? I don't know. That's my question to the evolution.
I always go to fossils, but they don't really count according to most creationists. So,
okay, I'm going to jump in real quick because we got one last question for Kent, and then Kent, we're going to let you get out of here, brother, as we are basically at the 2-hour mark. T-Rock informed me that he had a quick question for you, and so T-Rock, feel free to unmute. We'll give yourself another mic test, and then give Kent your question.
Mic check. Sound okay?
Sounds great.
Okay, awesome. Good evening, Dr. Hovind. Quick, easy question for you. What is the worst argument that you've ever heard from an informed evolutionist that actually believes their argument?
Oh, they actually believe, I think, that they're related to snails and rock and bananas, and they all came from a dot of nothing exploding. I think they've convinced themselves they really believe that. I think a lot of the 55 million German people really believed Hitler was a great guy, and they followed him, and many died following that guy. There's no question about their sincerity. These evolutionists, I don't question, they really believe that. They believe these family trees that we teach in the textbooks, and they've been brainwashed into believing it, and they really do. And it's not science, though. And it's hard to convince them. Nobody's ever seen a human produce a non-human, or a fern produce a non-fern, or a shark produce a non-shark. Never see it, but they believe it. And that's why I say it's a religion. I think it's one of the dumbest and most dangerous religions in the world, but they believe it.
Okay, Dr. Dino, thank you for another 2 hours. Definitely worth it. Tons of fun tonight. So, Ken, any final words before you get out of here, brother?
Yeah, I think if God's word is true, you better do what it says. It's going to be judgment day one day. And I think we're headed, the Bible predicted there'd be a time at the end of time of great tribulation. I would suggest everybody read Matthew 24, Mark 13, and Luke 21, and you're going to see it happen right before our eyes in the next few years. It's already starting.
Kent, all right. I appreciate it. We'll see you again probably in the next couple of weeks for your next 2-in-1 open mic. So you get yourself some rest. I appreciate your time. And God bless. Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, guys, we're now entering the next phase of, there we go, of tonight's event. And so we do got a solid mix here of creationists and evolutionists. I know T-Rock and Matt specifically wanted to engage a couple points that were made earlier, specifically from Dr. Dan. And so, guys, let's have some fun. I'm just going to go take a 2-minute snack break, my 2-minute snack break. Matt's going to kind of take control, be the sheriff for a few minutes. And okay, whoever would like to jump in first to either answer something that was said earlier, bring up a new point, topic, whatever it is, go ahead.
I would like to bring up a quick one on the Y chromosome.
All right. On the one earlier, the gorilla Y chromosome or the human?
Well, the human Y chromosome. Could you, Matt, appreciate all the work that you and Donnie are doing. I was reading the article from SciTech Daily the other day regarding the sequencing of the human Y chromosome. Can you tell me, they were saying that it has finally been totally sequenced, adding 30 million new base pairs to the human Y chromosome and 41 million protein producing genes. Can you speak to that? Because I had thought that there was, because they were saying in the article that there had been years and years and years of areas that were unsequenced. And then I'm thinking that this is another nail in the coffin of the atheists and evolutionists claiming that the DNA is non-functional and junk DNA.
Sure. Yeah, basically they did sequence the Y chromosome quite a while ago, but when they did the pedigree studies for it, they didn't scan it more than one time. So when they did the first 2 pedigree sequence, they had just scanned it once and they said, there's not very many mutations there. And so the latter 2 mutation rate studies that were done, they scanned it multiple times and they had found more mutation rates in it. Whether or not we're talking about functional regions or not, that really didn't come into play. They were just literally looking for mutations that were missed in earlier pedigree studies. And frankly, there's only been about 4 total, maybe 5 maximum ever on the Y chromosome. So there hasn't been too many. Now the mitochondria, that's been done a lot over time. That's harder to find mutations in though, because it's 16,500 base pairs here around. Y chromosome's massive, a whole lot bigger. So it was a lot harder to sequence by like thousands of base pairs. So
yeah. Because this was saying that the group was called Telomere to Telomere out of California, and the lady that was running it was named Karen Mig, M-I-G-A. And according to what I was reading in that article, it was just recently completely sequenced by this group.
Well, that's good, because that's how we're going to determine whether or not, like, Neanderthal and, Denisovan, all these other so-called subhumans or missing links are correlated with human beings, right? Because if they are coming before a bottleneck, but we find the same sequence, then that means they were after the most recent bottleneck. So that's good. Hopefully they can keep sequencing more, and we can find even more of in the fossil record and find better DNA. That's Dr. Nathaniel Jensen's specialty. He loves that. That's his area of expertise. I wish we could get him on here. AIG is just so tough getting their guests to join anything.
Yeah, but when adding 30 million base pairs, because again, they were saying there was large areas of the Y chromosome that had never been sequenced. 30 million base pairs, isn't that a lot?
Yeah, well, the total is what, 59 million base pairs in the Y chromosome total. So yeah, that's about half. So that's an incredible amount. That's a really good find. I didn't know. When was this paper out, by the way?
This paper came out, and I think I sent a copy to a link to Donnie, but I was reading it. It was it popped up on my feed as of like August 28th, 29th, somewhere around there, and it was SciTech Daily.
Oh wow, 19. Dan must know about this. He's raising his hand. He must have heard of this.
I mean, no, I know the papers you're referring to, though. It's the 4 that Jensen cites in his Y chromosome paper for Answers Research Journal.
Right.
Matt, the 2 that you're referring to that had fewer mutations, it's not that the coverage was insufficient. They had about 15 times coverage, each of them, which is fine. It's the amount of it's the fact that they were looking at pedigrees that spanned multiple generations. So like they were 150 to 250 years rather than one generation. And over that time span, you have selection and drift operating that remove some of the variation. So Jensen rejects those, not because, I mean, he uses coverage as an excuse. It was about 15 versus 40 for the other 2. But he buries the lead that the actual methodological difference between the 2 was that the 2 that showed the slower mutation rate, i.e. fewer mutations, there was multiple generations rather than just one. And the 2 that had the higher mutation rate, i.e. fewer mutations, was over a single generation.
But that doesn't, that's not good usually. That's not good though. You usually want to go back as far as you can on pedigree studies.
I know. That's why he should put more weight on the 2 that have more individuals. I agree. Yes, 100%.
I'll have to look into that. That's his stuff is so technical. It's so many papers. Many papers. You got to read 50 pages on just one study usually. Yeah. So
the other thing to note with the Jensen ones is one of the 2 that he used that had very high coverage, which is great. You want high coverage, 40 times coverage. Give me that all day long. But one of the 2 papers that he used, they weren't looking at mutations. They were looking at structural differences, so like translocations. They weren't actually looking at mutations. And what he did is they created a phylogeny, the authors, and Jensen identified father-son pairs on the phylogeny. And then the branch lengths there was a key with like a scale bar for like this scale bar's X number of differences. And what he did is he blew up the figure really big on his screen and then counted the pixels on the scale bar and used that along the phylogeny to figure out how many differences there were in all the father-son pairs. The authors never actually reported that because they weren't doing sequence-specific stuff. They were looking at structural differences, and the authors didn't actually do like the error. Like there's an error rate when you do DNA sequencing that you have to account for. The authors didn't do that. So the amount of mutations they found was indistinguishable from the error rate in that study.
That was on mitochondria, right?
No, that was the Y chromosome one. That was one of the 2 Y chromosome studies that Jensen used as the basis for TRACE.
Oh wow, I thought that was I thought that was the mitochondrial one from a
No,
long
it was
time.
it was the Y chromosome, one of the two. So he showed 4, and then he rejects 2 of them for low coverage, and he bases traced on
Right.
the other 2. And one of those didn't actually measure the point mutation rate. The authors created a phylogeny for that based on their sequence data, but they were only sequencing to use to find structural differences. They weren't actually looking for like single nucleotide polymorphisms. And so they didn't do the typical like error correcting that you would do to account for the sloppiness in sequencing processes. So the mutation rate that Jansen documents in that one is indistinguishable from the error rate of the DNA sequencing itself.
Interesting, because that was the final one that he did, that Marty et al. 2017, I think.
It's one of it, maybe that one, or I forget the authors. It's that one or the other one that he cites. There's 2 that have about 40 times coverage. It's one of them, and I forget which one off the top of my head.
Got it. But before we go on more on that one, I did want to touch on the one thing you posted on the side. You put young Earth creation predicting no nested hierarchical across created kinds. You in the unconstrained regions. Yeah. We'll go to that one real quick.
Yeah, sure.
If anybody wants to chime in, feel free. I'm not very good at moderating, but I'm going to keep doing it. We have, you said that the areas that mutated without selection, such as introns. But if we look at introns, then we're stuck with only eukaryotic organisms, right? Because introns aren't found in other things.
Yeah.
So we must not be able, but it still builds a nested hierarchical tree just in eukaryotes.
If you're willing to concede that all eukaryotes share common ancestry based on those data, then I am willing to say I don't care if prokaryotes do as well.
Okay.
I'm willing to meet you halfway on that.
Mm-hmm. All right, no big deal. I wasn't going to get into that. I just wanted to know what type of trees does this form. I didn't know that you young Earth creationists didn't predict that there would be no nested hierarchical patterns looking at junk DNA or introns or any of the unconserved regions.
Well, so it has to be because God, I'm so bad. I apologize. I started my new semester today, and I learned a bajillion names. Was it Brian?
Yeah.
Brian?
Yeah, up
Okay.
there. Yeah, good one.
Good. Still in my short-term memory there. So it's that and Matt, you tell me if you disagree, but I clarified with Brian that it was a one-time creation event, right? So all these different genomes, and they may have hierarchical relationships at creation, right? Based on whatever criteria. And that's cool with me. I'm down with that, right? But then because they're going to mutate from that point, they could start out identical, they could start out in a nested hierarchy, whatever they start at.
Right.
Once you hit that first domino, they're going to mutate in a way that's not going to be correlated with each other because mutations are probabilistic rather than deterministic, right? Well, good. So if you got, say, the primates, right? Let's just say primate kind. I don't want to get into what a kind is. Let's just say, right? Yeah. Primate kind. They're going to have these sequences, ERVs and introns and whatever, and they're going to have whatever mutations they experience. The rodents, relatively closely related, are going to have a different set of mutations occurring because they're actually separate kinds, right? So you should not be able to generate a nested hierarchy showing those two clades separate from each other. They should be mixed in using those uncorrelated sequences for comparison because they're actually different in terms of their ancestry and they don't experience the same mutations in the same order. But what we actually find is even when you compare those uncorrelated sequences, that you still get the nested hierarchies. And that's only a prediction that you get from common ancestry. You predict the opposite from separate ancestry.
Okay, well, I would say that one, we're finding that most regions, even the conserved ones for the most part, have a very quick mutation rate. So if we go over and we say, okay, we find mutation, what's that?
I said that's okay. That's okay because it's not how fast the mutations happen; it's that they're different. That they're
where they're happening, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're finding that mutations aren't as random as we thought they were. For example, you take dogs and people and you put them in the same location, they get the same type of cancer. They're not sure if it's from drinking the same water or breathing the same bad polluted air in a city. But we would say that these sequences, when they do mutate, we're going to get the same repercussions. And so wherever those repercussions are happening, even in junk regions or endogenous retroviruses, you're still getting cancers and diseases from them. That would be in the genetic entropy aspect of the things.
That's fine. That's completely different from what I'm talking about. That's a whole separate argument.
Okay. So we're talking about then just a purely nested hierarchical pattern. Just the nested hierarchical pattern.
Say that again.
Oh, sorry. We're only going to be talking about the nested hierarchical patterns of those mutations and the introns and everything then, right?
In the unconstrained regions. That's the key.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if
Matt, and before Matt answers, earlier, Dan, you said you were willing to concede for sake of argument that all of these unconstrained regions were functional.
Yeah, because you can have functional regions where the size matters, but not the sequence. You can have functional regions where it just has to be a bunch of hydrophobic amino acids, but which specific amino acid doesn't really matter that much, right? You can have a bunch of reasons why a region might be functional, but also the actual sequence of nucleotides either doesn't matter at all or is highly flexible, right? And I'm happy for this specific thing I'm talking about with the nested hierarchies in unconstrained regions. I am happy to stipulate for the sake of argument that the entire genome is 100% functional, but we should all be able to agree that some parts of the genome are not under purifying selection, because that's a direct observation that's easy to show.
Okay, so you're saying that the functionality aspect of this argument is overall agnostic, because we'd agree that there's some areas in the genome, evolutionists and creationists, that are more prone to mutation accumulation than others, right?
Yeah.
A conserved region that's important in the heart or brain development, that's not going to be able to endure mutations in the same way that maybe a non-coding region of the genome that's involved in acting as a mutational buffer or something like that.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you're essentially saying those areas of the genome, the non-constrained areas of the genome, they, from the creationist perspective, they're being hit with mutations over the course of the last 4,500 years, and so we shouldn't find any hierarchical patterns if creation is true.
Correct.
Okay.
Across, I want to be clear, across created kinds. So like within the dogs, for example, you would still find a hierarchical pattern because all the dogs in the creation model are related to each other, right? But if you were to compare dogs to cats, you shouldn't get two neat clades because in the creation model, they're unrelated to each other. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah,
So, let me respond to Dr. Dan's points.
Okay, so T-Rock, will go you, then we'll go Matt, then we'll throw it back to Dan. So I think everybody on the panel is now on the same page in terms of what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
So T-Rock, go ahead.
Okay, I was going to ask this, but I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to state it as an absolute fact. All animal life has to be chemically compatible with its food source, period. So, if I can, I've said this a bunch of times before, if I can eat an apple, if a horse can eat an apple, if a chimp can eat an apple, if a worm can eat an apple, if a fly can eat an apple, we all have to be chemically compatible with that food source. So, what that means is the argument that Dan put forth is a kind of like a straw man grand mal, because he's basically making up rules for creation design and ignoring the biochemistry of the design. And he also made the point, he tried to make the point, he said that mutations are probabilistic, not deterministic. And I would say that is exactly why genetic entropy is a reality. Natural selection cannot micromanage mutations appearing in random chromosomes, random genes, and accumulating across an entire population, because at the individual level, they individually mutate as well. So probabilistic mutation equals genetic entropy.
Okay, so Dan, if there's anything you want to respond to there, note it down. We're going to throw it to Matt now, and then we'll hand it back to Dan. Matt, go ahead.
Okay, I was just taking notes from a whole bunch of different things. The first one was, so if these patterns are not similar, and as far as nested hierarchical patterns go, even when looking at conserved regions, and you have to take into account horizontal gene transfer and other factors into account just to make it work, then why trust it? If everything should be similarly kind of pointing to a consistent tree of life kind of everywhere you're looking, especially if we're talking about selection being so powerful. And then if mutations, right, are accumulating so fast, then how can deep time be possible? Because it would have erased genetic similarity over massive amounts of time. Let's take cats, for example. We can, the guy earlier, Luca, mentioned that you can take a plant, rip off of something and graft it onto another plant and it'll take. Well, we can do the same thing with a cat. You can take fur off of it and it'll graft from a lion even onto your little house cat. But if deep time had actually occurred, then that would be, I mean, completely impossible, right? We have cats that are 3.8 million years old, but yet they can all interbreed with each other with, of course, the restrictions of size, but they can all breed and create hybrids. So my thing would be that, yeah, there's some nested hierarchical patterns that do exist, but we account for these based on their function. And since Dan said, like, okay, I'm fine with function, then we would say, well, that's good, because that's kind of all our model is really based on. And of course, there's going to be some type of a pattern, because we weren't created as empty shells. We were created with different sequences. Like, we'd be dead if we didn't have telomeres. So when we see telomere sequences, that's kind of expected. We're all life, and it's going to have some type of padding to protect your chromosomes, right? So we expect that there's going to be some nested hierarchical patterns if you're looking for these things. I just don't know how to answer his question on the introns. So that's luckily why Donny is here, his specialty on that one. So I hope we'll get to that one for you. And then another question that had come up was what would be the best evidence for evolution? I think it was Luca asking Kent for that. He said, what evidence can I bring to the table? Mine would be these experiments with fast evolving organisms slowly micro-evolving morphological features into macroevolutionary changes. That would probably be the best way to start. But there you go.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Let's throw it back to Dan. Dan, feel free to respond to anything you'd like to.
Hey, yeah. So, sorry, I'm just making a note of that last thing here. It was microorganisms doing macroevolution, essentially, things that are unambiguously different kinds.
Yeah. Like, instead of looking for beneficial mutations like lactose tolerance, something that's going to add morphological change. Yeah. Good.
Okay. Okay. So, from T-Rock, have to be compatible with food sources. I don't know why that matters. So feel free to explain, but I don't understand the argument. And mutations are probabilistic, therefore genetic entropy. Not talking about genetic entropy. Happy to talk about that. Not right now, but that's a different topic than what we're talking about. So, not right now. And then from Matt, it basically, you're pointing out something accurate, which is that when you look at genes, you look at, whatever parts of the genome, you do find exceptions to the expected hierarchical pattern. Is that a fair kind of summary of what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's true. And evolution needs to be able to explain that. The cool thing is we can. Because couple responses to the therefore we should say separate ancestry kind of argument that flows from that. One is that we understand the processes that lead to that, like horizontal gene transfer, and we're really good at detecting that. There's computer programs that are really good at finding recombinant areas. And when you do phylogenetics, you have to remove those areas because we understand it messes up your stuff. And you want to just focus on vertical ancestry. The second thing is that there are processes like that, like incomplete lineage sorting, where we can predict the degree of weirdness that we expect to see. Like, for example, how frequently should we find a sequence where the chimps and the gorillas are more similar to each other than either of them are to the humans? What we expect is human and chimp and then gorilla the third one. Sometimes we find chimp and gorilla and human the third one, or human and gorilla and chimp the third one. The thing is, we can predict how frequently that should happen based on what we think we know about the divergence times, and our predictions in that regard are accurate. And that's called incomplete lineage sorting, and it's an expected thing that happens in evolutionary history. And then the very last thing you said, or sorry, the second to last thing, but I'll leave the last one because it's a different topic, is fast mutation rates. How is that possible? It's because over long periods of time, it's because most mutations don't stick around, and the long-term substitution rate is a lot slower. And we can directly document that using those pedigrees I talked about that are direct observations, but they only go back, 4-5 generations. And you can see that divergence between the mutation and the substitution rate. So that's why you can have these long, millions of years and still have these close similarities between things, because the substitution rate is slower than the mutation rate. I think I covered everything. Thank you for giving me the time.
Could I ask a quick thing before I boogie, if possible?
Yes, but go ahead. But for T-Rock and Matt, and then I'll have a few things I want to say. I assume you're noting down what you'd like to respond to. So save those responses. Eloy, if I'm saying your name right, if you had a question, go ahead.
All right. Well, and thank you, Donnie, for having me on, and thank everybody here for the discussion. Is there, two things. Is there a PDF somewhere or some link where you have this tree where you have, I know it's not necessarily like that, but like Kent usually does. He shows the picture. Here's a banana. Here's the thing. Is there something more specific, more intricate, where it says, here's the banana, and now here's a mushroom, and here's the, and the reason I'm asking, maybe there is, but how much, my question originally was, what is sufficient to say, oh yeah, let's stamp that, rubber stamped, as far as evolution is concerned. It doesn't seem to be. It seems like you're exploring. We're still exploring. It doesn't seem like it's a solid fact, let's say. And I know it's a little bit open-ended, but that's my question, and I'll step back and thank you guys for having me on.
Okay, thank you, Eloy, for the question. Did anybody have any quick thoughts on that before we shift back to the hierarchy topic that we're discussing?
I guess not. Can I make an argument now?
Are you getting involved in the current topic, Bubblegum?
Yeah. So we're talking about the hierarchies, right? Of kinds.
I have a quick question for Donnie when you get a chance.
Sure. So I think that there's a lot of presupposition going on. So I just got one quick question for Dr. Dan there. So according to evolution, the Dalmatia evolved from the gray wolf. So can you provide to us one transitional specimen that existed between the gray wolf and the Dalmatia that existed?
I just want to be clear. So I want to make sure I understand you properly. Your contention is that dogs are not descended from wolves?
Well, I'm not an evolutionist, so no.
Okay. If you want to argue that, I'm not going to argue against you. If you want to do the species fixity thing, that's fine.
So can I get a confirmation there is none?
No, I can't say that. But I'm not interested. No. If your position is that species, like speciation can't happen, then like power to you, man. So you do you. Go big or go home, right?
Can we get a confirmation this is just an inference then? It doesn't actually exist. It's just an inference from evolutionists.
No, I can't give you that confirmation.
So it either exists or it doesn't exist.
I'm sure that would be all-encompassing, yes.
So if it exists, can you provide us this transitional specimen then?
Like I said, if you're arguing, you're arguing for I think the term is species fixity. Donnie, you can correct me on that because it's not something that I tend to dabble in, but is that what we're...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Really? No, I've never encountered someone that holds to that position, because what I've always been familiar with is that like creationists will say, no, we don't believe species fixity. We believe that there were kinds, then they can diversify. But you're like, actually, yeah, I see Brian nodding, and I know Donnie is in that boat too.
Well, it wouldn't matter what Christians believe. My brain.
You really think that each individual species was separately created?
Wait, do you think like a gray wolf just gives birth to a Dalmatia?
I mean, it's selective breeding, so no, that's not how evolution works.
So there is a transitional there, right? There is a transitional.
not living today, but like I
Well,
just
that
want
exists. And it doesn't have to be alive. I'm not saying it
Matt,
has
you're
to
not
be
a
alive.
species fixity guy, right? I'm pretty sure I've read your stuff about like how you
Look,
get hierarchies, but it's within created kinds,
I
right? You're not a
don't see.
species
I don't
fixity
see
guy.
why you're running to the Christians for
Because I'm
support.
so confused because I didn't realize that someone that holds this position
Look,
actually exists.
look, you either believe the gray
This
wolf
is
just
breaking
gives.
my brain.
Look, you either believe the gray wolf just gives direct birth to a Dalmatia, or you believe there's a transitional in between there.
Yeah,
So
a
I'm
gray wolf
simply
definitely
asking.
didn't give birth to a Dalmatian.
Okay,
This
great.
is.
Then,
Can I just get?
great. Great.
Nobody
Then
else
simply
buys this,
provide a
right? I just want to be
transitional.
clear. This is
Look,
breaking my brain
stop
that someone's
running.
arguing this.
I don't need you to just run
Bubbles,
to the
real quick, I
Christians.
just want to ask a question. Is this on the hierarchy topic? I feel like
Yes,
it's not.
it is.
Is
It's
it?
a simple question. I
Have
don't
some
see
bad
what I don't look. Dr.
I'm so
Dan's
confused.
evolutionist. I'm not sure why he's trying to avoid this question. He should be able to either say, well, the transitional is just being inferred. Well, and if it's not being inferred, he should be able to provide the transitional. So I don't know why he's running to you Christians to hide under. Why is that happening?
But okay, I just want to be clear though. What I'm supposed to be arguing against here is the idea that specifically wolves and dogs don't share common ancestry, but in general, different species or different subspecies don't share common ancestry. That's what your argument is?
You're the evolutionist. So
I'm just trying to clarify what your position is.
no,
Dan,
I'm
he
asking
literally
you a
believes that the
question.
different races were separately created.
I'm asking
Oh,
you a
you're one
question.
of those. Oh
Yes.
dear.
What were the what?
Oh. Well, I'm totally uninterested then. That's ridiculous.
Well, for what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Darth, would you agree that the different races of humans are separately created?
Yeah. Look, race realism isn't
My
something.
eyebrows cannot
Wait,
go high enough.
hold on.
Yeah,
Okay, we're not
I don't think
going
you
down
can
that
get-
road.
Well, I'm not going down the. I'm not going down that road.
The fact that he can't say no to that, I don't think that it's worth
I'm
entertaining
going to
him
say.
here.
Let me finish my sentence. What I was going to say is race realism is not strictly to like theism. Watson, an atheist, Darwin
was asking
was
you.
a race. Darwin was a racist.
Yes.
So these
yes.
are people in
Yes, he
your
was.
camp. Yeah, these are people in your camp. Okay.
So
So I don't know what
I don't
you're.
have to agree
I don't
with
know
them.
what you're trying to do.
Races
Why
are
are you trying
fake.
to do this gotcha?
You realize
And
races
saying,
are made categories, right? They're not biologically real. They don't make clades.
Wait,
You
wait.
know that, right?
What you think?
Are we really doing this, Donnie? Do we
Okay,
have to have
Bubbles,
the
I'm
race
jumping in.
realism debate on this
I
channel?
don't-
Is
I
that
don't
what
like the
the
topic.
is?
I'm not even
Order in the
talking about
court.
race.
Order in the court. We're going back to our
I
equally timed
smell like
responses for a
beef.
bit because I am fascinated by this specific topic on hierarchies and unconstrained sequences and the biblical creation model and so on and so forth. So we're going to go back. We had a little intermission there. Always good to have those involved. So, okay, we're going to throw it back to T-Rock. T-Rock waiting patiently to respond.
But
And
before
anybody
we-
else who wants to get in on this topic, we're going to do equally timed responses.
Just
so
one sec before we go back. Can we just get a confirmation that Dr. Dan did not give me the name of a transitional specimen that existed? I don't know why he didn't do it.
It would just look like a dog. What do you mean?
It would look like a dog. Like
Oh,
it's
a
a
dog.
maybe like
Looks
more
like a
like a
dog.
German Shepherd than a Dalmatian. I don't know what you want.
I don't
Like,
need.
they're
I don't
basically
need.
identical.
I don't need your fantasy. I need a real
Bubbles,
transitional
which
specimen
domestic
that
dogs
existed.
do you believe are related?
None of them.
Any of them?
None.
None? Like
None.
the Chihuahuas?
For example, if we do a
Shih Tzu?
higher,
Pose law. I'm calling a pose law on this
if
one. I'm
we
throwing the
do- if-
flag. There's a pose law. There's no way this is real. I'm
if
sorry.
we
I'm
do a
throwing the flag.
hierarchy based on genetics, the closest thing genetically to a wolf would be a Shih Tzu. So is Dr. Dan going to say
It's pronounced
that
Shih Tzu.
shit? My bad. Anyways, is Dr. Dan going to say, since the Shih Tzu is most closely related to the gray wolf, did a gray wolf give direct birth to a Shih Tzu?
Okay, appreciate it, Bubbles.
I just want
You
to say that
guys
that's
gonna-
not even true. Like Alaska Malamutes are much more closely related to wolves than Shih Tzus. He doesn't even have his basic facts straight on like
No,
literally
they
anything he's
are.
brought up.
She's a little
Okay,
more.
we're gonna go back to our panel here. So,
Hey,
T-Rock-
Donnie, can I jump in real quick? I sent you an email the other day. I just wanted to know if regarding the Y chromosome sequencing.
Yeah, I
And
appreciate you. Yeah, and a few of us creationists, we've been discussing that a little bit in creation groups. So I do appreciate you sending me that. And
yeah, I'd like to
yeah.
like to get your thoughts on that later on. And I'm gonna go ahead and bounce out, but I do appreciate what you do here. And also, could you share that with Matt? Because I don't think I have his email.
Absolutely, I'll forward it to him, brother.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, and I'd like to get maybe in a next open mic or something like that. Maybe you can both add your insight into that sequencing.
Absolutely, Centurion, I appreciate it, brother. Feel free to stick around if you'd like to jump into the discussion.
Yeah, okay. I'll kind of I'll mute myself, but I want to say, hey, great to see Praise again. T-Rock, great debate you had the other day. Really sophisticated with your scientific analysis there. And again,
Centurion, what's up, bro?
yeah, hey, what's up there, brother? Again, I'll just be on mute for a while, just listening in and absorbing the information here. Thanks a lot. God bless to all my brothers and Christian brothers that are in Christ Jesus. And again, I'll just listen off mic.
I just want to correct Grayson. Yes, the Shih Tzu is most genetically closest to the gray wolf.
Okay, note that down, Grayson. When we get around to you, feel free to respond.
I'm not responding to him anymore. I think we should move past him in this conversation.
Or note it down and then put a big X through it. Not responding.
I would like to respond to the topic of like non-conserved sequences and
yeah, that's the topic. Them. Yeah, jump in. This is a panel on this specific topic. So, T-Rock, over to you, my good man. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I was going to clarify the whole thing. I'll be honest with you. There's kind of two parts to this. On the one hand, I'm not surprised. On the other hand, it's like totally dumbfounded that that educated evolutionists with degrees don't try to connect the dots between the food source and animal genetics. It just blows my mind that they don't even care about it most of the time. It's biochemistry. You have to have something in common. Your genome as a human being, as an animal, doesn't matter whether you're a horse or a fly, like I said before, you have to have something in common with your food source. There's a reason we don't eat cyanide and paint chips, because they're not chemically compatible with our genomes. So if me and I'll use the chimp example since you were kind of comparing chromosomes to great apes and humans earlier. If me and a chimp are both able to eat a banana, that banana does essentially the same thing for both of us. It aids in growth, it aids in metabolism, it provides energy, it provides a mechanism for cellular repair. It does a whole lot of things. The fact that you guys ignore the biochemistry in the food source completely and just go straight to similarities tells me that your arguments are extremely weak, that you don't even put that much thought into it.
Hey T-Rock, how would you explain like mutations that like cause herbicide, fungicide, pesticide resistance?
Mutations that cause resistance?
Yes.
So most of the historic examples, the resistance comes from some sort of weakening in the genome. So it's a signal to genetic entropy. So
some of them are duplication mutations.
Sure. And here's the thing about mutations. And when you think you're tracking a mutation, we kind of heard a little bit of allusion earlier to how difficult it is to get a really well sequenced genome. So when people talk about, mutations, they tend to focus on the one they saw. But if you actually lined up two perfectly sequenced genomes side by side, and could actually crunch that much data, you might find out that if you name a mutation, for example, lactose intolerance or whatever, a single point mutation that causes that, if you actually lined up the two genomes side by side and had them perfectly sequenced, you might find out that there's several other mutations that happen simultaneously. They just didn't necessarily play a part in that particular outcome. Okay, so the point is that most of those mutations that you say are quote unquote beneficial, and and to be clear, Jackson, I do not argue against beneficial mutations, period. But if you call them beneficial, what you're probably completely ignoring is that somewhere else in the genome something happened, and including that beneficial genome, it usually comes with a cost of some sort. So downstream, what's beneficial today, number one, is environmentally, what's the word I'm looking for? It's environmentally contextual, which means like
usually trade-offs.
Yeah, there's a trade-off, and that's because entropy happens. You're gonna pick up something that helps today,
and that's why I personally think the best question to ask on both sides has to do with, is the trade-off sustainable? Because we do understand, and we might be drifting a bit off topic here, but when we do examine each example of a beneficial mutation, I think we should be examining it on a genotypic level and seeing if it's functionally compromising in any way, if it's due to a loss of genes, maybe the destruction of a pre-existing system. I'm not saying they're all reductive, but I would argue that many of them are reductive on a genotypic level.
Yeah, so, Donna, you made the point exactly. Are they sustainable? And if they're environmentally contextual, then they can't be sustainable because the environment's constantly changing and populations are constantly shifting.
I think the word beneficial is not a very good word. I think we should use the word constructive. So can they show us constructive mutations? No. Can they show us beneficial? Well, beneficial is subjective. Anything, even I can make a story around HIV or Alzheimer's and say it's beneficial, but constructive mutations, this is something they can't show.
How would HIV be beneficial?
I can say something real quick on this.
Go ahead.
Real quick.
Actually, yeah, Brian, if you could, and then Dan, I appreciate what you're writing on your blackboard there. I'd be curious to see Matt's position on lactose tolerance, and then also Dr. Dan's position on lactose tolerance, and really come to a conclusion on it. You know, is it epigenetic? Is it reductive in some way? Is it based on true novelty with no reductive effects? I think that would be excellent. So Brian, go ahead, and then I want us to go back and forth on that for at least a minute. Go ahead, Brian.
All right. I'm gonna just kind of mention a few things, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go because I'm getting really, really tired.
You got to put on a pot of coffee, Brian. You're staying with us for the whole 5 hours. Get comfortable. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, brother.
No, I need some sleep. But on mutations, what they're calling beneficial or harmful, they really mean relative to the organism, obviously. So that's what they really mean when they say beneficial or harmful. Obviously, I would agree with T-Rock. I don't necessarily try to make a universal statement and say that all mutations are harmful. I usually say most of the examples that are usually given are harmful. You know, mutations can cause diseases and things of that nature. Cancer is caused by a mutation and so forth. And so, yeah, I would say that most of them do, but I wouldn't necessarily apply that as a universal statement. But the fundamental problem I would say with mutations would be the fact that there's a loss of information and evolution would require a gain. And so that, to me, that is the most fundamental point. So I usually don't try to stick too much with whether a mutation, I think the evolution needs the mutations to be, vast majority of them to be beneficial, but that's not the main point. The main point is going to be a gain, the fact that mutations cannot create a gain of information. And I think that's going to be kind of like a fundamental point with mutations. But I just wanted to add that thought in, and y'all can discuss it if y'all want to. But I'm going to go ahead and bow out. And I do thank you for letting me participate, Donnie. I appreciate that. Bye.
My pleasure, Brian. God bless. Appreciate your input. And
I think apologists make a great point about how it being beneficial to the individual. But as we know, evolution happens in populations. So you can't really say something that's beneficial for the individual is beneficial for the population.
Why?
Is the population not made out of individual organisms?
Well, something can be beneficial to the individual, but not the population.
Let me make a point real quick. I'd be curious as Dan and
I'm
Matt.
going to go ahead and go because I don't want to stick around longer.
Okay.
All right. I'll see y'all later. Thank you. God bless.
Take care, man.
You too.
Appreciate you joining. So I'd be curious on this topic of beneficial mutations and what is the ratio of those which are reductive or maybe just epigenetic related and those that are based on true novelty and adaptation without any reductive effects, if we can say it that way. When it comes to lactose tolerance, I know Dan's done a lot of study on this. I know Matt as well. My current understanding of it is that some people have a mutation in the MCM6 gene, which basically regulates the lactase gene, but that gene is hit with a mutation, and now the lactase gene is basically never shut off. And so this mutation in keeping the MCM6 from shutting down the lactase gene means people with this mutation can now digest lactose, basically. And so, yeah, it's a benefit, but it's reductive. I'd wonder what your thoughts are on that, Dr. Dan. And Matt, you've done a lot of study on this too, and maybe go over your understanding. We'll start with you, Dan. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of different, so lactase persistence, the ability to digest lactose throughout your life, has evolved multiple times in humans. There are two main mutations that explain most of that trait in humans, but there's a bunch of other ones that are present at much lower frequencies. But the two big ones both do the same thing. And I want to note as I do this, Grayson's been waiting a while. He should totally go next at some, like soon. But so they are, MCM6 is a helicase. It's not a regulator of any kind. It's a helicase that opens up the DNA. But within an intron of the MCM6 gene, there is an enhancer for the adjacent lactase gene. And the two most common genotypes for lactase persistence in humans, that the promoter for that lactase gene is very low affinity. So when you are a baby and the only metabolic genes you have going on are for milk, then that gets all the transcription factors and you express lactose. But as you go through your childhood and all your other digestive pathways come online as you diversify your diet, that promoter for lactase loses out to the higher affinity promoters in your genome. When there's a mutation in that enhancer, that increases the affinity of that promoter for the transcription factors, so you maintain higher expression levels throughout your life. It doesn't break the regulation of any other gene. It doesn't mess with MCM6 because it's in an enhancer within an intron. It's not messing with its amino acid sequence. So that's a beneficial mutation that doesn't have a downstream cost. And there's a lot of incorrect stuff. I know. I saw a presentation by Dr. Kevin Anderson a few years ago before he passed, where he incorrectly called the MCM6 gene a repressor of lactase. That's not true. It's a helicase that does different stuff, but there's the enhancer within an intron that explains, I forget the exact percentage, so I don't want to put a specific number on it, but I'll just say most, getting towards almost all lactase persistence is explained by these two main mutations that we see in that enhancer that increase its affinity that allow you to maintain high expression throughout adulthood.
Okay, appreciate that, Matt.
Okay, can I go
Your
next?
thoughts on that? Yeah, well, we're going to throw it to Matt first, and then we'll because Grayson, I think you want to go back to the hierarchies.
Yeah, okay.
And
we want to stick on
unconstrained
lactose. We can go to Matt.
Yeah, Matt, go ahead. Give your thoughts on that, and then we'll jump into we'll shift back into the unconstrained topic unless Dan wants to respond to anything you say. Go ahead, Matt. Do you believe the lactose tolerance is a good example of a beneficial mutation without any reductive effects, Matt? You're on mute.
Thanks. I think it's more epigenetically regulated than almost anything, because why would it stay on in some people and not in others? I think of that it's more like clicking on really quickly in regions of the world where people's abundance of food is very limited, and so there isn't much for them to consume, and then all of that, and it's almost like the body knows that. It's like, well, there's only blood and milk when you consume it in this region of the world, right? So it's staying on. So if you share my screen, you can see that as we get older, even people that have the ability to digest lactose lose it as we get older. So we're seeing that even if it was just a mutation and it clicked on at all times, then why would it get weaker over time? It seems to me that if it would be epigenetically regulated, it explains it the best, because the gene starts to not require it or it starts losing that function later in life. So if you're requiring to drink milk based on your caloric need, and then that function starts to diminish the older we get, then that's a life and death type of situation. If it was a mutation and it permanently stayed on, and then we could point to that mutation and say that's a guaranteed, it's just a mutation, it'll always be on, and you'll always have the ability to digest lactose. But that doesn't seem to be the case.
Okay, appreciate it, Matt. Dan, before we move back to be fair, did you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's very much mutations in the enhancer. It's not epigenetic for the vast majority of people who have lactose persistence. It's there's a paper from 2008, Enita et al. I'll put the name in the chat. Here, I'll just put this in the chat for you on YouTube. That paper goes into it, documenting the specific mutations. You're going to see drop-offs over time because gene regulation is leaky and there's lots of factors that go into it, but it's not epigenetic. We've directly documented the specific mutations within that enhancer that lead to lactase persistence. And it's in this paper, they specifically talk about 4 mutations within a 9 base pair range in the genome that do it. So it's not epigenetic. It's specific single base point mutations. We've documented them. It's in the enhancer within the MCM6 gene. Yeah.
So Dan, you wouldn't characterize it as basically a loss of the ability to turn off lactose production following weaning?
No, right, correct. It's not a loss of the ability to turn it off, because what an enhancer does is it increases the affinity of the promoter. The promoter says, start expressing your gene here. And the enhancer increases the affinity of that promoter for the proteins that express your gene. There's other mechanisms that are unconnected from that turn the gene off. So it's a gas pedal and a brake pedal, 2 separate things, right? So this floors the gas pedal and it keeps it at a high level. But the brake pedal is an independent thing. And in gene regulation, the brake pedal supersedes the gas pedal. It operates downstream. So you hit that brake pedal and it still shuts it down. But when the brake pedal is off, you have the ability to express the gene at a higher level than you otherwise would.
Now, it being always expressed or regulated,
that's not what it is, though. It's not always expressed. That's the point. It's that your maximum level of expression is higher than it would otherwise be, but you can still turn it off when you're not using it.
So you're saying you're digesting lactose, but you still have the ability to turn it off, even though so it's not stuck on.
Yes, correct.
So in the same way that if I'm driving a car and I'm flooring the gas pedal, I can let my foot off a little bit and kind of slow down, speed up, slow down.
You can still, a better analogy is you can still hit the brake.
You can still hit the brake. So
and
you're hitting the brake at the same time as
the brake overrides the gas.
Okay.
Typically with gene expression.
Okay,
typically the inhibitors operate downstream. So you can have a high affinity promoter and start transcription, but typically there's something downstream that can interrupt that. So even if you have a super high affinity promoter, you're still able to interrupt that downstream.
I'm not sure how this is evidence for constructive mutations.
We're just trying to, because earlier I said the question
Can I go on this?
Is this trade-off that we see, is it sustainable? So we can examine each
Well,
example of a
I'm going to let
beneficial
Grayson
mutation. In
go.
this
I'm going to
case-
call it good on this, so you get the last word, and then I'm going to not do this so Grayson can talk.
Okay. With that being said, then Matt, let's give you the last word on this one. Then we'll let Grayson talk, and wherever Grayson wants to take us, we'll go. Matt, what are your thoughts on Dan's counter arguments to your epigenetic argument? And you are on mute, Matt. Just make sure to unmute.
Thanks. No, I just find it as a very strange thing that's going on in the body that's turning on and off, being regulated by our surroundings. If this was a clearly a beneficial mutation that would be spreading through the population, it would be reaching fixation a long time ago. Like a lot of extremely beneficial mutations. I mean, what detriment is there for drinking milk throughout your life? Pretty much none that I can imagine. So being able to stop doing it, you've just lost an entire food group, dairy. And a lot of people have that unfortunate thing. People can't eat cheese, dairy, pizza, anything. So I linked an epigenetic paper just for everyone to see that they can go through themselves and look at it themselves. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Great discussion. Grayson, over to you.
Yeah, so it's an example of a beneficial constructive mutation, because if an organism has it, that mutation increases the functionality in a way that is the functionality of this biochemical network in a way that is beneficial to its ability to propagate its genome in its current environment. All right. So there's like when he said that if it's beneficial or harmful only relates to the individual. No, it relates to the individual in its current environment. Right. So if the environment changes, what it means to be like beneficial also changes. I mean, that should make intuitive sense to everyone. It's a very simple concept to understand. And if you don't like that example, we can always go with another example. One of my favorite examples of a beneficial, or if, Darth wants to call them constructive mutations, we can go with that, is nyelinase, which is like an entirely new family of proteins, as obviously beneficial, doesn't do any harm. It's a gene duplication and mutation, so you still have the original genes present, so that you're not reducing any functionality there. You're just getting something new that gives you a new ability that you didn't have before, namely to digest nylon. So there's another example. But on this topic of, because I've been wanting to get in on this since T-Rock initially had his statement, I wanted to go after T-Rock, was basically what I feel like all the creationists have been missing about Dan's argument is the very first point that he couldn't get y'all to agree about, which is the existence of non-constrained sequences. You have to start with that. I mean, the reason why, all of you, I feel like, have been avoiding that question, because if you accept that, Dr. Dan's argument flows very easily through a chain of logic. So it seems like you're getting hung up on that, but you're not wanting to address whether or not unconstrained sequences exist, like T-Rock bringing up that, oh, well, we would expect that if organisms are all eating the same kind of food on a biochemical level, then we would expect there to be similarities in their genomes. But inherent in that, for him to be able to make that reply, the inherent assumption in that is that these unconstrained regions that Dan is talking about are somehow important for your functionality of being able to metabolize or eat your food that you eat, which we don't have evidence for. These are unconstrained sequences. Even if they do have function, you want to say the genome's 100% functional. Even if it's 100% functional, if there are unconstrained sequences, that means that their function is not tied to their sequence. And as long as you accept that unconstrained sequences do in fact exist, and there's plenty of evidence for that, then his argument follows logically. So you have to address, like, I want to hear you guys, when you respond, say, yes, I think unconstrained sequences exist, or no, I don't think they exist, and explain why.
No.
Okay. No, guys, I'm moderating. Please, Bubbles. I don't want people just jumping in the second someone stops. Grayson, thank you for your points. What I want to do is go someone on the evolution side, someone on the creation side, evolution side, creation side. That'll keep it balanced. What we're going to do is now hand it back to Matt. It was going to go T-Rock and then Matt. Grayson's involved. So Matt, we're going to get your thoughts and points. I have some points I want to make too. And so we'll go Matt, then Dan, then we'll go myself. And then from there, Bubbles will get you involved too. Don't worry. Jackson, it'd be nice if you can get involved as well, because then it'll make it easy to keep it creationist evolutionist, evolution. Actually, you know what, Jackson? Get out a notepad, get out a pen. You're getting in on this. So we're going to go Matt, then Dan, then me, then Jackson, then Bubbles, and then Grayson. Boom. Perfection. So Matt, go ahead, brother. You're next.
Well, since introns work with transcription, we're saying that these are functional. So if they're functional, they should form some type of nested hierarchical pattern, similar to they would in any other coding region or non-coding region. So if you're looking for regulation of transcriptions for mRNA that leads to protein synthesis, whether or not they control some genes that are involved in regulatory or weak transcriptions, kind of like in endogenous retroviruses. A lot of them are small, so they only do transcription. But if we were to build a nested hierarchical pattern, I'm sure we would find one, because we are looking at them functionally. That would be my go-to. And then I'm sure Donnie, he's the one when it comes to endogenous retroviruses, so he'll probably have a lot better answer than me on that one. Okay, I was the creationist, so Jackson Rowe. I don't know. How about Jackson? Haven't heard from you in a while.
Donnie, step away. I need to share my screen.
Okay, share away. I'll see if oh wait, I'm not in the stream to do that. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, someone else can go until then.
Okay, all right. You want to share? Darth, where do you fall in this?
Who's looking to share?
Jackson Rowe.
So
mine's kind
of. Are we
of
going Jackson next or Dan?
I just went Jackson Rowe because I hadn't heard him say anything in a while. That was all.
Okay.
But Dan, if he wants to go,
No, go Jackson. I've said a lot. Go with Jackson.
Okay, well, to be honest, I'm not feeling so good, so I kind of missed a lot of what you said there. But I do want to present something that was relevant a second ago anyway.
Okay.
So,
Sure. If you wanted to share a screen, go ahead.
Yeah, let me select it. Hang on. Okay. Okay, this is just a list of beneficial mutations I found, just reading through Google Scholar. Some of them don't say whether they increase information, whatever that means necessarily. But some of them, like glyphosate resistance, duplication mutation, glyphosate resistance in this, duplication mutation, herbicide resistance and crabgrass duplication, that herbicide resistance in, pesticide resistance in African mosquitoes, duplication, resistance in Peruvian mosquitoes, duplication, herbicide resistance in water hemp was a chromosome and gene duplication, which is sometimes bad in humans, but is not always bad. I've made a bunch more, but anyway, that's pretty much all I wanted to say on beneficial mutations. I know most of you weren't arguing there weren't beneficial mutations, but some of them are clearly adding, in quote, information.
Right. I've pointed out many times that beneficial mutations, none of us are arguing against their existence. They're almost exclusively identified by their phenotype, right? The physical characteristics, with only minor regard to their genotype or genetic system. So that's why I appreciated the back and forth with Dan on the lactose tolerance, because I think the best way to engage that topic of beneficial mutations is examining the details of the genotype. What's going on? Is it reductive? Is it functionally compromising? Is it epigenetic? Are there no deleterious effects, like Dan was saying with the lactose mutation? So it's a matter of just taking the time and really going through each example. But anyways, on the hierarchies argument and the with the unconstrained sequences, the question I would have, and so whatever evolutionist wants to go after me, I'd appreciate if you'd answer it. I'm kind of curious, according to the evolutionary model, if you have millions and millions of years for unconstrained regions within the genome to basically accumulate all of these mutations, why wouldn't they erase these genetic signatures of these nested hierarchical patterns in those regions? Why do they exist at all if deep time evolution was true? And I'll just ask the one question so we can kind of go one topic at a time. So whoever wants to tackle that one next, go ahead.
Sure, I'll take that one. It's because substitution rates are slow. So when you have a big genome with lots of real estate for mutations to occur, and you have a relatively slow rate of accumulation, you're able to determine patterns of similarity over long distances in time without running into a saturation problem. So like, for example, you can look at regions that mutate, or I should say that accumulate mutations very quickly, right? You can look, for example, at the control region of the mitochondrial genome, and you can compare that across apes or primates or mammals or vertebrates. It gets difficult to use that as a basis across like prokaryotes and, well, obviously not prokaryotes don't have it, but like across, actually, if you look at the proteobacterial genome, they kind of do. Across large distances, it's difficult to use a rapidly mutating region like that. But you can use constrained regions that accumulate substitutions much more slowly across those vast distances. So you can compare prokaryotes and eukaryotes using the ribosomal DNA sequences, because those are very tightly constrained and have a much lower substitution rate. So it's true that some regions of the genome, particularly the unconstrained ones, are going to accumulate differences very fast. Those regions are not going to be useful across like animals versus plants versus rhizarians, right? Because there are two different from each other. You have to use slower evolving regions to make those large scale comparisons.
So you're arguing from the substitution rate within unconstrained sequences. You're saying that the substitution rate is very slow, and so major changes don't accumulate quickly, as compared to your per generation rate in unconstrained sequences that are fast.
Other way around. It's specifically in highly constrained regions where you're going to have strong purifying selection that you're going to see the slowest substitution rate. So like your ribosomal sequences are like consistent across all of eukaryotes, right? So like
it's detrimental to the health of an organism, right? Basically.
Right. So like you can't compare like human and chimp ribosomal DNA and get a nice neat pattern, because they've been apart for such a little amount of time, relatively speaking. They're basically identical to each other. You have to pick a faster evolving region to resolve that relationship. But you can compare prokaryotes and eukaryotes and resolve the relationship using those very slow evolving regions. So it's different parts of the genome accumulate substitutions at different rates, and some parts are going to be informative across short time scales. Some parts are going to be informative across long time scales. And you just have to kind of know which parts to compare, because if you compare the fast evolving parts over long times or the slow evolving parts over short times, you're not going to get informative comparisons. It's just going to be a mush.
That sounds like special pleading, though.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say, that sounds like special pleading. But even if I grant you this, just because they have high mutation rates doesn't mean these mutations are constructive. I mean, they're random, correct?
That's a separate thing. I like to use the word probabilistic rather than random, because random makes people think that they're all equally likely, which is not the case. Certain types of mutations are more likely than others, and certain regions experience mutations faster than others. So it's not the case that every mutation is equally likely. But mutations are probabilistic rather than deterministic.
BRB.
Now, for sake of argument, if mutations were more so deterministic than probabilistic, what would that mean for your argument, Dr. Dan?
So then if you think back, like however, an hour and 2 hours, whatever it was, if you think back when I showed you that table with the different predictions, then it would all be the same. If mutations were deterministic, then that goes away. Now, There have been a lot of studies on this trying to determine if mutations are probabilistic or deterministic. We've known since the 1940s, the famous fluctuation test, the Luria-Delbruck fluctuation test, that they are probabilistic, not deterministic. There have been a couple of papers recently that there were a lot of headlines saying that, no, that's wrong. And those papers turned out to not be very good. What they showed was something that we know, which is that certain regions of the genome often mutate faster than others, and some organisms can modulate the rate of mutations in a region-specific way. So they can cause a specific region of their genome to mutate faster. But the mutations that happen are still probabilistic. They can't make specific mutations occur. They can just increase the rate in parts of their genome.
Okay. I do have a couple points I want to make. I'm going to save them for a second. Throw it back to Matt. Matt, go ahead. What are your thoughts on that? Anything that's been said, let's say in the last few minutes?
Sure. If you guys like numbers, so this one will be fun. If we go for selection, how strong is it? Well, we have to look into a really conserved region. My favorite is the CO1 gene, which is highly constrained. If we look in humans, we find anywhere between 0 mutations and 10, with lots of them having very few. Now, if we put evolution to the test using their dates, and we look at chimpanzees, our closest relative, we get about 65 mutations on average in them in the CO1 gene, and that's over 200,000 years. Now, you go back 7 million years or 14 million years. We'll just go with the lowest number on this one. So now we have mutations accumulating and going to every single bottleneck. Why this matters is because over 200,000 years to get to 7 million years, you have to multiply that times 35. That's when you get to the split. So if we have 65 mutations on average looking at chimpanzees, and then we multiply that times 35, we should find 2,275 random mutations in a small CO1 gene region of just 650 base pairs. But yet we don't see that at all. We're very genetically similar in that region. So what's going on? Why would selection be removing them if we're seeing diversity increase constantly? Selection would be removing diversity, but yet we see genetic diversity.
And that's what's happening. Right. It's so you started that by saying that this is a highly conserved region of the genome, which means it's highly constrained. It's under purifying selection. So it's an important thing that we need to function correctly. So if you mess with it too much, it's not going to work. So you're going to have strong selection against changing it too much. So if every mutation that occurred persisted, then you would see, 65,000, however many differences it would be. But most of those mutations are going to cause a problem because it's a highly constrained region that's really important for physiology. So natural selection selects out, which is to say the individuals that have those mutations either don't have as many kids or maybe they die, right? So most of those mutations that have occurred historically in that gene since the split between the human-chimp common ancestor, most of those mutations don't still exist in living populations. Only the mutations that were tolerable to the function of that gene still exist. That's why you see that discrepancy between the linear rate, if you just projected the mutation rate backwards, and the substitution rate, the accumulation rate that we actually see. That explains the discrepancy.
I want to make a point. I've been taking notes, and I think I get what your previous argument was on the substitution rate. I feel like it was a little vague and convoluted, but maybe you can clear a few things up, because if it's unconstrained, like we're dealing with here, it's then substituting through drift randomly. And so should scramble or basically just mutate those regions randomly, erasing this hierarchy signature that we find. And so I'm still curious why we find a hierarchy at all in these unconstrained regions if deep time evolution were true, Dan.
Well, so I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand Matt. Matt, the region you were talking about was highly constrained, right? It's a gene that's important, right?
Yeah, that's a respiratory.
Okay, cool. Correct. Right.
But
okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So to Donnie's question, I keep doing the thing where I'm pointing the wrong way because so to Donnie's question, it's opposite my room versus the screen. Is the reason is I think a good way to answer this is to think about the kind of weirdness with RNA viruses, right? I think you're familiar with the idea that RNA viruses, we can't resolve relationships further in the past than like 50,000 years. And the reason for that isn't because RNA viruses didn't exist longer than that in the past. It's because they have small genomes and they mutate really fast. So it doesn't take very long to bump into a saturation problem, right? Where two sites that are the same, you cannot distinguish between similarity due to common ancestry versus similarity due to convergence due to mutation, right? That's the saturation problem. With animal genomes and eukaryotic genomes generally, we have very large genomes compared to viruses and prokaryotes, and we have genomes that have low per base per replication mutation rates on average. So it would be way far in the past, so far that we don't have to worry about it before we run up against this saturation problem. And that's the reason we're able to resolve it across these large time differences, billions of years in some cases, despite the number of differences that have accumulated. And again, it's region specific. There are some regions where you do have that problem, right? You can't use the control region of the mitochondrial DNA to compare across eukaryotic kingdoms because they're just too different. But you can use that region to compare across animal species.
But I still don't understand how substitutions won't just scramble the hierarchy signature, since, correct me if I'm wrong, those fixations are going to be due to random genetic drift, essentially, no?
Some of them will be, but in the highly constrained regions, they won't be, right? In the highly constrained regions that have...
But we're talking about the unconstrained regions and why
In the unconstrained regions, it's still, most of what we're talking about is going to be in the nuclear genome. So you experience a relatively low rate of per base, per replication mutations, and we have effective error checking, and you still have to contend with genetic drift, and you have to contend with the loss of diversity due to selection on linked genotypes. So you still have a bunch of things that are weeding out those mutations. They're going to accumulate faster than in the highly constrained regions, but we still don't expect them to accumulate at the per base mutation rate generation after generation, as we would expect if it was operating purely under drift because of linkage and other factors.
See, this doesn't seem consistent with your worldview. Because if you're talking about
here's the thing, it's complicated, right? Like biological systems are complicated and there's nuance. So
even complication should be compatible with your worldview. But you're talking about these highly constrained regions, and you're saying if we change them too much, well, they won't work. You literally said that, like.
Are you saying there's now? Are you still saying there's now significant selection,
Donnie?
In those unconstrained regions, Dan? Well, so that's the point. Is they should be drifting the fixation randomly.
I want to be clear though. You can have a slower substitution rate in a region that itself is not under purifying selection. You can still have a slower than mutation rate, substitution rate in that region due to selection operating on linked regions. Follow?
Well, I follow, but
chromosomes are a thing, right? So if you have
population genetics says that your per generation neutral mutation rate equals your long-term fixation rate.
In haploid asexuals where you assume no linkage, yes, that is the case. But if you have linkage, if you have one gene that really matters, right, and you have a bunch of unconstrained stuff that's linked to it, you have mutations in the linked unconstrained regions. A lethal mutation in that gene doesn't just wipe out the bad mutation that was lethal. It also wipes out everything with it. Linked, right? That's what I'm saying, right? And that's still drift.
Okay, so you're saying that neutral mutations accumulate. I'd say nearly neutral mutations accumulate in linkage blocks. Okay. And basically they go unchecked. Selection doesn't see them, but eventually that linkage block can be hit with a deleterious mutation that is selectable. And so as a result, that entire linkage block is removed from the equation.
So on net, you're still going to have faster substitution rates in the unconstrained regions, but it's still not going to be equivalent to the per base, per replication mutation rate. It's still
Aren't you assuming that enough of those kinds of deleterious mutations in these linkage blocks that have accumulated these nearly neutral mutations have to take place over the millions of years to basically answer this question of why these unconstrained sequences are not just scrambled to nothingness?
And this is not consistent with his worldview.
Sorry, can I?
We'll let Dan go and then you go next, Bubblegum.
So we can, these are totally good and legitimate questions. It's just that like we can measure the rate and we can do the math and see like if it was accumulating at this rate, here's the degree of divergence we should see. And then we could also account for things like linkage and selection on linked genotypes. Or like we can, it's complicated, but there is math we can do to do this. And when we do that, it basically works the way we expect. Like, I mean, I can get out a whiteboard and we can like do math, but nobody wants to do that.
We'll save the math open mic for next week. Okay, I have a couple thoughts, but to be fair, Bubblegum, you go ahead and we'll just kind of run with it at this point since we're at 3.5 hours.
Well, see, that's highly inconsistent with his worldview. Earlier, he said these highly constrained areas cannot be mutated too much, but that's what evolution requires in the first place. He's not going to say that these highly constrained areas were the same as they were in their first, I don't know, the first cell. So that would be a requirement. And the fact that we have error correction for mutations, the very thing that's supposed to be driving evolution, it's a contradiction. Why would life have error corrections when it is the driving force behind its survival? You can answer, Dan.
I was going to say, I was going to say I have an answer. The answer is that mutation rate is a phenotype, and there's an optimal range for it that's context specific. Sometimes you want a higher mutation rate, sometimes you want a lower mutation rate. Like, that's what it is. It's a phenotype that's context specific. You can demonstrate this in lots of different things.
Who decides that?
The environment, natural selection. You have a curve of phenotypes for that trait. Well, don't interrupt me. You ask a question, then let me answer it. If within a population, you're going to have a curve of mutation rates, and based on that level of mutation rates, some individuals are going to be more likely to survive and reproduce than others. And those individuals, if mutation rate is the salient trait in that context, then you're going to have that population shift based on selection towards the optimal mutation rate, whether it be higher or lower than the average at any given time.
Well, you're just presupposing these mutation rates were different in the past.
No. What I'm saying, like, that's actually directly observable. I've actually done that myself, where there are viruses that actually artificially elevate their mutation rate, and if you chemically mutagenize them, the mutations that they select for then bring their mutation rate back down into the range you would expect. So no, I'm not. I've directly observed the thing I just described. Sorry.
But here's the trouble. Why do we have these error correction? How do you reconcile error correction with mutations?
I just answered that.
No, you didn't. You just told me. You just like, well, I presup these mutations happen. Okay, sure, I grant you that.
All right, we do it again. Mutation rate is a phenotype, and in any given ecological context, there's going to be an optimal mutation rate. So if a higher or lower mutation rate than the current average is a salient trait for fitness in a given population, then you're going to see selection for either more strict or less strict error correction until that population gets to the optimal average mutation rate.
Sure.
And again, I have directly I've done this in the lab.
I agree with you. It'll probably, you can have mutations increase the fitness, but it will not increase its survival. So the problem are the mutations in and of themselves. Why does life have error correction? It shouldn't have error correction if your mutations are required.
Bubblegum, why are you assuming that it wouldn't? If you're saying that it would benefit their fitness but not their survival, why are you assuming that?
That's why I'm asking you. Why are you assuming that?
It doesn't track.
So, that doesn't logically follow. Why would it not be good for their survival to increase their fitness?
Just because something could be increase their fitness does not mean it increases their survival.
Yeah, explain that. Why not?
For example, I can give you an example. Let's say you're a person with AIDS, and you can attract a person who is a bug catcher. Sure, that'll increase your fitness, but that is not the survival of that population.
What? I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about fitness versus survival.
Yeah, I don't understand.
So when I'm talking about survival, I'm talking in the terms of population.
Why are you talking in terms of population instead of talking
because
about the fitness? You're saying that
I talk in terms of population because evolution happens in terms of population.
Yeah, so you're saying that what can increase the fitness of a population isn't good for the survival of the population?
I'm saying what can increase the fitness does not necessarily mean it'll increase the survival.
So yeah, provide an example for that, but don't use confusing terminology about bucks or something. I didn't understand what that meant.
For example, you can have let's say you have a a little tribe of bug catchers. You know what a bug catcher is?
Like bug?
A bug catcher.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Is that
It's
just
somebody
that catches
no,
insects?
no. It's a sexual term for people who are attracted to people with STDs.
Oh, okay.
So that
I
can
have
be a
no
benefit.
idea what you're talking about, man.
Donnie, can we seriously? This is pointless.
I'm talking about what is fitness.
Can you
versus
pick a less?
Okay.
Can you pick a less weird example, please?
You are talking fitness in your definition.
I've
Is that
never
what
heard
you,
this term in my life.
yeah,
We
fitness
don't need to do this.
Just
Well, are you denying?
if what you're saying is true, then just come up with a different example of it, please.
Guys, I want to get back to the topic with Bubbles. I appreciate I gave you a chance to respond.
I am on topic. I mean, they're just denying fitness. Fitness just means the ability to reproduce.
Right. No, I'm not saying you're completely off topic, but in terms of the unconstrained regions and basically the question,
I'm asking. They can't say that these constrained regions cannot be mutated past a certain level because that's contradictory to their
It's
whole
not,
worldview.
No, there are constrained sequences and there are unconstrained sequences. Nothing about that is
Well,
contradictory.
you're going to have to say these constrained sequences didn't exist.
well, I'm just curious because Dan. So, are you saying that when it comes to basically your per generation neutral mutation rate equaling a long-term substitution or fixation rate, you were saying that doesn't apply to diploid organisms?
You have to control for a bunch of other factors, is the way I would say it. So you can model it very readily in haploid asexual populations. So like this is why Jensen, for example, loves to do this for the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA, because you can approximate haploid asexual populations for those two parts of the genome because they are largely but not entirely non-recombining, right? Once you put diploidy recombination, it gets more complicated.
I appreciate that, but I guess my question is, here's the article that Chris Roop and I wrote, and we have this quote from evolutionary biologist Douglas Futuyma, however you say that. Futuyma.
Don't make the Jensen error. Know how to pronounce his name.
Futuyma. Say it. Okay, I'll never mess it up again. So, yeah. So he says, I guess if you can speak to this a little bit, is he agreeing with you? I mean, he's saying it would take 4 NE generations for such mutations to reach fixation. About the same number of neutral mutations should be fixed every generation. Mm-hmm. The rate of fixation mutations is theoretically constant and equals the neutral mutation rate. So the way I interpret that is your neutral mutation rate today, what we observe, will equal over time the fixation rate. Can you speak to that?
This is this is the from the introductory level evolutionary textbook on this topic. When you do it for real, the math is more complicated, and that last sentence is the key there. This is the theoretical basis of the molecular clock. That is true. That is this is like the Hardy-Weinberg version of a molecular clock, right? If you know what that means, right? It's the idealized case that you don't actually find in nature. When you do this for real, it gets more complicated because there are confounding factors at play.
Okay, so you're saying this is the theoretical basis of the molecular clock. So in theory, your neutral mutation rate will equal the long-term substitution or fixation rate.
If you could isolate a sequence from all other sequences, and that sequence strictly operates under genetic drift, and there's no recombination, there's no inbreeding or whatever, right? It operates as a haploid. If you could, if you're familiar with the phrase "a spherical chicken in a vacuum," right? That's what we're talking about here.
So so you're saying the math is complicated. The math contradicts what the theoretical basis of the molecular clock is.
It's just more complicated. The
complicated.
theoretical model approximate it.
It's multi-dimensional. So have you done the math? You said that you'd pull out your whiteboard, but maybe that was tongue in cheek, but have you done the math to see if it's complicated enough to be different to what he's saying?
In what organism do you want to talk about? Because for some subset of organisms, the answer is yes, I have done the math.
Well, if we're talking about human beings,
then no, I haven't done the math specifically for humans.
Well, and that's the problem I have, is because we oftentimes discuss mitochondrial Eve, Y chromosome Adam. We talk about genetic entropy, and usually we're discussing humans. And so if the neutral mutation rate, the per generation neutral mutation rate equals the long-term fixation rate, but you haven't done the math.
Oh, no, I haven't personally.
Humans.
Humanity has done the math.
Okay, so it has been done. You're saying?
I have not. I thought you were asking what have I personally done the math on.
Right.
And no, I've done this for like viral phylogenetics. So I have not personally done this type of thing for human time to most recent common ancestor stuff, which is a little bit to the side of the topic we were talking about with the constrained versus unconstrained sequences. But it's I
think it goes back to the challenge I posed or advanced, that your unconstrained sequences, basically these mutations should be randomly drifting to fixation. And so
approximately
we should find those unconstrained sequences mutated to the point where there is no consistent signature or hierarchy, but we do find a hierarchy. And I find that to be curious if deep time evolution is true. So maybe it's going to depend on what organisms we're looking at, but pick your non-haploid asexual organism and let's run the math, basically.
That's fine. I mean, that's fine. I just want to be clear, though. You agree with me that we do find the nested hierarchical pattern in the sequences we're talking about, things like herbs and stuff. We agree on that, right? We find that pattern.
I agree. Yes.
Okay, great. So that is an explicit prediction of evolutionary theory.
No, but I'm showing I don't think it is a prediction, because the reasons we find that. but the question, why do we find a consistent hierarchy in those unconstrained sequences?
Because
if there's no selection or there's limited selection, mutation rate is higher in unconstrained sequences. And so over millions of years, those mutations should alter those sequences to the point where we don't find a consistent hierarchy.
I mean, that's just empirically not true, though, right? We can actually do that.
Yeah, Donnie, think about the numbers here between like the size of a genome, which is like, or the size of the total unconstrained regions in the genome. Like that would be the bottom half of your fraction there. And then think about how many neutral mutations are going towards fixation per generation, times however many generations you're talking about and the length of time that you were talking about. And just what does that fraction look like? Because you're trying to say that the numerator should be much larger than the denominator. But like think about the math involved here with the actual numbers. I think the denominator is probably going to be bigger.
Well, it sounds, again, a lot of points being made that I think need to be tested. Dan, has said that the math has been done in some creatures, but, it's something that I'll reflect on, but I still don't feel like that question has been adequately answered as to why there is a consistent hierarchy in the first place if deep time evolution is true. I understand what you're saying, Grayson, there. I understand what you're saying,
so
Dan, as well, but go ahead.
I have if it's okay with you, I have a question about something else, but I just want to wrap this up. If we want to talk about something else, great.
Okay, let's wrap up this topic.
Yeah.
You can have the last word if you want. Go ahead. You brought it up.
It took a while to get to here, right? But we kind of got to. We agree that there are nested hierarchies in unconstrained sequences. We disagree that is a prediction of universal common ancestry. Well, I think it self-evidently is the case that is a prediction of universal common ancestry, that you'd have these nested hierarchies. And I guess the final point is that a prediction of separate creation? And the answer is no. Explicitly, it's the opposite. So the key thing that I was trying to convey all those hours ago to Kent was that the pattern that we see in these sequences, the hierarchical relationships across created kinds, right? That's a direct refutation of a prediction of separate ancestry. And there's a reason I clarified before that the separate ancestry model that Brian was talking about, that I think everybody kind of buys into, is that there's no divine tinkering as it goes on, or it's a one-time deal. And if you have that one-time creation with no tinkering, then the pattern that we observe is an explicit falsification of that hypothesis. That's the key here. I don't think I'm going to convince anybody of that, but
well, that's quite a negative.
I'm happy we're able to get to that point.
Just because you can draw up a pattern doesn't mean one came from the other. Again,
it's like I said, I wasn't going to convince anybody.
Again, Dr. Dan, you're just presupping the transitionals. You can't even
agree that for humans that does mean exactly that. Like if you have
not even for humans.
If you have two humans on Earth, you compare their genetic sequence homology, you can tell how related they are.
You can draw a pattern on anything, but the fact of the matter is the genetics does not match your little pattern hypothesis.
Okay, do you believe in paternity tests?
Yes.
So then you accept that the genetic sequence similarities between two individuals can in fact be used to determine ancestry.
For things that are you can actually do. For example, a mother and a son. Yes, you can do that. Because that doesn't require a precept of evolution.
Well, it requires that you acknowledge that genetic similarity does, in fact, indicate relationship.
Just because they're similar, just because you see a pattern, doesn't follow.
But you just said it does follow for like a mother and son or siblings.
Because that's a logical necessity.
Yes, and exactly what we're talking about is a logical necessity given the genetic similarities between non-constrained regions in different species.
Do you think evolution is a logical necessity?
Given our evidence, yes.
The evidence is patterns. You don't have any genetic evidence. The
patterns in genetic sequence similarities, just like it makes it a logical necessity in a paternity test, also makes evolution a logical necessity, at least shared common ancestry.
Grayson, you have zero genetic evidence.
That is objectively not true. We have
objective.
You
sure about that, Grayson?
For lots of
you sure about that, Grayson?
Yes.
Grayson, provide to me the transitional between the gray wolf and the Dalmatian.
We can just.
You don't have genetic evidence.
Here's exactly the answer. Okay. Sequence the wolf genome, sequence a dog genome, and you can tell based on their shared sequence similarities that they share a common ancestor in the exact same, using the exact same set of logic. Wait, let me finish this. Using the exact same logic as a paternity test.
That's an assumption there, Grayson.
That's not an assumption. What is real? You were okay with it for the human paternity test.
Grayson, what's real genetic evidence? It's you finding that transitional and then taking its DNA and then testing it.
That is not the only criteria that can show us emphatically, empirically, that evolution happened and shared common ancestry is in fact existent.
Grayson,
because
you think
what would be a sufficient criteria of showing that would be the genomic sequence similarities between a wolf and a modern dog.
Grayson, do you think DNA is only part of the evolution model?
I don't know what you're asking about with that.
Do you think DNA is only part of the evolution model, or do you also think?
Okay, I will answer that, but not the existence of DNA, but the patterns of genetic similarity forming nested hierarchies. Yes, that is only part of the evolution model.
Wait, so you, according to you, if God created a Dalmatian and I don't know, let's say a pit bull, those genetic sequences should be entirely different. So you think, according to us, we should be able to code a dog. God should be able to code a dog via the same genetics as a dinosaur. Is that what you're saying, Grayson?
I don't understand what you think I'm saying with that.
So you're saying
repeat it in a way that makes a little bit more sense?
So you're saying we should not. So Grayson is saying we should not find these patterns in the DNA.
Yes, specifically the unconstrained sequences.
I'm going to jump in, guys, because Dr. Dan said he had a question before he's going to get out of here for, if I remember correctly, Matt and myself. And Matt is back. I just confirmed Matt is back. So, Dan, to be fair, if you did have a question.
Yeah, this is a little bit behind, pulling back the curtain on the nuts and bolts of all this stuff a little bit. But my question is this: we've been sitting here chatting about this stuff with constrained and unconstrained sequences, and we've had I think a really good conversation about it. We're really digging into the weeds, and it's been an excellent conversation, getting into some really technical nitty gritty here. my question is this. This type of conversation is not possible with Kent because he doesn't know anything. He doesn't understand any of what's being talked about here. Why do you still give him the time of day? Like, he doesn't know any of this stuff. Last time I was here, he said the thing about the recombination is mom's unzips and dad's unzips and they wind up together. And like, Donnie, you know that's nonsense. You know that that's not how that works, right? Like, why do you still waste the first hour on that and then however long in the open mic with him there? It just makes it impossible to have any kind of conversation because he doesn't know anything.
I can answer that question for you. Same reason modern day debate invites flat earthers and Christians to make fun of them.
Well, you know, let's be nice to people who aren't here. I think we all have our specialties. I think we all have the areas that we focus on and understand the best. You know, Matt and I, for example, we like to study the genetics topic because, Dan, as I think you would agree, the best possible evidence for common descent is in the world of genetics. I really believe that. And so that's the topic I like to focus on the most, you know, and so we enjoy a good debate, and Kent's specialty may not be in the world of genetics, but I think he's got his own set of specialties, and I think he's a good debater, makes for a fun debate, entertaining debate. We like to get people in the ring, you know. So Matt, what's your answer? And then Dan, sure, you can respond.
I think Dan triggers him too, because he said he's just reading a script again,
which is true. Tell
and
me
then,
I'm wrong,
then he
right?
gets mad.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Then, well, then he's mad. So then he's not even listening to your question.
Well, Dan and Kent, they got a love-hate relationship, so they're good at triggering each other.
No, I mean that was a good example, though, right? Because I asked, I the way I approach this, and Donnie and everyone here knows this. The way I approach this is I start I try to establish a common foundation of just like definitions, right? Like, do we agree that this is what this means and this thing exists, right? And I couldn't even get that without him going to his stupid script on DNA complexity, right? And it was completely irrelevant. It was just pluck out a couple buzzwords in what I said and like find the part of his script that sounded like it was related to that. It's like, it's impossible to have the kind of conversation we just had when he's present in the room. And it's like, Donnie, I see what you're trying to do with these open mics, and I will tell you, I appreciate it. And I wouldn't be here if I didn't think that this kind of conversation was valuable, right? But like, why do we preface it with 2 hours of that, right? That is essentially wasted time where there can be no constructive, detailed conversation like the one we're having. And I get that it's a spectacle and that's fine and like all good, but like even tonight, when I popped in about 30 minutes into the debate part, there were only 100 people here watching. It wasn't even like it's bringing 500 or 800 or 1,000 people to watch Kent anymore. So like, what's the value in like wasting everyone's time letting Kent recite his script for the 100th time?
Well, I appreciate the feedback. I can speak for Matt and myself. I can't necessarily speak for Kent, but we like to dig deep into these topics. These are the topics we like to focus on. And so I enjoy going into the nitty gritty. And that's usually what we do at these open mics is after the first 2 hours. You know, last week we dug deep in the hominin fossil record with Gutsy Gibbon was here. Is an excellent time. Week before that, we got into some other heavy topics related to, you know, the age of the earth and so on. So I guess within the 5 hour open mics, we get a little mix of everything. You know, and that's why me and whoever the host is, we'll make sure we stick around for 4 to 5 hours to allow anybody who wants to join and whatever topic people want to discuss. Like in this instance, Dan, I had a really good time discussing this topic is a great topic. And so I've had a lot of fun and I'm glad that we've had the time to discuss it.
That's fair. And I'm gonna head out because I've been taking up a lot of time here and I appreciate all the time you've been giving me, but I just want you to think about the cost benefit here, because, you know, I could see the argument if you go back like 2 or 3 years when kind of the YouTube, especially like with the pandemic, people are spending a lot more time online. You know, the debate scene drew a lot of eyeballs, right? I don't know what your views were for an average Kent debate, but it was, it was up there. It was drawing a crowd. And, like, I haven't been paying attention for the last few months, but I popped in just over the last couple weeks to see a couple of these. And like, the numbers are not what they used to be anymore. So like, I hear, everyone has their strengths. Everyone has the thing that they focus on. I feel like Kent's strength is the spectacles. People are saying in the chat right now, it's drawing a crowd. But like, it doesn't do that anymore. So if the goal is to draw a crowd, that's not doing it. If the goal is to have an in-depth conversation, his lack of understanding of this stuff, which, I mean, people are going to say that's mean, but like, tell me I'm wrong, everybody. Tell me Kent does actually have the ability to have the conversation that we've just been having for the last couple of hours. He just objectively doesn't.
I mean,
he doesn't
I will say my last debate with Kent, he kind of went off topic. He like intentionally, it seems, wouldn't even hypothetically entertain my points. And that was kind of frustrating. About halfway through, I kind of mentally checked out, to be honest.
Well, yeah, and that kind of reminds me of something, Dan, if you don't mind, before you leave, I want to be absolutely fair to you because you have been very courteous tonight. I think it's been a great discussion and another great open mic. You were in the middle of making a point here on the Y chromosome. And I'd like to give you that opportunity to maybe finish that point. We can wrap it up here. I know.
And then I'll piece out. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. So my point was, so you were saying that if you look at this, you could see that the chimp and human chromosomes are very different. And it's actually the gorilla is more similar to the human, right? Relative to the human and the chimp, right? If you look at that, if you do a set of pairwise comparisons, human and gorilla is the most similar. But the key thing there is that is a structural comparison, and that's what it says in that little blurb in the bottom right corner there. If you look at the sequences, because that gray bar in the left, kind of the bottom side of the human Y chromosome, it's mostly repetitive stuff.
Right here, yeah.
So it's like you can't do a useful sequence comparison on highly repetitive DNA. If you do sequences and don't worry about the repetitive structural stuff, you just go basically from like the midpoint of the chromosome up, just above that dull gray bar up. Then by sequence comparison, the question I was trying to ask, and Kent interrupted, was what's more similar in human, chimp, gorilla according to the sequence of the comparable regions? And the answer we all know is human and chimp are more similar, and then the gorilla is the odd man out there. And that's when you do a sequence comparison rather than a structural comparison. That was the point.
If I could ask, okay, I appreciate that. If I could ask a clarifying question though, since, and here's an excerpt from, is it the same paper? No, this is a 2021. So since they point out that the chimpanzee Y is only half the size of the human Y. So if we were to just look at sequence by sequence comparison, basically, of all the base pairs, because it's already right off the bat half the size, isn't there already going to be then half the sequences just not even there to align and compare in the first place? Like, can you speak to that?
That's a great question. That's a great question. And this has to do with how you do alignments in your matrix and score your alignments, your matrix for comparisons, because it basically, how do you score like deletions, translocations, that kind of thing. And you can do it on a per nucleotide basis. So if you have 1,000 base pair deletion, that counts as 1,000 differences. But I think it's more realistic and better reflects evolutionary history in terms of like how things happen, to take those types of changes and count them as one event that occurred, right? 1,000 nucleotide deletion is not 1,000 mutations. It's one event that wiped out 1,000 nucleotides at a time.
If I could, and that's a good point, Dan, if I could just jump in just to clarify again. So if we have 1,000 base pair deletion in, say, the chimpanzees, so you have 1,000 base pair region basically that doesn't exist in the chimpanzees, but it exists in the human genome. Are you assuming that 1,000 base pair region was deleted at some point since the split, right? You got humans and chimpanzees that go back to a common ancestor. And since that split or divergence, chimpanzees experienced 1,000 base pair deletion. The humans didn't. Is that essentially what you're saying?
Yeah, I totally get the question. And the answer is not necessarily. I think because so you can do it in a way where you are basically hypothesizing an ancestral state based on some outgroup, right? So if you're saying, for example, that gorillas are the outgroup, right, and then humans and chimps are sister taxa, you might look at gorillas and say, do they have the deletion or not? If they do, you might say that the absence of that region is the ancestral state, and a duplication or something resulted in a gain of those bases in the human chromosome. If the gorillas share the longer state and the chimps are missing something, then a more reasonable hypothesis would be that the chimps experienced a deletion. So one way of doing it is to hypothesize an ancestral state and say, yes, this one has a deletion, this one doesn't. Sometimes, though, we either don't want to do that because we're not sure, or the data that we have are like genuinely ambiguous, right? And it would be inappropriate to hypothesize what the ancestral state was. So we just count it as a difference that occurred at some point in one lineage or the other without hypothesizing which one specifically.
Now,
right?
as creationists, and I appreciate this, but I'm following you as best I can. So as creationists, though, how would you argue we should approach this issue, since we wouldn't assume that humans and chimpanzees go back to a common ancestor? We also wouldn't assume that all DNA differences, as you know, are the result of mutations. And so if we look to 1,000 base pair deletion, are we considering that one difference, or are we considering it 1,000 base pairs? So 1,000 differences from our starting point.
Just mechanistically, I think it's more appropriate when you have a region that one genome has and a comparison genome that we think is the sister group doesn't have it. It's reasonable to treat that as one evolutionary event, whether it's an insertion or deletion. Sometimes we can't tell, but I think it's reasonable to treat that as one event that occurred rather than 1,000. But to answer your direct question, from a creationist point of view, you're going to run into this problem no matter what kind of group of species you're looking at, because at some point you're going to have some inconsistencies in your phylogeny. That's just a fact of life. So, like, I don't want to, stick a position on you, but let's hypothetically say that dogs, wolves, foxes, coyotes are the same created kind. Let's just hypothetically say we take that as our position. You're going to find instances like we're talking about within those species where one combination you see in insertions or deletions, different combinations, you see a different set of insertions, deletions that would lead to a different pattern of relatedness. So you run into this pattern no matter whether you accept common ancestry of humans and chimps specifically. This question of how to deal with these differences is going to come up unless you do the bubblegum thing and just say all species were independently created. Then you solve that problem. You create a million other problems, but you solve this problem that we're talking about, right?
Now, okay, and I appreciate those points. Specifically on the Y chromosome, though, I wonder if we would find this amount of dissimilarity between, let's say, the example you made, your canids, basically foxes, coyotes, wolves, dingo, so on and so forth. I wonder if we would find the extreme dissimilarity in the Y chromosome within those species in a family that we would say belong to the same created kind.
100%. I can give you an example. Hang on a second. Just give me 1 second. I have to remember. It might take me a minute to find it, but there's deer, where it's sister taxa of deer that are
Dan, while you look for that, can I really quickly share my screen on this topic? Just
go for it.
I've got
actually before you do, Gracie, I feel like I'll forget to ask Dan, when it says here, and I know you're looking for something, so I apologize. Puzzlingly, in terms of shared genes and overall architecture, the human Y is more similar to the gorilla Y than to the chimpanzee.
That's exactly what my quote is about, Donnie. On my shared screen, it's exactly addressing that.
Dan,
how much genetic?
Well, I want to ask my question. When it says shared genes, is that not also discussing your sequences, your base pairs?
Just look exactly what I shared. It answers this exactly, Donnie. It's exactly answering this.
I think I know what Grayson's going to show, and yeah, just
like literally, this person right here says what you're saying, that the gorillas have some unexpected patterns that in size. But if you compare the sequence identity, so not just the gene content, not just the structure, but the actual sequence identity, humans are more similar to chimpanzees as you would expect.
Right. And that's what we've been talking about. But I don't want to look. I want to look at everything. I want to look at the size. I want to look at the architecture. I want to look at.
But the only relevant thing is the sequence.
According
that's
to who?
cherry picking. That's
According
cherry
to you,
picking.
you're cherry picking that because you don't like the fact that the Y chromosomes are so dissimilar when you consider everything. Now, I understand what Dan is saying is we need to ask the question, hey, is the fact that the Y chromosomes are only half the size based on some massive gene deletions, maybe since the split? And so should we actually consider that? Or if you found 1,000 base pair deletion, are we going to say that's 1,000 differences, base pair differences, or one? I think these are valid questions, but Dan, I see your screen shared. Go ahead.
These are sister species of deer. Yeah. They're undeniably the same created kind by any reasonable standard.
So I'm looking at the Y chromosome.
Not by my standard.
In the Chinese, to Bubbles, that's true. In the Chinese one and the Indian one, the Y chromosomes both look pretty.
The Indian one has 2 Y chromosomes. There's 2 separate Y chromosomes, Y2 and Y2 and Y1.
That's called Jacob syndrome, right? Where you have 2 Y chromosomes. That
I
usually
see
comes
it.
with
Just kind of
no, it's not an aneuploidy. That's just how that species works. It's not an aneuploidy.
So if they go back to a common ancestor, how did one species get a second Y chromosome?
Fusions and weirdness, like it happened. I mean, look, if you want to dispute that these two things share a common ancestry in a creation model, then like power to you. But you're on Bubblegum's team now.
Well, but how did that happen? How did one? Because it seems like this is an anomaly. I don't want to take an exception and overturn a rule. Like I don't want to say, well, okay, so because we have this example, which is kind of flabbergasting. That's interesting. I'd like to know how that happened if anyone has an answer. But to now apply this to the Y chromosome dissimilarity in humans, I don't. That might be apples and oranges. Dan, go ahead.
Here's the relevance. And then I am going to go because I've been here a long time. Here's why this is relevant. The question is, well, how could we get this pattern of Y chromosomes within apes? They're so different. How could we get that pattern if they are the same kind? The difference in the Y chromosome structure must mean they're different kinds, right? Well, here we have 2 species of deer that are sister species of deer, right? They have wildly different genome structures, including not just different structures of the Y chromosome, but actually different numbers of the Y chromosome. Now, by any standard, whether it's Ken Ham at the Ark Park or Kent, any young Earth standard that has created kinds that are not individual species, these 2 deer are going to be the same created kind. We all should agree on that, except Bubblegum. Given that agreement, which I hope we can all agree on, then that's it. Then we don't have to worry about, can you have that level of divergence in the Y chromosome structure within a created kind? You obviously can.
Well, the Christian can posit that there were multiple deer creations, and these 2 deer got off the ark.
But this one has an entirely just almost duplicated Y. It's like a second Y chromosome. Maybe there's a
weird, right?
Isn't that cool? For that.
Well,
it doesn't matter. What matters is that they're the same kind.
Dr. Dan, you should be able to
how
defend
does
evolution
this deer species get a second Y chromosome? Like, how frequent is this in the biological world?
Probably not very frequent, but not zero.
Well,
this is really not zero, but like maybe there's a very simple explanation because it doesn't seem like anyone in the panel knows how this Indian deer just has a second Y chromosome. I mean, that's interesting.
Well, chromosome numbers vary all the time between closely related species.
Well, you guys are pre-supping evolution.
No.
Yes,
no,
you are, Dr. Dan.
I'm pre-supping creationism. I'm saying assume that created kind. Look at
that I totally agree with you, Dr. Dan. I totally agree that the atheist evolutionists have simply stolen microevolution from the Christians and just taken that lie and ran with it. I totally agree with you there. But that's still no excuse for you not to be able to defend your own position alone without leeching off the Christians.
Okay. Donnie, so that I think is the Y chromosome thing we were talking about earlier.
Hey, let me just say this one last thing. One of your,
then I'll just say goodbye, and then
Okay. One of your, where is it? Let's see. I know you and Dr. Rob Carter go way back, and so right here. So he puts out a challenge, and so that's what I'd be curious about these two deer species, the Chinese one and the Indian one. Is there a simpler explanation for why one of them just has a completely duplicated Y chromosome, basically?
Well, he's going
as compared to the Y chromosomes in the great apes, including the humans. Dr. Rob Carter asks basically for a sophisticated mathematical model that shows how these Y chromosomes can change in terms of wholesale rearrangement of significant parts, evolution of entire gene families, in a relatively short amount of time since the split. So I wonder if there's a simple explanation for that, though, right? Because in order for us to take this seriously, is like, am I being echoed or something? I just keep hearing commentary. So my last thing to Dan, and then I'll give you the last word. I know you got to get out of here. Is don't we require a mathematical model to go with the hypothesis for us to take it really seriously?
I mean, do you think evolutionary biologists aren't doing that?
No, I understand they are, but I don't know if they're doing it here because, because here as late as 2020, they point out that, sperm competition might explain it, but this hypothesis still needs to be evaluated. So that's my question is, has it been evaluated? Have they provided any math, any data on this?
I would bet, and again, this is human Y chromosome stuff is not my specialty, but I would bet that people are working on it. That would be my hypothesis. And that's a testable, falsifiable hypothesis, but I would bet that's what's going on. So I thank you for all this time. This was actually really technical and enjoyable, and I had a lot of fun doing this. You just referenced Rob Carter. Have Rob Carter on. You could have a good conversation with Rob Carter. Don't waste time. Like, why are we doing the Kent thing? Have good people on that actually know what they're talking about. That's my takeaway, everybody. Have a good night. That was fun.
Hey, wait, before you leave, last thing I'll say, what would break the internet? Dr. Carter versus Dr. Cardinal.
You get him. You get him. I will come. If you get Carter, I will, and he's open to it. I will talk to Carter. I will do that. I would love to talk to Carter. So many things to talk about.
There we go. Great way to end it. Cool Jesus and Joel Duff both agree.
I would be there for that.
That was fun. Stop giving Kent time. Do interesting things instead. Later.
Okay, Dan, thank you for joining. That's 4 hours on the dot, actually. So, and Dan joined relatively right away. So 4 hours. That was a ton of fun. And so Kent and Dan, they got a love-hate relationship. Hopefully more love than hate. We love Kent. We think these open mics are a ton of fun. Kent's a good debater, and we have fun hosting the debates. So, okay, that was fun. I'm glad Dan joined. And man, we talked about a lot of interesting topics. This has been a good open mic. To those in the audience, I think this is our 8th or 9th so far this year. We've been doing them very frequently since the summer, every 10 days. Usually we go between 4 or 5 hours, but okay. Like, I don't know, Matt, I know you only wanted to stay for 4 hours. I got maybe a little bit more in me, but we've also got a big event tomorrow starting at 6. We got a big soteriology debate, so I don't want to be too burnt out for that. Anybody got anything they want to say? Any points they want to make?
Yeah, I want to share my screen.
I think Grayson came to repent of his Lenski errors.
Well, Grayson was making earlier an argument that he was making the assumption that DNA is only part of the evolutionary model. Of course, he goalpost shifted that into the pattern. Yeah, I know.
It's a very scientific chart.
It's supposed to be a dog. I can't draw a dog. Okay.
It looks like a platypus.
Yeah. So, anyways, he was let me get my marker out. So he was making the argument. It's because of the patterns that we must assume evolutionary. Well, he's just making the question. Does he think God is not going to code a dog using non-dog DNA? Does he expect God to code a dog using, I don't know, flamingo DNA? I mean, what defines a woman, a female, if not their DNA?
Bubblegum, you understood that we were talking about in unconstrained regions, meaning regions that their function does not have to do with their sequence. Right?
I love this picture.
Their functions don't come again. Their functions
if they're
don't.
non-constrained, then the function of that region doesn't have anything to do with the sequence of the DNA. If it's non-constrained.
Non-constrained.
Yes.
Well, you're just talking about genes shifting around.
No, I'm not. I'm not talking about genes. I'm talking about unconstrained regions. Those are not genes.
Oh, unconstrained regions. Yeah. Why would you expect God to not put unconstrained regions? You do know what happens.
It's the similarities in the sequence in these unconstrained regions between multiple different species.
Yes.
That is what the differentiating lines of evidence between creationism and evolution.
A dog is going to have the same constrained regions as another dog.
Unconstrained
regions as another dog. Why would you not expect that?
I would argue that because your protein coding genes, right, they're basically constrained. They're your building blocks of organisms. And yet we actually find that they're a lot more similar between creatures. But your non-coding regions of the genome, a lot of your non-constrained or non-conserved regions of the genome, on the other hand, they are more organism specific because they regulate a lot of what the protein coding regions or conserved regions are functioning in. They're basically providing the metadata for the building blocks that are the protein coding genes to function.
A very small percentage of them do that.
Well, I would argue because we have evidence for somewhere between 60 to 80% genomic activity. And within that 60 to 80%, what do we find?
They don't say genomic activity in the ENCODE project. They don't say it like that. They say biochemical activity.
Right.
Which just means that any random thing is binding to it. That's background noise.
But that's where the debate is. Is the 60 to 80% biochemical activity, is this just genetic noise? Is this spurious transcription? I would disagree. That's your
But you'd have to have evidence.
That's your claim
to support that.
But you don't have evidence to support that it is spurious or that it's genetic noise.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do. We have
the
transcriptome.
The evidence we have suggests that most of that activity is functional activity. Transcribing portions of the genome,
not the case. That is just
transcribing.
Not true.
Anytime you add a single nucleotide to a growing RNA chain, and Matt knows this, you're utilizing ATP. You're utilizing energy. But if you have all of these transcripts all throughout the genome, you have all of this activity, it doesn't make any sense that that would just be useless activity. Why is the genome, why is the cell utilizing energy and utilizing ATP? It would be wasteful of energy and resources. Why not just do away with it over time? Get rid of that.
Because we're not intelligently designed to be 100% efficient.
Right there's
if
the whole
we were intelligently designed, Donnie, then we would be 100% efficient.
The activity,
100% efficient.
The
That's
60
impossible.
Listen, the 60 to
God could do
70% activity.
God,
the most parsimonious answer is that it is functional simply because transcription is an energy intensive and resource intensive process. Okay. If this wasn't useful activity, then again, if evolution is true, since it's wasteful of energy and resources, selection or whatever evolutionary mechanism you want to point to should have weeded out this genetic baggage over time. That's a fact. That's a reality.
It's not a fact.
Requesting to defy the laws of physics.
No, I'm not.
You said you want 100% efficiency.
If God could do that, yes.
Oh my God.
There are certain systems within biology that approach 100% efficiency.
Nothing is going to be 100% efficient.
certain things absolutely approach that limit.
It would go against the laws of physics to do that.
No, I don't think you understand physics very well, Bubblegum.
It would literally go against the laws of physics for anything to be 100% efficient.
I don't think you understand the laws of physics very well. What's the highest level of physics that you've had?
High school, and that was.
High school,
I'm glad I dropped out of that because that was garbage.
Oh, you dropped out of high school?
No, I dropped out of that class.
You dropped out of physics in high school. Okay.
Well, first off, no. First off, they gave you like a mandatory and then an optional.
So, for example, I could go through just a number of papers on introns, ERVs, ALU sequences, all kind of non-coding DNA, like long non-coding RNA genes. And this is just a paper from 2021. And you can find over and over again them saying things like this. Evidence for their role in regulating cell immune responses or whatever function it is growing. And so as a creationist,
at a very low percentage.
Grayson, every time I say something,
functional to non-functional.
No. See, again, you keep saying, oh, but the number of functions, it's basically shrinking. It's getting smaller and smaller. It's not like the genome's getting more functional. But again, that goes back to, this is circular reasoning, Grayson, and I love you, but circular reasoning is a fallacy. Okay, we have evidence for 60 to 80% activity in the genome, biochemical activity. You're saying that's noise. But that's an argument without evidence.
It's absolutely not an argument without evidence. The
yes,
evidence,
it is. Even that statement you just made is an assertion.
The evidence is that those transcripts that we're saying are spurious activity are in such exceedingly low concentrations and are degraded so quickly that there's no conceivable way that they would have a function with that low with that low amount made being degraded that quickly before they have a chance to have any function.
What's being degraded?
Percentage of that are you talking about?
What's being degraded, Grayson?
The transcripts.
What do you mean the transcripts are being degraded?
Exactly what you just said. What do you not understand about it?
So we have transcripts being produced.
Yeah.
Within
extremely low amounts and being.
So you're saying they're being produced at low. You're the low level transcription.
Yes, like
of course that's
like such a low level that in actual examples where transcripts
that's what we see
have
in non-coding regions of the genome.
In actual examples that you can show where a transcript does have a known function, the number of those transcripts is so much greater than the ones you're talking about here that are just like, according to the ENCODE, have some biochemical activity because they have like one transcript. Okay, that transcript just statistically is not going to be able to do anything because it would get degraded so quickly. It would have no effect because its concentration was so exceedingly low.
So low level transcription, especially when it comes to non-coding regions of the genome, that's oftentimes what we see. That's how it functions. It functions and is transcribed differently than in protein coding regions. That's why you have to look to co-expression patterns, epigenetic profiles. See, the thing is there's only, wait, I didn't interrupt you, but you can go once I'm done. There's only so many copies of a transcription factor, basically, that are going to be produced. And so if these transcription factors were merely binding to random sites in the genome, as you say, then there wouldn't be enough transcription factors that are actually available to do the binding that is necessary for these transcription factors to properly function. And so I would argue, here's the last thing I'll say, ENCODE, the ENCODE project, okay, most of the binding discovered in the ENCODE project, I would say, is likely functional binding and not just noise, Grayson.
Okay, so let's try to stick with one point at a time. When you say transcription factors, that's a different thing than transcripts. When transcripts, we're talking about, mRNA, right? So like when we're talking about transcripts, that's like the RNA, the single-stranded RNA sequence that is the result of these gene areas being transcribed. So when we're talking about everything that you just went through,
right? But Grayson, what are transcription factors binding to?
Yeah, the transcription factors help promote transcriptions at certain areas.
Right, exactly. So if there's transcription, then there's what?
Okay. So I was trying to get to that point because you made multiple points, Donnie. I'm trying to go and address all your points, but if you interrupt me while I'm trying to address all of them with the next thing I haven't gotten a chance to address yet, come on. So What I was going with that was that transcription factors don't just have the equal % chance of binding with every single gene area. That's the assumption inherent with what you just said, that if you don't make that assumption because it's not backed by evidence, then you'd have no reason to think that there are not enough transcription factors and all this falls apart and everything. That is all resting on the assumption that a transcription factor has an equal % chance of binding to anywhere on the cell. Plus, when a transcription factor binds to the quote unquote right area, it sticks there. And there's a difference. Like, that would utterly throw off that math of you saying that there wouldn't be enough transcription factors, because you just haven't factored in enough of the actual variables at play here.
So right here from the ENCODE, this is the 2012. I understand there's been subsequent papers, subsequent work. And so they say these data enabled us to assign biochemical functions for 80% of the genome. Transcription, I think, is about 60%, okay, in subsequent studies. And so anytime you say, oh, it's just a handful of these, non-coding regions that are functional, you're not actually addressing the bigger picture, because the bigger picture question is what we're discussing here. Is this 80%, this 80% biochemical activity, is this mostly noise?
So what I'm asking,
or
what I'm
is
telling
it
you,
true function?
What I'm telling you is, look at any known transcript that has function, right? If I look at a transcript where we actually know that it has a function, and look at the number of transcripts per cell,
right,
and then compare that to some of these that ENCODE is saying have biological function that have like 1 or 3 or 4 transcripts per cell. And then when you look at the ones that actually have known function, you'll see that the number of transcripts per cell is much higher than that when there is an actual known function.
So the problem with that is you're going to find a lot more activity, and the transcription levels are going to be higher, more transcripts produced basically in coding regions of the genome, protein coding regions of the genome.
Not talking about coding regions.
You're talking about what?
I'm talking about in the regions that are specific to these categories, like long non-coding RNA.
Right. You're talking about right. And so once you get into the non-coding regions of the genome, you're going to have low-level transcription. You're going to have some that are higher level. It's very similar.
Quantify that.
It's very similar to your car. Well, it's very similar to your car. Like, for example, my front windshield wipers. I'm using them constantly, even just to, spray water at the front windshield, clean things off. If it's raining, using them. But my rear windshield wiper, I rarely use it, if ever. But it's there, it's functional, but it's functional at a very low level. But it does come in handy when I absolutely need it. And a lot of the non-coding regions of the genome function similar. Okay, where you're going to have a lot of low-level transcription similar to your rear windshield wiper, but it doesn't mean it's not functional, doesn't mean it's not important, doesn't mean it's not useful. Okay,
so my challenge for you is to find an actual a transcript with a known function that has the lowest amount of transcripts per cell that you can possibly find. I want you to find that and then compare that with the ENCODE results. And I think that you'll see something pretty remarkable, where the lowest one you can find is still going to have a lot more transcripts per cell than anything that you're talking about with ENCODE that's just like 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 transcripts per cell.
So a functional part of the genome are going to have a lot more transcripts per cell than a part that is just noise, you're saying?
Yeah, to have any appreciable effect, you're going to need to have more transcripts than just, less than a dozen or something.
No, that's completely fine, Grayson. Some parts of the genome are going to function at a higher level than other parts of the genome. Another example is...
Oh, but they're not going to be that low.
Listen, in your car, you probably have in your trunk, a jack and some tools in case you get a flat tire. Now you're going to take those out and you're going to use it to change your tire.
Yeah.
But 99.99% of the time, you're not actually using that jack. You're not using those tools, but you will use them.
But we can see that.
Wait, I'm almost done. When the situation arises, okay?
Yes.
And that's how a lot of the non-coding regions of the genome is. There's a lot of mutational buffer. There's a lot of over-design. There's a lot of redundancy. There's a lot of genes that are basically only expressed under certain conditions, as you love to hear me say. And so, sure, you can show me one with very low activity, few transcripts per cell. That doesn't prove it's non-functional.
So
in the same way, go ahead.
The thing that you're kind of implicitly stating here is that at some point in time, given certain circumstances, then you're having faith that the number of transcripts will markedly increase whenever it needs to fulfill the function that it was designed to fulfill. So unless you can show that, then you're just saying that I have faith that there is a certain circumstance under which that number of transcripts per cell will markedly increase.
That's like saying, Grayson, you've got faith that if you need to use your rear windshield wiper, or you need to use, a jack if you get a flat tire, or the flat tire itself, that's redundant, right? That looks like it's useless sitting at the back of your car. Maybe it's, in the trunk, whatever. You got 4 tires, you get a flat tire. Thank God you got that ready to use. But it's like you're saying, oh, but you just have faith. You got to show me that spare tire is actually useful and functional. No, that's silly. That's ridiculous. The genome comprises so many DNA elements, so many DNA units that are there for those specific circumstances where they're needed. Pseudogenes. We understand that pseudogenes are only expressed under certain conditions. This is just reality. I don't got to prove. I don't got to demonstrate it. It's been demonstrated.
Yeah,
and as time goes on, we're going to demonstrate it more. Go ahead, Grayson.
Yeah. So that's what you're saying, is that we've demonstrated it for 1% of pseudogenes. So you're saying that I believe that not the other 99% will also be able to have some kind of circumstance that we just don't know about yet, under which then their transcripts levels will increase markedly, and their real function that was hidden until then will be shown if the right kind of circumstances come about. And just because we have that for 1% of these pseudogenes, or these, retrotransposons or whatever, like you're saying that you think that all of them must be like that if we know that 1% of them are.
No, because again, this goes back to your circular reasoning. You're avoiding the bigger issue, because what we're talking about has to do with that 80% biochemical activity. Within that 80% comprises a whole lot more than just 1% of pseudogenes. You have a lot of pseudogenes within there.
Okay,
so
let me ask you something.
If that 80% is if that 80% is beneficial activity, if it's functional activity, then the pseudogenes that comprise it are also functional.
Okay, let me just ask you something real quick. So do you think that if we just took a random sequence, right? It was determined at random. We just made a random genetic sequence, right? And we inserted it into your genome. And then we did ENCODE's test. And we saw what level of transcription that random sequence that we created randomly to have no function. Are you saying that you think that ENCODE would not detect any amount of transcription, any amount of what they called biochemical activity? You don't think it would detect any amount of it in that random sequence that we insert?
So we make a sequence,
yes,
insert it into the genome of a human being, and then test it to see what activity it has?
Yes.
Well, that's an interesting hypothetical. I don't know. Have they done that before?
So I'm saying that you will be able to detect spurious activity on that segment of just like background amounts of transcription, but it's not going to rise anything major or significant. It's just going to be background. Because
is that your prediction?
Yes.
Okay, but we haven't tested that.
So I'm asking
it's
for
an interesting
your
prediction.
Would your prediction be that there should be no activity?
Well, it depends. I can add a subwoofer to my car and put it in the right spot where it works nicely and the radio sounds good and the music sounds good. I added it in there and connected it in the right spot. So maybe
I'm not saying a subwoofer, right? I'm saying a random sequence.
Right. I'm just saying maybe you can make a random sequence, insert it in the human genome in the right spot, in the right way that allows it to have some kind of functionality. Is that impossible?
So then all of a sudden, what you were previously describing as intelligent design, the same results can be procured with just random design that didn't involve any intelligence?
Yeah, but aren't you intelligently making this sequence?
A random sequence?
Okay, so a random sequence, then you're probably going to be able to detect that it's noise, that it's junk, it's not doing anything.
So then you would predict that it would not be transcribed on any level?
I think so. If I had to give a prediction on that. I have a feeling that'll never be tested. It's unethical on humans, right? To do knockout tests or insert genes and things like that. But that's an interesting prediction. I'd probably say it's not going to have much evidence for functionality. But, you know, I'm just curious. What would be your prediction then in terms of max functionality in the human genome? Right.
I think we should look at constrained, like if it's the amount of unconstrained sequences versus constrained sequences. That's a much better proxy for sequence dependent functionality to me.
Well, I guess, okay. If you consider coding regions, non-coding regions, consider it all, right? I'll put a prediction on paper. I'm going to say about 80%, somewhere between 70 to 80%, because I understand mutations happen, damage happens. And so I'm not going to say the genome's 100% functional, because the genome has degraded over the course of thousands of years. So I'll say somewhere between 60 and 80%. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 80%. So what would you say? Non-coding, coding, everything considered.
If I recall correctly, the last study I saw that measured the total percentage of conserved versus non-conserved sequences was something like 10 to 15% are conserved and the rest are unconserved. So, you know, like 85 to 90% non-functionally, like non-function based on like the sequence the function does not depend on the sequence.
I'm not that impressed with conserved versus non-conserved, because just because a region is not conserved does not mean it's non-functional, because we understand some DNA sequences may be able to tolerate error more than other sequences, or maybe the mutations.
You have to ask why that is, though. Like the reason that they're more robust is because like the actual parts of that gene or that gene area that were necessary for function were not 100% of the total sequence. It was just a small proportion of those like nucleotide, those base pairs that were the truly essential aspects, like the part in the active air, like pocket for the protein or something.
Well, just in general, your non-conserved sequences, right? Mutations in those sequences may have functional consequences that we're not yet aware of. Like I would predict there's much more mutational buffer or DNA utilized for chromosomal stability and integrity than we currently understand.
Perfect. So those are functions that are not necessarily strictly tied to sequence. So then those would be unconstrained, relatively unconstrained areas.
Right.
So if we do see nested hierarchies of similarity between species in those areas, then that would be showing evolution.
So are you basically saying, so for the audience sake, so purifying selection, right? That basically removes mutations or new variants in these constrained sequences, these conserved sequences, and it keeps the genetic sequence the same, because, you know, that's where you find DNA units and sequences important in the heart, lungs, keeping us alive, basically, right? And so the regions of the genome that are not under purifying selection or adaptive selection, they're just evolving neutrally over time.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. But now would you say because they're evolving neutrally over time, they are functional or non-functional?
I would say their function, if they have one, does not depend on their sequence.
Okay, but
they can be functional
still. What's a specific non-constrained sequence in the genome that you think is a problem for us creationists to explain?
The majority of the genome is not constrained.
Right. Okay. But like, are you talking specifically about like ERVs or pseudogenes or gene deserts? Like, what are you talking about?
Because within each of those categories, there are constrained and non-constrained regions within both of those.
Well, because
so I'm just talking about the non-constrained regions.
And you're saying because the non-constrained regions, functional or not functional, because they form nested hierarchical patterns within kinds?
Between species in general.
Well, I still don't understand why you believe that's an issue for us.
Because that shouldn't be the case if these were separately created.
Because we find nested hierarchical patterns in functional regions within the genome?
No. In unconstrained regions.
Right. But they're there for functional purposes. So why wouldn't they be
Because
found in hierarchical patterns?
Because the function does not depend on their sequence. So we would not expect there to be sequence similarities if they were separately created.
Let me weigh in on that real quick. To me, that's a lot like, oh, the flood would mix everything up in one big alphabet soup mess. That's how bad that argument is to me. You guys typically talk about sequences. You're talking about linear position, but the genome doesn't exist in linear space. It exists in 3D space. So I like to think of the genome. So you got your roughly 2% protein coding region. It's the portion of the genome that is kind of like the factory that produces the material that your body's made out of. And you got the other 98%, a large part of what you guys are calling unconstrained. That's regulatory information that tells the material where to go.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, T-Rock. The regulatory non-coding sequences are still constrained. They are not unconstrained.
Just hear me out. I'm not saying 100% of the 98 other percent is regulatory. That's not what I'm saying.
But you just said that the regulatory stuff was unconstrained, which is not true.
Oh, well, okay. But no, what I said was the other 98% largely unconstrained.
Okay.
So, and that's essentially what you said a little while ago. You said what did you say? 75,
I would agree with that statement then. I just don't agree with the statement that like you can include regulatory regulatory sequences within unconstrained. They're not.
I mean, fair enough, because I know that there's actually a variety, and this not being my field, but what I do know is that there are a variety of mutation rates dependent on the exact type of DNA you're talking about. And I couldn't go over the list, although somebody did share it with me here a while back. There are a number of categories that geneticists slot DNA into. And so you've got your protein coding, you've got your regulatory, you've got RNA, you've got microsatellites. There's so many different categories that I mean, it's basically an encyclopedia to go through all of the different things that DNA is related to, right? My main point being that when you say unconstrained regions of the DNA, because there are, how is it that you say it? Because there is a nested hierarchy, it somewhat invalidates the creation idea.
Yeah.
So to me, that's much like the flood makes alphabet soup out of everything argument. It's that bad.
But explain why, though.
Because there's a couple really good functional reasons for that. One of them is that if the genome were so fragile that it had to be in an exact sequence, everything would go extinct very quickly. So there's a lot of redundancy built into it.
Sure.
Another reason
that doesn't invalidate the argument in any way, though.
Yeah, it does, because hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out.
No, I understand the point you're trying to make, though, but I don't think you're understanding how that fits with the point I have, because the point you're trying to make is that, like, it makes sense that we should have unconstrained regions, because, like, if every single position of every base pair was necessary for function, then like one or two mutations would just be catastrophic and things would go extinct like in a couple generations, if not like one or two. I get your point with that, but what I'm saying is that if, like, for functionality, if the sequences in those unconstrained areas can just be whatever, which would be the case if what you're saying, like, it wouldn't matter what the are in those unconstrained regions, like, as long as you have those big unconstrained regions present, then the function that they serve would be independent of whatever sequence they have. So if they do have sequence similarities between different species,
say that part one more time.
Okay.
Would be independent of. Say that part one more time.
Yeah. So in the example you just gave of saying like it's good to have portions of the genome that are unconstrained, because then you can have mutations in those portions and they don't have huge effects. So there you can see a benefit for that. You could see some sort of functionality, but it doesn't matter what the sequences in those unconstrained regions are for it to have that functionality. You follow?
So are you saying because let's say a function in
Yeah,
I don't know,
I can get another example.
Well, like, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so like for certain like since we were talking about regulatory or we were talking about enhancers, right? There's a three-dimensionality to this, just like what T-Rock was saying. So in order for the enhancer to have effect, right, it needs to bend the DNA physically to then like form a little loop so that it can interact with the gene, the promoter region that we're talking about. And so for that loop to be functional, for that enhancer to be functional, you need a certain number of base pairs to form that loop in three-dimensional space. But it doesn't matter what their sequence is. The actual sequence of the nucleotides in that loop doesn't matter for them to form the function. What matters is the total number of base pairs you have, just so you can make that three-dimensional loop for you to have that actual three-dimensional structure for the function to happen. But the sequence of that loop could be anything as long as it's the correct, like say 500 base pairs. It doesn't matter what those 500 base pairs are. The important thing is that they're 500 base pairs so that you can have the proper size of the loop to have this three-dimensional interaction.
Okay, so this certain interaction or function, are you saying that if it's different in terms of sequence between different species within the same kind?
No, like in the unconstrained regions, we see a nested hierarchy between species.
Okay.
When you say between species, between two different species.
Yeah, that you guys say are different created kinds.
Can you? Okay.
So are you saying that they shouldn't be there because basically they're accumulating mutations over 4,500 years, and so the hierarchy shouldn't be there?
They shouldn't be there because there's no functional reason for them to be similar.
Okay, that's where I'm gonna completely disagree with you. When you say there's no functional reason, as I understand it, most of the reference frame there has to do with the knockout gene concept. Is that fair?
No, I would just say you can measure how constrained they are. If they're unconstrained, then we know.
But what standard are you using to say they have no function?
Because again, this is not just no function. I'm saying that you can have function that is not dependent on the sequence. That's the key thing that you're leaving out when you're asking about just function. The important thing is that the function needs to be dependent on the sequence.
No, and that's what I'm saying is exactly wrong.
What are you saying is exactly wrong?
I don't know. I don't understand why the sequence that the function depends on can't be different in between species of the same kind or form a hierarchical pattern.
I'll tell you why I think it's completely wrong, Grayson. It's because when you're talking about protein coding in constrained regions, again, I'm going back to the building analogy. You have to have materials, but you also have to have instructions to put them together. Information does not operate the same way material does. Information can operate outside of 3D space, but material can't.
But again, all of that is still constrained. You're just talking about constrained. We're talking about unconstrained.
I know.
So talk about the same thing.
That's what I'm saying is the unconstrained stuff, because a lot of it is information bearing. It's
no. That's the thing. The information bearing stuff is constrained.
100% of it.
If it's constrained, then it's information bearing. It's important for function. If it's unconstrained, then definitionally, it's not going to have any sequence information.
Okay, it's not going to have any sequence relevance, maybe, but it sounds like a circular argument. So when you say information, you probably mean something different than I do.
I'm just talking about if it's conserved versus non-conserved. If it's non-conserved, then the information about its sequence is not relevant for its function.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah, but
If-
this also isn't like synonymous mutations versus non-synonymous mutations, right? You have one that's conserved, one that's not conserved, basically, because I mean, I can explain it, but I think you know what I mean. So synonymous mutations basically don't change the amino acid sequence, and so the codons change.
Yeah. So then
Right.
it's exactly, then it's non-constrained. So then that sequence identity didn't matter. So then we wouldn't expect to see nested hierarchies
Yes,
of
we would.
similarities between species in it.
We've made predictions on this. Dr. Nathaniel Jensen has like a 50-page paper on this, where these regions of the genome, like third position codon degeneracy, basically have the multi-functions. And so they're there acting as redundant elements, but they also help to slow and speed processes in the cell. And so a lot of these non-conserved regions of the genome, or unconstrained regions of the genome, they form hierarchies within kinds because they have species-specific multi-functions.
And what about between kinds?
So that's where I've
Same
been
thing.
saying all along. Between kinds, you have to have a high degree of similarity if you share a food source in common.
But again, not for unconstrained. What you're talking about is just for constrained
No,
sequences.
no, Grayson, that's
T-Rock, explain that then.
Okay, it goes like this. When you're born, say you're an 8-pound baby.
Let's not start from my birth. Just get to the
Just
Grayson life story
attention.
time.
Come on, brevity is the soul of wit. Just make your point.
Quit interrupting and I will make my point. When you're born, you weigh 8 pounds. You start eating and consuming food from your environment. Later, you're a 150-pound individual. Where did all that mass come from? It came from the food in your environment. It's the biochemistry has to be compatible. If it has to be compatible, it has to bear huge amounts of resemblance across similar organisms.
Only in the conserved sequences.
No, absolutely not. Because whenever you consume food, you're doing a number of biochemical processes, such, for example, you want vitamin C as an antioxidant. You want vitamin A, vitamin D to do antiviral things, and so on and so forth. In order for any one organism, regardless of what species it is, if it can consume that food and get that benefit out of it, even the unconserved regions have to be able to take advantage of it.
No, that's just a claim, though. You
No,
don't have evidence to support
it's
that.
how chemistry works.
No, it's
really
actually
is.
not, T-Rock.
So you're saying
I have a degree in biochemistry. That is not how this works.
That's real nice, Grayson. But how are you going to explain if me and a chimp have radically different unconserved regions? How are we going to eat the same food?
It would make absolutely no impact on that.
That is a huge.
No, it's really not, because literally let me explain this here. Every enzyme involved in the metabolism of food is an enzyme, and all the regulatory factors involved, all of that are constrained sequences of DNA. The unrestrained sequences are not involved in that process at all.
Unconstrained sequences are made out of the food from your environment.
You're just saying that your DNA is made from things that you ate.
That's exactly right. Where else would it come from? How do you get your?
What
That
you're
was my
saying
point.
is not logical, T-Rock. You're not
No.
logically tying these points together.
Yes, I am. Your body has to be built out of the things you consume. Period.
We agree on that. I just don't see how that
Okay.
logically follows to try to make your point.
Because if you go out there and eat some molecules of vitamin C, they're going to go into your cell. They're going to do some things to build new cells. Every time your cells divide and reproduce new cells, your old cells have to die out and be excavated from, or they have to be extracted from your system, right? Every single time it happens, you have to go get the same chemistry from the food source and rebuild. That chemistry has things that it can do, and it has things that it can't do. And because
What
it
is
has
your point, T-Rock?
My whole point is this imaginary creation view that you think should be true isn't even realistic, because
No, please just tie what you were just saying to the unconstrained sequences. You are not making that logical tie-in yet. You haven't gone there.
Okay.
You haven't made these ideas relevant to each other.
I kind of did whenever I was saying that information bearing regions there. So in your genome, you've got things that serve structural purpose. You've got things that serve protein building. You've got things that serve a regulatory purpose. You've got things that serve, and regulatory, I guess, could be split out a bunch of different ways because you've got timing, the exact timing and the chronology of
those are all constrained.
How your body chemistry plays out. But if
those are all constrained sequences.
No, I highly doubt that.
No, but it is
so
true.
So you're saying 100% of your regulatory information in your DNA is constrained?
Yeah.
No, that's a myth.
Explain why, or maybe have a source or something, because right now it just seems like you're going based on what your intuition is telling you rather than going based on the evidence.
I mean, that's fair. I will grant that's fair, but the intuition is very straightforward. The reasoning is very straightforward and sound.
Why would I trust your intuition as a lay person on this? I mean, you're not a biologist, you're not a biochemist. Why would I trust your intuition?
So
T-Rock is the jack of all trades. Well, I wanted to ask Grace real quick. So if these unconstrained regions do have multifunctional roles, let's say in acting as redundant elements.
Sorry. Did you say constrained or unconstrained?
Unconstrained. But then we are at the 5-hour mark, so I might have said
they would be constrained then. If they had multiple functions that were dependent on their sequence, then they would be constrained sequences.
No, because those multiple functions don't necessarily have to be detrimental to the function of the, like for example, your third position.
Are those functions dependent on their sequence at all? If they are, then they are constrained.
Okay, third position codon variation. Is that function dependent on its sequence?
No, because there's a wobble.
Right, exactly. But the point is they have multi-functions. For example, they act as redundant elements, but they also act to slow and speed processes in the cell. There's an excellent paper out that discusses that. And so there you go. We would expect hierarchical patterns in those sequences, in those non-conserved sequences. We also understand there's certain proteins that have multifunctional roles, but those would be constrained. So what do you think? So if they have multifunctional roles and they form hierarchies within kinds and between kinds, would that answer your question?
They would be constrained if they had multifunctional roles. If you just want to talk about the third codon position, like you're not looking at a broad enough scope. We're talking about the scope of like looking genome wide. This is the same problem that you guys had when you were looking at only cytochrome.
Okay, name
1.
something else. So name something else. So we got non-synonymous versus synonymous codons, right? What else? That's not constrained.
The majority of all the nucleobases.
But just be specific. Because there's some
like, what do you want me to tell you? Like the 62,528,000 position? Like, what do you want?
Because I can look to any example you bring up, whether it's an unconstrained pseudogene, unconstrained ERV, synonymous versus non-synonymous codons, and I'll give you a multifunctional role for those. And that's why they form nested hierarchies.
Your framework is off on this. We're talking about the total number of unconstrained base pairs. We're not talking about specific regions. I'm not saying like this specific pseudogene is unconstrained, because there's each and every single base pair position has its own amount of constraint to it.
George wants to jump in and ask a question.
There are plenty of positions in the genome that are functional and important, but they don't have to be conserved because they're not integral to the life and development of the organism. And so they can handle a lot of mutational load.
Sure. So then we would not expect to see nested hierarchies of similarity there.
Yes, we would. Why not?
Yeah, we would.
Because you just said that the sequence.
But they haven't changed that much. But wait, they haven't changed that much in 4,500 years. They've accumulated some mutations, sure, but why would they change them to the point where there's no hierarchies?
Because there's literally, like, the mutations could occur anywhere. The fact that the mutations occur in the same places is statistically impossible.
Well, certain parts of your car experience more defects and so certain parts of your car are more prone to rust than other parts of your car, and that would happen.
Rust
in all
doesn't
kinds
have a
of modes of
specific
transportation.
sequence.
Well,
Donnie,
listen,
is George backstage?
Yeah, but you know what? We just hit the 5-hour mark, and I am exhausted.
I think we should let George ask a quick question and then maybe call it.
Okay, because Grayson's nice. This is what we're going to do. And Grayson, because you and
I feel
want...
bad because George has been wanting to ask his question for a while.
Right. And Grayson, you and we want to do probably a podcast debate on Lenski's experiment. That's what I thought we were going to discuss tonight. I had a bunch of stuff ready for it. But you know what, Grayson, you and I will chat and we'll book something for Lensky, okay? You and me, Lensky Showdown. What do you say?
All right.
You're going down to Chinatown. George, if you had a couple questions you wanted to wrap it up with.
Yeah,
you sound a lot like me, George.
Huh?
He's joking. I hear an echo.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's all good.
Really quick. Can you mute yourself?
George, do you have two screens going simultaneously?
George, the problem is not that we can't hear you. It's that we echo whenever you're not muted. Like, we can hear ourselves talk in an echo.
It's like George has more than one window open playing this feed.
How about now?
That sounds good.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
Now myself again.
George, just whenever you're not speaking, just mute yourself, and it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. All right. So Donnie, quick question. What is your position on the age of the Earth again? I don't want to misrepresent you.
About 62. I'm a young Earth creationist, as you probably know. So about 6,200 years.
All right. So basically, I'm kind of defending the Bible, whether it be 6,200 years or I believe physicists now are saying 13 billion years. But so I've watched a lot of your debates and a lot of watch Ken's debates. So Ken always quotes 2 Peter chapter 3 regarding the scoffers, etc. But on that same passage, right? The Bible also says that be not ignorant of the creation, because one day with God can be as if it's 1,000 years.
Right.
So if we do the math, right? So let's say 6,000, just for the sake of this conversation. There's 2,190,000 days in 6,000 years, and if we multiply those, it'll add up to around 13 billion, which is according with what physicists are saying now. So my question is what are your thoughts on this?
Maybe my brain's not working that good at the 5-hour mark.
Let me respond
to this. I completely followed what you said. T-Rock, you want to answer that?
Let me respond. Yeah, so the passage you're referring to, it actually, what people who use that always fail to do is to recognize that it goes in both directions. He says a day is as 1,000 years, but then he turns around and reverses it and says 1,000 years is as one day. That's point number one. Point number two is that entire passage is referring to a prophecy yet not yet fulfilled at that time. So he's talking about forward in time, not backwards in time. So it's completely out of context to try and take that and make that the context of creation.
Interesting. All right. I just wanted to ask that and see where Donnie stands on that. So,
Donnie, do you agree with that?
George,
the point is whether it goes both ways, like a day being 1,000 or 1,000 being a day, because the Bible could have said one day can be 5,000 years, but it's just kind of defending it, it's according with science, because scientists and physicists have been saying for years that the age of the universe is 20 billion years, but now it's oh no, it's 13, and it's interesting, when you do the math, how it just
I'm not all up.
13 billion.
I'm not all up on this specific point. I know Grayson is, and this will open up a can of worms. But from my understanding, the James Webb Telescope has revealed that your most distant galaxies look fully formed. You know, they look like galaxies that are closer to us. And so I was reading, not extensively, but I was reading that they've had to like double the age of the universe just to explain how these early galaxies during the expansion after the Big Bang could be fully formed and essentially look very similar to galaxies that are young. You know, that fits the creation model because, yeah, the galaxies would look fully formed and created. I see Grayson unmuted, but, you know, I find that to be interesting. Have they doubled the age of the universe because of this? You know, if so,
no, absolutely not true.
I personally, I would have to agree with that, because in order for them to technically do that, I think you'd have to see a plethora of quote unquote peer-reviewed papers out before anybody would start endorsing that.
So
I'm not like denying creation. Sorry, Grayson. I'm not like denying creation at all. But I'm just saying, like, why can't it also probably 13 billion to us, right? Not it might be like 6,000 day to day, but maybe it's like that 13 billion to us, but to God it's probably 6,000, etc.
So I want to clarify a point real quick, though, George. Something you said. You said science says the Earth is whatever age, but science doesn't say that. Scientists say that with their opinions. Empirical science, it has always been my position, and I'm in the same boat as Donnie when it comes to the age of the Earth, roughly 6,000 years. It has always been my position that there is no empirical science that can tell you what the age of the Earth is. It can put constraints on it. It can put upper limits and perhaps some lower limits, but definitely upper limits. Empirical science can do that. But it cannot tell you what the actual age of anything is.
Yes, it can.
Oh no, for sure. I didn't say science. I said scientists, and I'm saying a lot of them, like, you know, agree to disagree, and obviously science changes all the time. But the most recent papers that I've read, all of them are agreeing that it's around 13 billion, like physicists, scientists, whatever. And I'm just saying, like, whether that be the case, the Bible can still be true, because again, God, like it says, one day with God can be 1,000 years. And it specifically really says, be not ignorant of this exact point of the creation, because one day can be 1,000, and you know.
Sure, I understand what you're saying, but the whole reason he's saying be not ignorant is because he's reminding them of future judgment. That's why he's saying don't be ignorant about it. It seems like a slow passage of time to people, but it's still going to happen. It's still a sure thing. And again, he's talking about future context, but the problem with trying to take that context back to Genesis is that the order, the historical order given in Genesis, is exactly backwards to evolution. So it's more than just the timeline.
No, right. I wasn't really talking about evolution. I'm just talking about like the age of the Earth and stuff.
Right, but it's more than just the timeline or evolution. It's the creation order is just completely different.
Well, gentlemen, I got to say this has been a fantastic night. You know, each open mic is unique in its own way. And so we've had a lot of great discussion over the last few months of open mics. Tonight we got into some heavy genetics and population genetics. It was good to have Dr. Dan here to discuss these. Always good to have Grayson as well. So the more evolutionists, the better. You know, that's what these open mics are about. Get the skeptics in here, get the non-skeptics, different views, and let's hash it out for 5 hours. So T-Rock and Grayson, we'll have to get you guys another round. Always fun watching you guys go at it. And Grayson's got a debate coming up on the Exodus versus CJ Cox. That's going to be fun. And T-Rox has an open mic coming up on the fossil record. So lots to look forward to. Saw you guys both unmute at the same time. Thought you were going to say something. Okay, well, we're going to wrap it up. T-Rock, George, thanks for joining last minute. Grayson, we'll chat about a Lenski debate. Okay, with that, thanks for tuning in, everybody.
Good evening,
Standing for
guys.
Truth is out. God bless.
Thank you.